All right, you and I are about to watch a zero mana kid absolutely hijack a magic academy. Right now, he's stuck in an exam where students literally steal point sticks from each other to rank up. So naturally, a squad of bullies gangs up and corners him. They think he's just some powerless nobody, an easy target. But yeah, things don't go as planned. Beck calmly pulls out his point stick, just showing it off. The leader smirks, fully expecting a quick surrender. Boom, in a blink, Beck totally vanishes. He moves so fast it feels like time just froze, before anybody can even react. He already snatched a point stick. By the time their brains process it, game over. Beck is chilling right behind them. Thanks for the points, he says with a total smirk. They absolutely panic, blasting spells everywhere just praying to hit him. But no luck. He's way too fast, casually robbing them one by one like literal toddlers. Even their heavy magic barrier does absolutely nothing. In seconds, all their sticks are gone. Beck waves a casual goodbye and vanishes with another blink. So who is this guy? He was just a gamer who beat the final boss and got sucked right into the game, waking up. He is trapped in some wrecked abandoned building, and here is the brutal part. He possessed the literal weakest character ever, suffering from mana leakage syndrome. Meaning 0 mana storage and basically no magic, but he does have one single crazy skill called Blink. Now watch closely because we are about to see something wild. It's a crazy dangerous short-range teleport. One bad move and he is dead, but here is the catch. He is the only one who perfectly controls it. Digging through his pockets, he finds an acceptance letter to Stella Magic Academy, but before he can even read it, voices echo outside. Peeking out the window, he spots a whole squad of bounty hunters hunting him down. He knows hiding forever isn't an option. And fighting them head-on is pure suicide. To reach that academy, he has to survive right now using only his blink skill, as the enemies close in. He has 0 choice but to test out Blink. Busting out the cabin, he sprints hard as chasers lock on. The tutorial officially begins. Stage 1, blink past enemies rocking enchanted speed boots. When a guy gets way too close, hesitation drops. Better to risk a messy blink death than let them hack him to pieces. He blinks forward perfectly, leaving the hunters completely stunned that they are actually hunting a mage. They gear up to strike him during the spell's cool-down window, but boom, he is already sprinting. Beck tells himself to stay sharp right here. This terrain is an absolute nightmare for Blink. Every rock is a death sentence if he crashes. One mistake and he joins the 99% who died in the tutorial. The 1% who survived couldn't even chain their blinks. But our guy, absolute perfection, clean steps, flawless blinks. To the enemies, he looks like a complete monster. The boss sends mages ahead, sniping magic arrows from afar. Stage 2 is straight up dodgeball with Blink. Turns out keyboard practice doesn't buff his legs, but his mana condition kicks in, unlocking a sixth sense and pure cognitive acceleration. Perfect timing, he blinks right past arrows that get way too close for comfort, racing straight toward the tutorial's final boss stage. He needs to blink over a massive cliff to get rescued by passing mages. Sounds easy? Nope. The range must be flawless and canceling takes 1/10 of a second. The path is literally a bunch of floating stones. Blink too far, too short, or cancel late, bam, he falls straight to his death. Despite the insane difficulty, he knows he can nail it. The stones aren't the issue. It's the hunters closing in 100 meters behind. Blink's 3-second cooldown means it won't recharge fast enough. Bro spent way too much time sweating those stones. Now, only one option left, kill them to survive. Ducking behind a rock, a new problem hits him. He has never thrown a punch in his life, and now he has to fight these goons. You and I both know what usually happens here. In the game, the system banned attacking them, but this is reality. He can break all the rules. These guys are his parents' sworn enemies, and honestly, the thought of dropping them doesn't bother him at all. Actually, he is fully convinced he can pull this off. The mob charges the cliff, thinking he is totally suicidal for turning back. Beck readies his sword, checks the gap, and blinks instantly, cleanly impaling the very first guy. Warm blood drips down his hand, but he feels absolutely nothing, just pure survival instinct kicking in. Tossing the body into the crowd, he grabs a head start and sprints. The deadly game resets, then, just for a second, total eerie silence. He almost thinks they gave up, then boom, the sky lights up. Magic arrows rain down, spells locking right onto him. He has mere seconds to survive this mess. Spotting a branch, gamer instincts take over. He uses it to pivot, hits blink, and lets those arrows crash completely behind him. The ground explodes right where he stood, totally tricking them. The absolute best part of his skill, blink locks in his momentum before and after. So that explosion missed completely. Before the squad even realizes it, he is right in their faces. His blade draws blood, dropping another guy. Only 2 left, and he needs them dead before backup arrives. The mages are totally stunned, wondering what kind of demon they provoked, but Beck knows his exact limits. Even with god-tier gamer reflexes, he is not behind a keyboard anymore. He knows he can't just keep dodging forever at point-blank range. One mage smirks, convinced he figured out our hero's tactics. He dares him to attack, instantly unleashing a massive surge of ice spikes. Tearing straight at him, the guy thinks he finally won, but one single blink later, he gets a blade in his throat. The last man stares in terror. Watching Beck go from running like a coward to an absolute butcher, you can't even blame him, though. They basically became his live training dummies. Rocking a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, he blinks right at the guy. It's super reckless, but the mage thinks he has the counter ready. He expects Beck to jab with the spear up front, then swing the sword in from the side for a sneaky combo. The enemy snaps Beck's spear in half, bracing for that side attack, but it never comes. Instead, a blade goes straight through his chest. Trust me, you and I will definitely want to see what happens next. Let's dive right in. Turns out our guy didn't need tricks, just crazy precision to clear episode 1. He instantly bags EXP and a system message from the Constellation project, teasing bonus rewards for clearing it uniquely. Totally battered and exhausted, he just collapses to his knees. Shaking, he grabs his sword. One look at this absolute bloodbath and it finally hits him. This is no VR game. This nightmare, 100% real. First blink, first fight, first actual kill. His stomach is totally doing flips, but hey, it was either them or him. He stumbles up, dusts off the dirt, and plans his next move. Then it clicks. This is still Ether World, right? These dead mages gotta drop loot. A little gross, sure, but he digs around and scores almost 2 million won. Feeling hyped, he faces the tutorial's final boss, crossing this massive cliff. Suddenly, voices shout from the opposite edge. A mage squad. He instantly recognizes these guys from his old gaming days. Beck yells out that he's crossing over. The mages just share weird looks. One mutters that only third-class knights survive this, totally doubting some random kid can pull it off. But those doubts vanish when a bright flash lights up the gap. Boom, boom, the kid is literally blinking from rock to rock. The squad's jaws drop, thinking it's some high-tier jump magic, but a blue-haired girl calls it out. That's a blink spell, which makes this absolutely insane. Everyone knows blink is total RNG, basically rolling dice with your life, but somehow, our guy is controlling it perfectly. Suddenly, the leftover bandits rush the cliff edge. Seeing the ambush, a friendly mage fires off a massive beam, screaming for Bayek to dodge. He barely teleports to another rock before the spell hits. Looking back at the mercenary men, panic sets in. His blink has a brutal 3-second cooldown. Now pay attention, because 3 seconds is a lifetime when spells are everywhere. While his ally preps an attack, Beck scrambles for another foothold. But he's way too slow. A stray beam grazes his head, snipping his hair, and literally cracks the floating stone right beneath him. He drops 0 rocks nearby. Out of options, he blinks midair and just barely grabs a ledge. He sighs, but wait, another deadly spell is flying straight for his face. He totally thinks it's game over until a massive magic blast intercepts it, wiping it out midair. Beck just stares, totally stunned. That wasn't just basic magic, it was an ice spear packed with lightning, a flawless combo, 0 mana wasted, completely calculated. He's wondering what kind of absolute monster just saved him. Turns out, it's that same blue-haired girl from the squad. Even her own team looks totally mind-blown. Beck finally reaches the other side and makes the huge mistake of thanking her. Big yikes. She completely ice blocks him. Our boy dodged real death just to instantly die of embarrassment. Still, he can't deny her voice sounds amazing. Yeah, approaching her is totally impossible. But hey, at least he lost those village raiding bandits. They're just basic pawns for the dark demon cult anyway. Bandits can't cross into mage territory, so he's safe. Right then, the system drops episode 2, Objective, enroll in the famous Stella Academy. Reincarnation is awesome until you're forced back into high school. The mages let him hitch a ride, and pure exhaustion finally knocks him out cold. He dreams about promising his mom he'd become an epic mage. His folks literally saved for ages just to buy him one beat-up magic textbook. Knowing their massive struggle, his dream self swears he's gonna grind study sessions and make them super proud. But that innocent dream shatters instantly when he's diagnosed with mana leakage syndrome. Boom, then he jolts awake. He's honestly confused if that memory was Bak's or his own. Morning sunlight hits his face and turns out they've already reached Elzoa, Arcanium's famous satellite city. During a pit stop, he locks eyes with the blue-haired girl, only for her to aggressively look away. Savage. I know what you're thinking, medieval fantasy. Nope, the timeline here is super modern, so blending in will be a total breeze. Safe cities are packed with trains, airships, and even warp portals. They're actually heading straight to the docks to catch a massive airship toward Arcanium. That's the magic capital where the real plot finally kicks off. Magic towers, night orders, and 5 elite academies, all stuffed into one megacity. Naturally, our guy is heading straight for the top-tier school with the most overpowered wizards. Welcome to Stella Academy. It's packed with snobby nobles and absolute prodigies. Honestly, he has no clue how his character got accepted. He pops open his skill window. Turns out his sixth sense skill burns mental energy to track surrounding mana. The second it spots danger, it forcefully triggers cognitive acceleration. Ironically, he's only alive thanks to the exact curse that ruined his life. Monolithic constitution is a nightmare for most mages, but for Bayak. It cranks his senses to the max. It's basically a permanent radar that spots incoming attacks, even totally blindfolded, and that cognitive acceleration. Pure cheat code. If an attack is insanely fast, time basically moves in slow motion, giving him a split-second window to counter. Sixth sense rocks. But it's a huge, double-edged sword. He can't keep it up long because it absolutely devours his mental energy, leaving him heavily debuffed. Looking at his stats, he's actually pleasantly surprised. Normally, the game starts you with garbage senses, but his are way higher. Which means his old hardcore gaming progress actually carried over into this reality. See, in the ether world. Skills use levels, but stats are marked by stars. 9 stars is the max, though it's basically impossible, even after 10 straight years of hardcore grinding. His peak was 8 stars in strength and senses. Bumping up senses buffs his sixth sense and crazy reflexes, so he instantly upgrades it to 2 stars. The real nightmare, that mana-like constitution, if he doesn't quickly evolve this curse into a natural celestial constitution. He won't survive the next chapter. Enter Stella Academy. Trust me, you're gonna want to stick around to see how he uses their resources to cure this curse. Let's dive into this wild manhwa, guys. Going back to school isn't his dream, but he's gotta cure his condition. Suddenly, the system starts spamming missed notifications. But since they've hit the airship, he tables it for later. The second he steps aboard, bam, rich jerks immediately start roasting him for being a commoner, dragging down the academy's elite vibe. All Beck can do is sigh and completely ignore them. Turns out, petty school drama is totally universal. Getting ignored heavily triggers the bully, who charges forward screaming. But right then, heavy whispers start rippling through the entire crowd. Everyone, even the bully, completely freezes. They've spotted the Adali Kingdom's princess, Hong Ban. Bayak clocks her instantly. She's the absolute worst villainess of this entire world. She's a core character in the game, constantly beefing with the main heroine. And get this, she's locked into a tragic ending every single time, sometimes brutally murdered. Other times, she gets massively bullied and kicked out of school. In one specific route, she's so utterly disgraced she literally never shows her face in public again. Honestly, it feels like the devs had a huge personal vendetta against her, though obviously that never stopped the fanboys from totally worshipping her. I mean, she's drop-dead gorgeous, but her vibe is so freezing cold she'd probably end you just for breathing nearby. Suddenly, his stomach aggressively twists with hunger. But literally every snack here costs an arm and a leg. Thankfully, an announcement saves him. Arcanium in 10 minutes. Pure relief washes over him. The wait finally over. Now watch closely, things get crazy here. The real story is starting and he's ready to brawl. But ironically, that confidence instantly vanishes when terrifying monsters flash through his mind. The thought seriously eats at him. Surviving here takes way more than just guts. That's when he suddenly remembers that unread notification. It's a special reward from the Constellation Project. Boom, the system lays out all his options. Grab a nerfed version of an old skill or item, or just snag free XP. He instantly imagines legendary gear like returning light or flash glory. But wait, there's a massive catch. Higher ranks mean insanely harsher downgrades. He tries unlocking the hyperspace blink skill, but nope, completely unobtainable since it's an advanced evolution of forward blink. He could slightly tweak the base skill, but the system flashes a harsh warning. His narrative power is just way too low for that. That specific power only charges up when exploring the story's super secret paths. Ditching the flashy skills, he chooses something way more basic: warbler glasses. These sweet specs automatically record every single piece of knowledge he's uncovered. Etherworld never let players manually recall monster stats or hidden discoveries. So players literally crafted gadgets to save data. Our boy's glasses, his personal version of that exact trick, powered by mental energy, packing a seal function and a built-in archive folder. Beck cracks open the folder and finally breathes. Every piece of core info, right there. Thanks to these glasses, he can easily recover half the insane grind he originally sweat for. Suddenly, a blue-haired girl walks past, totally grabbing his attention. The crowd goes wild. It's Assel, eldest daughter of Duke Morph, the dude officially branded as a massive traitor. His slick new glasses reveal she's actually a fake heroine packing ice lightning magic. You see, Etherworld bases its whole plot on the novel Don't Love the Unfortunate Princess. The original book follows Assel, whose life completely shatters after her family's epic downfall, forcing her into magic school. There, she wastes her youth constantly dodging toxic plots from her rival, Hong Ban. Eventually, she completely scraps her whole revenge plan. Teams up with the male lead and basically hides behind his protection. Fans absolutely hated that, leaving the novel with a super bitter, tragic ending. I know what you're thinking, where's the twist, right? Well, the game introduces Flame, taking over as the actual true heroine over Assel. Flame was literally just a normal modern girl who loved the novel way too much and got wildly reincarnated right into Assel's crazy universe. So in-game, Flame completely pops off as the real heroine, tossing Assel aside as a total fake. The wildest tragedy, Assel literally dies in every single possible storyline. No matter how hard players sweat to save her, game over. As she passes by, Beck freezes up. Man, she looks super familiar. Still, he shakes it off and keeps moving. Pretty soon, he officially hits Stella Academy. Up front, the welcoming instructor drops a hardcore crash course about their ultimate enemy. Demonic mages who have fully embraced the dark hidden realm. These guys are scheming to absolutely wreck the magic world by ripping open persona gates and super ancient dungeons. His speech wraps up super seriously. It's on them as mages to fight back. Next up, they drag 4 top-tier rookies and the freshmen rep up to the podium for the big oath ceremony. But the absolute show stealer here is Mao, the #1 scoring freshman rep. Just looking at this dude literally screams pure supremacy. 9 whole stars in mana, rocking god tier talent. There is literally not a single magic element in existence that this absolute genius can't flex. Beck figures even if he misses the true ending, dragging Yang to the good side might dodge a total disaster. The only problem, that whole plan relies 100% on Flame. If she's really from his world, teaming up could totally rig things in his favor. But man, that could instantly backfire if she decides he's a giant threat instead. Lucky for him, he's playing this super safe. He knows the whole plot. Flame got reincarnated into her favorite novel, but she has zero clue he's playing the exact same game. Right now, Beck is basically a background NPC, while this true heroine is practically a god who can casually purify demonic mages. Plus, she passively drains the energy of everyone around her. Obviously, our boy would get totally wrecked too. Thank God his only job is supporting the main cast from the sidelines, safely out of range. With that epic finish, the ceremony wraps up. Our boy Black might feel totally weird going back to high school after hitting university age. But his shiny new Stella pocket watch gives him major comfort. Just flashing this thing casually commands way more respect than most standard Magic Warrior licenses, proving he's in the most prestigious academy around. He smoothly pockets the watch, literally shaking with pure hype. Professor Lee Hanwal drones on about exam rules, but Bank spaces out completely. His brain is completely hyper-focused on the upcoming class organization test. Basically, the first massive slice of academy torture they drop on newbies, right after surviving that absolutely brutal entrance exam. This crazy test sorts everyone from F straight up to based on their scores, S-class being top tier, and naturally, all the game's overpowered playable characters easily lock down S-class. So what do you and I think happens to our boy who scored dead last? Bake is totally clueless, but hey, he's accepted. Stick around, it's gonna be a wild ride. Let's dive right into this wild academy. The worst case is F-class, even turning in a blank paper. Meanwhile, Yang finished his test ages ago and just sits there completely bored. Classic him. Born into the greatest mage family with insane talent, life is super easy. That also makes him ridiculously irresistible to demonic mages. Only the heroine can stop that. Seeing his blank test next to Yang, a crazy idea hits him. His warbler glasses might actually help. But the second he pulls them out, the proctor snatches them. That is exactly what happens when you totally zone out during the rules. Now he is in massive trouble. Catching magic on those means getting expelled on day one, and to make things even worse. The system decides this is the exact perfect moment to ping him about retrieving the glasses. Beck totally panics, praying the system stops trying to be so helpful. Luckily, the professor hands them right back since zero mana is radiating off them. He has never been so incredibly thankful for the devs nerfing his gear. If those glasses actually worked properly, the mana would have totally busted him. Once the proctor looks away, he slips them on an absolute jackpot. They show him literally every answer. His confidence shoots through the roof, already dreaming about hitting a class. He cheers mentally like a total boss, but only finishes 3 questions before time runs out. Yeah, poor dude is stuck in F-class forever. Now pay close attention here because things get wild. The examiner spots Beck solving an absolutely impossible question. He instantly snatches the glasses back and calls Dr. Gran for a hardcore inspection. The doctor. The magic engineering professor checks the glasses super thoroughly. But guess what? Absolutely zero magical essence is found in them or his other gear. He totally concludes that Beck solved it with pure brainpower and actually praises him. Hanwell drops an apology, leaving Beck feeling pretty darn guilty about his massive cheat session. He completely knows he would have been busted if those glasses were fully active. Surprisingly, Lux actually takes a personal liking to the guy. Fast forward to tomorrow, Hanwell and Gran are sweating over exams in the office. Professor Edelman from the Elder Council suddenly strolls in, totally hyped about this year's insane roster. You have got Hong from Adele, basically the top-tier fire magic family in the Flame Kingdom. And then there is Jeremy from the Scarleton Empire. Crowned heir at just 12 since his insane magic skills completely left his older brothers in the dust. Then there is Wan Ryong, a crazy strong candidate coming straight from the legendary Full Moon Tower. He is next in line to inherit the master's entire legacy. With all these absolutely overpowered students, the academy had to drop a totally new and brutal placement assessment. The first 3 questions alone were absolutely brutal. They covered insane stuff old textbooks never even mentioned. The whole point of these brutal starters was to test their flexibility, seeing who would just move on without wasting precious time. Plus, the academy wanted to see how they handled completely unfamiliar problems. Yeah, the good old days of just memorizing massive textbooks are officially dead and gone. Students have to think incredibly fast and get super creative to survive in this new era, but honestly, even so. Those 3 questions were literally designed to be unsolvable. Thousands just skipped them, and out of the brave 100 who tried, almost nobody got a single one right. The only ones who nailed all 3 were Mao, an epic prodigy with a mysterious past, and Flame, a commoner so ridiculously talented that the principal personally endorsed her. Then there is the random third guy, Beck. Those first 2 prodigies totally made sense. You and I know he cheated, but Beck acing only the hardest questions left the professors entirely mind-blown. Seeing Hanwell stressing hard, Edelman argues these questions are not just about raw math. She bets Beck is not some secret genius, just insanely lucky, digging through his admission papers. They find out he literally only got accepted because of his crazy blink skill control, right then and there. Hanwell decides it is time to see if this kid is a legendary talent or just a massive fluke. By the next morning, results hit the board and huge crowds immediately swarm it. Everyone is freaking out over family expectations. But Beck, he is just super annoyed he has to walk up and check a board instead of just clicking a menu in the game. As kids spot him, nasty whispers spread, totally questioning the Academy's low admission standards. Totally unbothered, he checks the F-class list, but his name is missing. Beck starts raging, thinking he failed completely, until he hears kids trash-talking him and crying over the crazy results. One look at the actual board leaves him completely stunned. S-class is for the ultimate elites, and somehow his name is glowing right there, while other classes are split up. Class S is just one massive block of 41 absolute elites. Beck just stares at his name. Totally convinced the school's screwed up, or fate is just fast-tracking him to a very early grave. So much for chilling as a completely invisible background character. Now he is forcefully stuck with maniacs who trigger literally every death flag in the plot. His best survival plan, just blend into the walls. Meanwhile, as Beck zones out. Hong is out here living her own villain origin story, getting brutally scolded for messing up her placement test. Her furious mother, Hongya, is literally the Academy's terrifying fire element professor, banished from her own kingdom and forced into what she thinks is a super lowly teaching gig. She constantly vents her toxic bitterness onto her daughter, basically calling her straight-up trash. She screams at her not to fail like her sister. Hong just answers obediently but honestly. She has zero clue why her mom torments her when she follows every single rule. Back to Beck in class, completely baffled at how he got stuck with these total weirdos. Making friends is not even remotely on his survival list, but judging by all those nasty whispers. One thing is absolutely guaranteed, he is a total outcast now. Classes reshuffle after every single exam, with promotions and demotions dropping based on raw scores. Class S plays by those rules too, but nobody has ever dropped out. Beck does remember one insane student who actually climbed up into Class S, though. And he totally plans on tracking him down. It is completely surreal for him watching these pixelated game characters breathing in real life. Most of them become legendary icons. Some, like Maung, will eventually turn evil, something only Flame can stop. So stick with me, because watching Beck survive this is pure gold. Silence falls as Lee Hanwell enters. Alright, you and I are about to jump into something crazy. The new S-class teacher, a legendary hunter of dark mages who literally wastes no words. Explaining their goal, 3 brutal years to break them down and rebuild them into ultimate combat mages. Just before class starts, Hong Ban walks right in. Beck is totally stunned. She's the last person to be late. Peeking through his warbler glasses, he catches a brutal spoiler: she is fated to die. Taken out by both the fake and the real heroine. A classic villain ending. He totally wants to save everyone eventually, but dude can barely save himself right now. He decides keeping his distance is the smartest play. Well, that genius plan lasts exactly 10 seconds before she plops down right next to him. One look into her eyes and he knows he's completely doomed. Suddenly, Professor Hanwell announces it is time for the epic joint staff succession. Teaming up Class S and AR Boy instantly gets hyped. See, the Academy has 2 massive events, the familiar contract and the staff succession. But the staff succession, that is the real deal, showing off the absolute best talent. Moments later, the ceremony kicks off. Professor Hanwell tells the students to step right up and grab any staff they want, from basic to top tier. But choose wisely, because swapping later is a massive headache. Honestly though, the choice does not matter at all. Nobody actually picks a weapon here. The magic staff is the one that picks its rightful master. It naturally resonates with the chosen one, not the reverse. Black hesitates, staring hard at the rows of glowing magic staffs. In the original plot, he was supposed to be stuck in Class F. Now he's with the S-class elites, forced to grab something way out of his league. Thinking it over, he decides on a wand, basically a mini staff. These are perfect for knight-type magic warriors who are all about insane speed and pinpoint accuracy. While full staffs are for bishop-type mages dropping massive, time-consuming heavy spells. Suddenly, whispers start echoing all through the crowd. Apparently, half the room is betting Bayak won't resonate with anything at all. They think he's a total fluke who accidentally snuck into S-class. Now watch this, just when things couldn't get more cliché, a generic academy bully stomps right up to trash talk him, without even knowing his name. Beck tells him to get lost, and the dude completely loses his mind. Bayak flips on his warbler glasses, turns out just the crown prince's errand boy. Trying to flex, the guy brags he is going to claim Edmore Eddy. That is a legendary top-tier staff that even pro mages can barely handle. Even the best students usually get stuck with low-grade gear. There is one upper intermediate staff sitting around, but it is basically a museum relic meant for display. The professor gives the green light, and most of the fancy nobles end up pairing off with decent, intermediate-grade staffs. Hong Ban naturally grabs one too, seeing this. The arrogant bully rushes for the upper intermediate staff, but boom, it violently rejects him, tossing him across the room. That instantly crushes everyone's confidence and they all back down. Everyone backs off except Mong, who silently steps forward. As Yang grips the wand, the entire room goes dead silent. They expect another huge disaster, but the staff totally accepts him. Beck figured as much. It perfectly fits his absolute mythic status. What totally throws him off is the guy suddenly flashing an insane smile right at him. Now, only the final upper intermediate staff is left. Tyrion Bake silently prays Flame picks it, pushing her straight toward Yang. If she chooses wrong, the entire ending he is desperately trying to save gets completely ruined. His face lights up when Flame walks straight toward Tyrion. If she actually claims it, Yang will definitely start paying attention to her. But his hype instantly dies when she strolls right past the legendary weapon. Dumbfounded, Bike wonders if she even knows Terry Fawn exists. Maybe the novel didn't give her enough clues. Still, he is terrified. As the heroine, she can literally resonate with anything, even the absolute weakest junk. That would completely wreck the plot. No way he lets her ruin the storyline. He blinks right over, naturally scaring her half to death. He casually asks which staff she wants. Sadly, his charm totally flops. Her freezing reply reminds him exactly why he completely avoids talking to girls. She coldly cuts him off, snapping to mind his business before walking away. Something feels super off. In the original novel, Flame was a total sweetheart who vibed with literally everyone, nobles and peasants. Beck tries once more, but gets another brutal shutdown. Beck chuckles nervously, begging her to just give Taron a chance. He points at the staff, then boom, crackle, flash. Before he can even blink, the legendary staff is in his hand. You saw that too, right? Not even a week at Stella Academy, and he has already committed absolute treason against the original storyline. Afterwards, the whole academy is going crazy over the two kids who grabbed top-tier staffs. That has only happened 5 times in the school's entire history. All the gossip is focused on one guy, the dude who passed the magic test using just blink, a spell so basic it is basically a meme. Flame gets sick of the rumors and escapes to the study hall, sitting in dead silence, surrounded by giant bookshelves. She finally processes everything. Her brain keeps flashing back to him. She is absolutely positive she read the original novel 3 times before ending up in this world. But get this, not once did she ever read about a guy named Becusal. Even weirder, nobody in the novel ever resonated with the staff Taron. Never. The fact that Becusal grabbed it like it was nothing sends literal chills down her spine. This guy completely breaks the story's script. And honestly, that totally terrifies her. Suddenly, some classmates wander into the study hall, snapping her right out of it. Flame greets them super sweet, a total 180 from how she treated Bayak. She calls them kids, getting weird looks since they are the same age. Awkwardly, she blames habit. Sibling habits, she claims, inwardly cringing at sounding like a total mom. Her gaze shifts to a redhead named Jackie. So what do you and I take from this? The real Jackie is way prettier than the novel described. Let's jump into the madness. This girl is straight up copying Flame's whole look. After chatting, Flame bails, completely exhausted by all these overly energetic girls. Totally zoned out, she walks smack into a wall and then right into Crown Prince Han Ryong. Seeing her completely dazed, he stops and they share this super quick. Polite little chat, they compliment each other's chill vibes, but right before leaving, he pats her shoulder and for a split second, they lock eyes in totally flirtatious silence. When Flame turns around, boom, she catches Jackie peeking from behind a pillar, totally spying. Super awkward, right? Flame gives her this tiny, hesitant wave. but Jackie just ignores it, slipping away into the hallway like nothing even happened. Shrugging it off, Flame panics. She's running super late for her review session, the exact same one Easel and Hong Bayan are hitting up. Just like the original novel, she steps inside and gets super hyped seeing all the familiar faces. The guy running it, Class A's very own Kyle, is looking totally panicked. I mean, this session was supposed to be for struggling students, not the top-tier Class S elites crashing the party. And guess what? Mong, the actual male lead, is here too. Plus, he is intensely staring at just one specific person. She follows his gaze right over to Bakual. Honestly, this dude has been acting sketchy from day one. He only answered those 3 insanely hard demonic questions. Like questions no normal student would ever touch, yet he landed in Class S because of them, almost like he planned the whole thing. Meanwhile, Beck is sweating bullets sitting next to the Academy's golden boy. Yang casually asks why a genius like him is taking remedial classes, totally fishing for secrets. But the truth, painfully simple, Beck actually needs help. His grades are absolute trash. Still, he has no idea why this star student keeps flashing that blindingly bright smile like they're besties. The awkwardness finally snaps when Kyle kicks off the session. Jumping right into those 3 infamous placement questions. Kyle wanted to flex on the lower nobles, but never expected all these Class S monsters to show up. Then Kyle spots Bayak in the crowd. Oh yeah, he remembers this guy scored dead last. Wanting to show off, Kyle starts aggressively explaining his solution. Yuzong leans in close, asking our boy if Kyle's math is actually right. Naturally, Beck has literally zero clue. He only passed by cheating with his special glasses. He nervously mumbles that he isn't totally sure. But he speaks way too loud, grabbing the whole room's attention. Suddenly, everyone's arguing if Yu Yang's comment was actually a dig at Kyle's answer. This gives Kyle the perfect excuse to put Bae on the spot. Without hesitating, he tells Beck to explain it, completely expecting him to totally choke. Now watch closely, Beck knows this is a setup. Esong definitely did this to test him. Backed into a corner, he decides to just face it. The question is completely insane, something about a mage making the earth cry 2 stones. But get this, the actual logic. It is ridiculously basic. Tears fall from 2 eyes. Boom. Kyle just threw random math formulas at the board and got super lucky. But Bake knows fake math won't save you if the question changes. So, instead of going along with Kyle's absolute nonsense on the board, he flips the entire script. He asks what happens if it is about the sea or wind. Then calmly, he drops the real logic on everyone. Flame just watches, super amused, while every student frantically scribbles down notes. She remembers that in the original novel's plotline, Easel and Hong Bayan were supposed to be brawling right now. Instead, they are completely mesmerized by Bayak's genius. Fast forward to evening and Beck is chilling with Mao. They wave goodbye like classic bros, and then it hits him, wait, he was supposed to be avoiding this guy at all costs. This whole mess started with that crazy staff Tyrion. He cannot even use the thing, but it got Yang's attention. He still has zero idea how he activated it. Walking down the hall, he spots Hung Yan waiting for him. He tries to sneak by like a ninja, completely avoiding her. No luck, she brings up the review question, asking why he didn't explain it better. I mean, the question was literally a pun. Using logic was a huge waste. He just shrugs, claiming he had nothing else to add, but Hong Bayan is definitely not finished. She literally asks him to tutor her and offers cold hard cash. Getting paid to solve goofy riddle questions sounds completely absurd, but she is dead serious. He lightly roasts her, asking if a top student feels weird begging for help from a guy who failed everything except those exact 3 questions. She shoots back that it is way more embarrassing to fail a question and still not understand it after the test is over. His jaw drops when she reveals only 3 students got them all right this year, and he is one of them. Those questions were literal traps, yet somehow he, Flame, and Yuseng cracked the code. He didn't even know they were supposed to be totally impossible. You see it too, right? Everything finally clicks. He hit Class S purely from those traps. No wonder Flame has been so suspicious of him. She knows the original novel inside out. Even if she missed the game updates, her knowledge of this world is top tier. She totally knew about those traps. And since answering them tossed him right in with the main characters, he looks like a massive glitch to her. Noticing his grumpy face, Hong Bian reminds him about the tutoring deal. In exchange, he casually asks her to reforge his staff into a literal magic sword. Super weird request, honestly, but since she comes from a legendary royal blacksmith family in the Adalavate kingdom, it shouldn't be a huge deal. But the request totally stuns her. Magic swords are super outdated, basically used by scrub mercenaries who cannot cast basic spells. Beck keeps his little secret hidden that he literally cannot use magic. He just calls it personal style. She hesitates but finally says yes. She had zero choice, and that's where we leave it. Our boy holds the cards, already knowing her biggest weakness, rigid magic with zero creativity. Let's dive into a magic school plot you and I will absolutely love. Normally, her rigid textbook spellcasting gets crushed by Flame in year 2, but Beak steps in to help early. And how exactly does he help the mighty, perfectionist genius Hong Bian? By teaching her something incredibly dumb, the absolute peak art of human puns. He throws out a super easy pun about a tree fitting right inside your hand. Hong Bian just stares blankly, completely overthinking the joke. He reveals the punchline is a palm tree. Get it? She glares at him like he totally insulted her massive brain, right before she absolutely explodes. He jumps in, he explains those tricky questions she failed weren't about logic. They actually required raw creativity, something you cannot just memorize from a textbook. He drops some wisdom. Sure, spells matter, but what makes a true mage is noticing details. One tiny shift in how you see things unlocks insane growth. Her issue isn't being dumb, it's just her rigid perspective. She takes everything literally, totally trapped by the rules, leaving zero room for creative thinking. His words hit way harder than expected, and her face gets super serious. Beak panics a bit, wondering if he crossed a line, and awkwardly checks if she understands. She actually nods. This totally stresses him out because even he has zero clue what he just mumbled. He keeps throwing more puns her way, praying she finally gets it. Absolutely no luck. Seeing her literally steaming like a kettle, he tosses out a super easy joke about seagull grades, silently praying to the heavens she nails it. And boom, she actually does. Her eyes completely light up as she blurts out the correct answer, dropping a beautifully bright, genuine smile right on her face. It hits him completely out of nowhere. He has never seen this girl smile like that, not once in the original game, and definitely never in real life. 3 incredibly draining hours later, he finally stumbles out of the academy. He seriously cannot believe she bought his absolute nonsense. Yeah, she is a genius mage. But when it comes to thinking outside the box, she is literally locked inside it. Suddenly, a heavy wave of guilt smacks him right in the face. He totally manipulated her flaw just to get his staff upgraded into a magic sword. Whatever, he desperately needed it, and what is done is done. He wanders down the street, scanning the area for a bookstore to grab his class materials, eventually spotting one. Stepping inside, he instantly notices how ridiculously rundown and sketchy the place looks. Thanks to the game, he knows the owner fakes sleeping while totally spying on every customer through half-closed eyes. Now watch closely. The only reason he's at this sketchy spot, it holds Maella's notebook, an absolute legendary item from a top Stella Academy grad 10 years ago. In the game, you literally just click to get it. Now he actually has to buy textbooks. Turns out, grabbing different books completely alters his academy grades. After blowing cash at fancy shops, he finally figured out these dusty back alley spots hold the real treasure. Maella's notebook basically guarantees an absolute perfect score for anyone studying magic tech. His glasses are fine for just passing, but this legendary book packs hidden tricks definitely worth knowing. He spots the prize and reaches out, only to completely bump hands with someone else trying to snag the exact same copy. It's Easel, she greets him, saying she remembers him from the review session. He's honestly just wondering if she completely forgot about their whole crazy cliff fiasco. She praises his debate skills from the review, admitting she totally wished he had explained everything since she struggled with a couple of the hard questions. As she turns around, he breathes a massive sigh of relief that she didn't steal his notebook. Then he catches her checking textbook prices and literally exhaling in pure relief. And boom, it clicks. This dump mostly sells used textbooks. Literally nobody shops here unless they are completely broke and desperate. Easel lost everything when her family fell apart, leaving her completely broke just like him. Her dad was a literal duke before dark mages took him out. Beak feels awful when he remembers her incredibly tragic ending in the original plot. Plus, Flame has completely stolen her spot as a main character in this game world. That means Easel's tragic downfall is speeding up. They bump into each other again at the checkout counter, and he catches her eyeing his massive stack of books. He swallows a sarcastic remark and just calls his book choices interesting. Then she spots one very specific title in his pile. Advanced Sealing Theory. She asks why he would pick such an outdated, useless subject. She points out that sealing magic needs physical mediums to even work, making it totally useless with modern magic tech. You and I know she thinks he's clueless, but Beak is playing chess while she plays checkers. That's exactly why he picked it. Nobody takes this class, giving him an incredibly easy path to top grades. The very next day, Easel heads straight into her morning class, the highly anticipated study of the void. She picked it totally expecting an easy grade, but the second she opens the door, absolute shock. The room is packed wall-to-wall with hundreds of desperate students. Even the absolute top-tier elites are sitting right there. Apparently, she wasn't the only genius trying to cheat the system today. Stuck with zero options, she decides to grind hard on her other subjects. Leaving class, she walks toward the cafeteria, completely stressing over how disastrous her term might actually become. Snagging a scholarship would be literally impossible. Checking her sad balance, she only has 60 meal tickets for the entire term. The poor girl is stuck eating dry bread just to survive. Walking past a classroom window, she suddenly spots our guy Beak sitting casually inside. He actually enrolled in Lunar God Studies, a total ghost town class filled with absolute slackers, and then it completely hits her if she takes this exact course. She barely has to study to pull a fantastic grade. That frees up massive hours to crush her harder subjects and finally secure that scholarship. For a second, she wonders if he somehow predicted this or just had an insanely genius schedule strategy, but she shakes it off, brushing the whole thing off as pure coincidence. Inside, Professor Raiden is totally droning on about the White Mage, some ancient dude who gave magic to the world, teaching nature to elves and material magic to the dwarves, and elemental magic to humans before blasting off to the heavens. Back in the game, you could totally skip this boring lecture with one quick button press. But right now, Beak is trapped suffering through endless mythology rants. Still, he knows these tiny details are massive if he wants to unlock his perfect ending. Out of nowhere, he spots Easel sitting right next to him. And trust me, you and I know that in the original game, none of the main characters ever stepped foot in here. Let's jump straight into this crazy world. The lecture explains how greedy human mages actually stole magic from elves and dwarves. This insane power grab only stopped when the first mage totally vanished, leaving exactly 12 lunar gods behind to keep the world balanced. When Raiden asks the class about them, Issel answers first. Raiden goes on to explain that every single lunar god rocks a totally unique world-protecting power. He mentions the sixth moon of the Red Summer, who controls red flames that literally never die. Seriously, they are still burning deep down in the Alamanca Deep right now. Raiden tells the class to go check it out, and Beck thinks the guy is insane. The Sea King rules that spot and nobody leaves alive. Then they cover Levian's coast, a massive whirlpool frozen solid by the 12th moon. Rumor has it, if all 12 guardians actually meet up, something absolutely legendary goes down. Obviously, nobody knows what that is since they have been sleeping for 1,000 years. Beck remembers he only ever tracked down 5 of these gods through super rare events. No player ever found more. And he just knows these 12 are totally linked to the game's true ending, since nobody has beaten it in 10 years. Now pay close attention, the answer has to be locked behind unreleased content. Beck risked his actual life finding 5 gods, and he knows he has to risk it all again here. There is literally no other way. Meanwhile, Professor Hong Yella is aggressively reminding her class that landing your shot matters way more than flashy fireballs. Missing a spell means you just wasted your mana. She literally shows them that all that hype power means nothing if you completely miss. One student steps up to flex her skills, launching a fire blast at a dummy, but it totally misses. It is Hong Bayan, always desperately trying to impress her super strict mom, but classic her, she totally fails again, after class. She sits all alone, just drowning in self-pity over disappointing her mom again. Then Arshuan, a total fire genius, spots her and drops some kind words. Even though Bayan is nowhere near Arshuan's level, that sweet little pep talk totally makes her day. They part ways and Hongyan heads straight home to her loyal bodyguard Yedin. She grabs her favorite tea and candy while he gives an update on that custom-modified staff. The quality is so insane it will become a top-tier magic sword, but there is a catch. The crazy staff constantly tries to drink all its users' mana. That screams dark magic, but it actually resonates with pure natural energy. Hong Bayan initially calls it totally useless trash, but Yedin explains its hidden potential. It used to be advanced tier, giving a massive magical power boost. But it got nerfed to upper intermediate, because just holding the thing drains your mana completely. She pictures the brutal strain on any student trying to use it, feeling incredibly lucky she dodged that bullet. Controlling a weapon like this requires an absolutely massive mana pool, or literally zero. She brushes it off, not her problem. Days later, Beck and Issel are in mana trajectory class. Finding out attack magic is all about crazy precision. Professor Keim says this class is for hardcore professional combat, training them to hit exactly what they aim at. He throws a horribly brutal water spell math problem on the board. Everyone is completely lost, while Beck is just sitting there yawning out of his mind. The professor suddenly locks eyes with him and drags him up to solve it. Beck literally simplifies the whole formula in seconds, leaving the professor absolutely fangirling over him. Homework dropped, class over. And the second they step outside, Issel immediately corners him. You saw that too, right? She definitely noticed his totally average grades just do not match his massive brain. The way he handled that problem was way above a normal student, basically professor-level genius stuff. He makes other prodigies look like total noobs. Intrigued, she asks about his next class. Beck gets spooked and just throws out some childish banter. Issel confesses she actually stalked his courses. Every single one is a lazy, easy class. She begs to know his galaxy brain strategy, but he just calls it a total coincidence and walks away. Not letting him leave, she chases him down. Annoyed, he stops and asks why she doesn't just copy his schedule if she already checked it out. But she refuses, scared she might ruin his grades. Instead, she sweetly asks for just one easy class recommendation. She hits him with the ultimate sparkly, cute smile, but Beck is immune. Good thing she brought a backup plan. She knows literally every broke kid at this academy will sell out for some high-value loot. The second she drops a hint about the ghost of the 7th tower, he is hooked. Those cursed ruins are strictly off-limits, but Beck shuts her right down. He knows exactly what this means. This is not some spooky myth, it is a major quest trigger. Getting that info is a massive relationship boost for the male lead, and since Issel is literally the main heroine, game logic absolutely still applies here. He shuts her down fast, refusing to let prime story material be wasted on a random guy like him instead of the main lead. Playing dumb about ghost stories, he promises to just give her the class info for free. That little gesture alone was enough to break him. He drops a class called Meditation into the abyss, making Issel think he loves spiritual hippie stuff, but Beck explains that his cool mentor, a bishop-tier mage, actually multiplied his power using pure meditation. It is a hidden world secret that meditation is absolutely mandatory for bishop mages to control massive area attacks. Leveling up the heart that pumps mana is where true god-tier mastery begins. Being a hopeless simp for her charm, Beck just leaked a massive secret. That's where we leave it for now. Trust me, you'll want to see what this duo does next. Stick with me here. He's sweating a bit, realizing his tips for Easel might totally derail the original plotline. But hey, ignoring Easel meant game over for her. Now, he just has to pray her new meditation actually keeps her breathing. Then bam, a massive reality check hits him. He's a mage too, so why isn't he grinding? He remembers his old game runs. Back then, Beak Usial just spammed buttons to awaken the mana-like constitution and break his limits. But now, button mashing won't save him. Dude actually has to sweat for it. Since farming easy EXP isn't an option right now, it is the absolute perfect time to train hard. Crazy enough, he's actually thankful to Easel. Without even trying, she totally sparked his motivation after a crazy long day. He drags himself to the massive academy dorms where everyone crashes. In the game, this was just cosmetic room customization, but right now, it's his only real sanctuary, especially since his avatar's actual hometown got completely roasted to ashes. The dorms look identical, but the academy's brutal class system rules everything. Class S elites, they get top-floor luxury private suites all to themselves. Super lonely at first, but honestly perfect for meditating. He reminds himself this isn't a screen anymore. He's breathing inside this crazy universe. He has to master his avatar's insanely broken traits. Originally, his character was a pure genius who weaponized the mana leak condition. A lethal flaw causing endless mana circulation until you explode. He wasn't the main hero, but he absolutely perfected the way of the sword. Now that legendary path is his to walk, but failing means actual death, zero respawns. His whole mana flow relies purely on his breathing. Every single inhale channels his energy, controlling the raw power surging through his veins. There are no magical EXP shortcuts here. You only level up by grinding. He shuts his eyes, focusing. Soon, powerful energy finally radiates from within. Watch closely because this is how he survived in-game, taking that wildly unstable manalite trait and forging it into pure, raw strength. The grind pays off, his constitution and blink skill level up. Step by step, he's inching toward the true ending. Next morning, Stella Academy's elites group up under a massive, shimmering dome, a literal subspace that totally bends reality. Wind, grass, and sunlight here, all controlled magic. This epic dome hosts everything from sports tourneys to extreme high-risk training with real dungeons and deadly monsters. Today, 141 students are lined up, 100 from Class A. And the rest, Class S elites. Originally, Class S only held 39 geniuses, but now they're sitting at 41. Flame knows she's a special addition, but that one extra student seriously bugs her. It confirms one thing: Beak Usial is no random glitch. He was definitely in the original script. Realizing this, she vows to expose his true role, totally cocky that she alone knows the real plot. Scanning the massive dome, she spots Crown Prince Jeremy, looking charming as hell and mobbed by hardcore fans. She knows his true colors: a toxic, possessive male lead obsessed with easel, destined for a tragic end. Flame totally sees right through his fake smile. Behind that perfect smile hides a cunning prince. Their eyes lock, he waves, and boom, she instantly falls for him. For a split second, she totally gets why everyone swoons over him. No wonder his royal faction absolutely dominates the entire academy food chain. The moment breaks when Professor Hanwal steps up, demanding silence. He announces a pop assessment, proving he runs the show his way. Got complaints? Keep them shut. He reminds everyone that professors can tank your semester scores instantly. Drop below that passing line, and you're kicked out of school forever. Warning delivered. He drops the hardcore rules. It's a real-deal dungeon simulation packed with nasty traps. Smashing a level 1 monster scores you 4 points. Level 2s give 8, and grabbing a point stick, huge 20-point bonus. Top 5 get epic rewards. But hitting 0 means massive deductions and instant disqualification. Teams are allowed, but points get perfectly split between everyone. I know what you're thinking: sabotage a classmate and you steal their entire score. Pure chaos. Wishing them luck, Hanwal vanishes. The ground shakes wildly, sending everyone into a total panic as the entire map just shifts. Boom, they teleport to a giant grassy field. Flame instantly recognizes it, the Jack and the Beanstalk stage, when Jackie begs to party up. Flame hesitates, but sharing points is a huge nerf. She flashes a polite smile and shuts her down. Jackie plays it cool, but the sarcasm is dripping. Flame just smiles, promising a future team-up, yet she totally notices Jackie creepily copying her exact moves. An hour in, stamina is dropping fast. Suddenly, bam, the dirt explodes and a freakishly huge plant attacks her. Instinct kicks in, she blocks and dashes back to safety. It's a harsh reminder the map itself wants her dead. Monsters aren't her only problem. Checking her score, she frowns. Just 18 points, barely 1 point stick. Going try-hard mode, she sprints forward, suddenly spotting a shadowy figure sneaking around. Wait, not a monster, that's a student. Their stealth is seriously next level. Flexing her own cloaking spell, she inches closer, totally ready to unleash her character's signature sneak attack. But getting closer, she realizes it's Beak Yusial. Just like her, the dude went lone wolf and brutally rejected every single team invite. She locks onto his point stick. Trust me, you and I both know she's totally about to sabotage him. A perfect test. Stick with me here. She maps out the perfect striking distance, charges her staff, and blasts a light bullet directly at him. The spell rips by, barely grazing his shoulder before he blinks forward, totally untouched. Flame drops her jaw. Completely baffled, he dodged a top-tier attack from point-blank range. Meanwhile, Beck is wondering if this crazy girl literally just tried to off him. Honestly, she might have succeeded if he hadn't already leveled up his mana leak constitution. His recent grind totally paid off. Now he can chain 2 blinks back to back, 0 plans to fight. So he makes some serious distance. His goal right now, lock down 5th place in the trial. That rank scores him an Etch Root, a crazy rare item boosting stamina and strength. He only needs 3 more point sticks. But before stepping up, some students block his path, acting like a totally cliché bully squad. Beck spots the leader right away. Raiden, Jeremy's errand boy, alongside some completely useless lackey. He would literally ignore them, except this errand boy has 3 point sticks dangling right there. So Raiden, an absolute reject who got into Class S by pure luck, starts trash-talking Beck's placement test scores. When he smugly demands Beck's point stick, a simple no is enough to make him snap. Beck quickly runs the math in his head. 1 basic blink will not win this fight. Now watch this genius move. He fakes a surrender, holding out his stick to Raiden, who completely falls for the bait. Right as Raiden grabs for it, Beck blinks forward, smacks him, and swipes one of his sticks, before anyone even realizes what went down. He pops his second blink, warping to a super safe distance. These point sticks resist all magic, so spells cannot actually break them, making them the ultimate makeshift weapons for our guy. Raiden screams for an attack, but wait. The ground shakes like crazy, giving Beck the perfect opening to dip. Spotting him, the boys start blasting spells his way. These guys have serious talent, but Beck just blinks away like nothing. They literally cannot track him. Way too fast, way too pro. His intense grinding makes rough terrain feel flat. Suddenly, the ground shifts, throwing everyone off balance. Raiden screams at them to chill and let it settle. He is just about to warn them about spell rebounds when Beck suddenly spawns right in his face, and their own magic blasts right back into them. Amid the chaos, our boy swipes another stick from Raiden and flashes a totally smug grin. They scream at him to drop it, but he just wags a finger and blinks away, catching his breath in safety. He is honestly feeling pretty hyped about pulling off such a slick move. Absolute jackpot right here. He knows this fight would be way worse outside the dungeon, but then his gut screams danger. He turns around and boom, a massive fireball is flying straight at his face. He dodges just in time. The fireball smashes into the dirt, rocking the whole area, still trying to catch his breath. Hong suddenly pops up, asking why he did not just grab the 3rd stick too. He immediately goes on high alert, and then it all clicks. She totally planned to let him do the heavy lifting, then steal the loot. Remembering his old lesson, he realizes she is getting payback in the absolute worst way. When he tells her to be ashamed, she just stands tall. Claiming royalty cannot rob a commoner randomly. To be fair, she wants him to attack first. Beck asks if bullying the weak is considered fair play. She totally scoffs at the word weak, bringing up how he absolutely wrecked those boys earlier. She admits she was camping nearby. I know what you're thinking, snaky, right? She was waiting to third-party them, but definitely didn't expect Beck to completely bully the bullies instead. So she had zero choice but to go all out. She's the one who launched that massive fireball that nearly turned our guy into barbecue. Hearing that, he is super relieved. He grinded his blink up to 2 charges, even though he knows it is still barely enough to survive her. He is frantically planning an escape when she casually asks why he hasn't drawn his staff. That completely stumps him. He reminds her she took it for upgrades. She quickly brings up the basic one from his first day. Our boy literally shoved it into his storage bag day 1 and completely forgot it existed. Hearing him admit that just makes her think he is playing more mind games, and she warns him to stop messing around right now. She has no idea he is completely serious. He literally has zero magic. Still, that doesn't stop her from threatening to end him anyway. The princess is dead set on turning him into toast. She blasts another insane wave of fire, way too massive for any normal dude to dodge. Just in time, a wild plant bursts up, and Beck blinks right behind it for cover. Pure luck, but that won't save him forever. He cannot even get close. She is rocking a literal ring of fire that will explode if he steps up. He is gamed against plenty of fire mages, but this girl, she actually knows her stuff. If this was a flat arena, our boy would have been extra crispy before the fight even kicked off. But rolling over and quitting just isn't his vibe. Blinking forward, he triggers slow motion vision, knocking away her fire blasts one after another. This isn't just gaming behind a screen anymore. His instincts are evolving in real time. He feels every mana shift, every single spark of energy. His sixth sense is totally synced to his brain. As a fire mage surrounded by trees, this forest should absolutely be her personal playground. Somehow, our guy is still standing. Frustrated, she charges a way deadlier spell. She wants to delete him entirely. Beck knows he can't survive this barrage long. He frantically scans for a weak spot in her barrier. Trust me, you're gonna want to see this. She's prepping Ether Crash, a massive high-tier explosion spell, but if Beck's gut is right, a simple stick might just shatter her royal pride. All right, stick with me here. Sadly for her, our boy has grinded way too much to not counter this instantly. He rushes in, leaps, and shatters her shield right before the spell can even fire. The explosion fizzles. Hungabin hits the ground, way more shocked than hurt. Glaring, she demands his actual identity. He just shrugs, claiming he's a student, but his eyes shift. He's known about the third party tailing them this whole time. Sighing, he tells Flame to quit playing hide-and-seek, and she finally steps out. She's completely shocked he noticed her. Chuckling, Beck plays it off as pure intuition. But honestly, it's his mana delay physique's crazy sixth sense. A super curious Flame asks if smashing a magic field with a basic point stick was also just his intuition. True, this wasn't in the original novel, but he can't spill that truth. Getting nervous, Beck just pretends these point sticks are super strong. Even so, Flame reminds Beck that training gear has major limits. Using one to shatter a magic shield is honestly kind of ridiculous. She presses him, asking why ordinary knights vanished from this world. Initially, she just thought Beck was a little weird. But now, she desperately wants his real identity. Beck is stunned. It hasn't even been a month, and people are already catching on, should he tell the truth. Honestly, that's way too risky since Flame doesn't trust him yet. Out of options, our boy admits he definitely looks super suspicious. But he's no villain. Beck adds he simply wants to help Flame. With that, he walks away. Admitting he wants to say more but is totally out of time. Before he can dip, Bayan chucks the point sticks at his head, making him groan in pain. Turning back, Beck suggests using her words to complain instead of her hands, though she totally figured he'd easily catch them. I mean, he dodges magic traps, right? But here's what you and I gotta remember, even his sixth sense has a limit. That sixth sense runs purely on mental stamina, and our boy's brain power is currently running on empty. So right now, his migraines are absolutely killing him. Just then, Bayan tells Beck to take the stick since she's basically lost, but Beck realizes if he bags all these points, his rank will skyrocket too high, making the other prizes totally useless, so he just grabs one stick and leaves the rest. As he walks off, Flame wonders out loud if Beck is literally an idiot. Meanwhile, Bayan just assumes he lacks common sense because he's a commoner. Still, Bayan is super curious about Beck's identity. Meanwhile, the faculty watches everyone from the observation room. Elder Telix from the Magic Council is absolutely loving this. To him, S-rank students are pure entertainment. Blue Mage Tower Director Jairana Aeon totally agrees. Lee Hanwal spots tons of massive VIPs tuning in to watch these rookies in their practical exam. Obviously, they're here headhunting for top-tier talent. He bets half the professors are glued to the screens too. Things are really heating up now. Wanryung and Mayung finally clash. Wanryung strikes first, blasting a massive spell straight from his staff. But Mayung, totally unfazed. He instantly dodges by launching into the air using a third-rank power jump. The crowd absolutely loses their minds. Normally, mages don't hit third rank until their late 20s, but Maeyang, he's out here casually dropping insane magic at just 17 years old. The duel gets wilder since both rivals are wielding three different elements, fighting dead even. Most mages are lucky to have one, maybe two, after hardcore training. Three elements means pure birth talent, but watch closely, you and I are about to get a massive twist. Suddenly, Lee Hanwal's eyes bug out. A massive creature just spawned right between the rivals. The hidden boss lets out a terrifying screech, freezing both guys solid. But suddenly, it just face plants into the dirt. Then, everyone spots Issel hovering right above the boss. Awkwardly apologizing for crashing their fight, hidden bosses only spawn when someone's stats cross a crazy threshold. They're incredibly rare, and taking one down is usually a nightmare. The VIPs actually feel bad for her, the eldest daughter of the traitorous Grand Duke Maul. Without her father's baggage, her insane talent would absolutely skyrocket. Meanwhile, everyone's attention snaps to the second screen. They spot Bon, the adult princess, locked in combat. Nobody recognizes her opponent, but suddenly, their jaws hit the floor when they realize this mystery guy is actively casting Blink. And of course, it's our boy Beck. For centuries, top scholars tried to master the Blink spell. They either died, ended up crippled, or straight up quit. It's widely known as a spell that's completely impossible to actually control. Seeing a student use Blink as naturally as breathing, totally unbelievable. Now every single VIP is dying to know his name. Lee explains Beck is a unique student specializing in Blink. Telix and Jairena are completely shook. This is totally different from Wanriang or Issel's intense power. They realize if Beck used normal magic, the fight would be over already. Right then, someone enters the room, confidently declaring that Beck is actually fighting seriously right now. It's Elman Elwin, and he insists Beck's been going all out from the start. Elman admits our boy's fighting style totally screams old-school chivalry from the forgotten generations. The VIPs are completely lost on the context, though. But Lee totally gets it. By chivalry, Elman means the hardcore knight mentality, wielding a sword in a world ruled by magic. It's the vibe of ancient heroes protecting the world from evil, armed with nothing but a single, trusty blade. Catching onto this, Telix is mind blown. Sticking to swordplay in a fully magic-based society, it's basically supposed to be impossible. Yet he's using a point stick like a real sword. If Elman confirms it, that speaks volumes. You and I gotta see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into Stella Academy. Headmaster Elman Elwin isn't just running the world's best magic school, he's a Tier 9 master mage and a literal great sage. The first dungeon practical is finally over. Over at the S-Class exclusive training hall, Wanri is going absolutely off. He's blasting a dummy with his staff, totally dumping his mana. He is panting, completely exhausted, but still, he thinks he's just not pushing hard enough. Out of 141 students, 39 straight up failed. Yuzul took first after beating that hidden boss, Wanri snagged second, and Musung landed in sixth. But the heir to the Full Moon Tower isn't celebrating. If he hadn't been interrupted, he could have exposed Musung's real power. That dude has been slacking from the very start. No matter what, Musung always pulled expert scores. Even during this test, Wanri dropped magic circles everywhere, perfectly calculating every single move his rival made. Yet the guy blocked everything with zero effort. The doubt is seriously piling up. His insecurities are totally messing with his head right now. Is the talent gap so massive that he'll literally never be able to crush Musung? He shakes it off, grinding harder is better than whining. Right then, Princess Baeon steps right into the training hall. She spots the full moon air glowing with an insane amount of energy. It stuns her. She always pictured him as the chill guy. But hey, she's not here for him. The Princess of Adalabit lights up, her whole body blazing with fire. She targets the dummy and drops an absolutely massive, room-shaking explosion. That blast totally grabs Wanri's attention. Baeon is super frustrated, though third place feels awful, especially after getting handed that point stick. Her mom was happy enough, but without it, she'd be grounded for life. Furious, she launches another massive fiery blast. She just can't believe a totally average commoner got under her skin like this. Watching her, Wanri nervously wonders what on earth got into the princess. Whatever her deal is, the full moon heir notices something wild. Baeon's magic is way more precise than it was before. Now watch closely because here's the crazy part. Her fire is so explosive it should be impossible to control. Upgrading that fast, completely unreal. Wenri is clueless, is it a fluke or what? Meanwhile, Baeon is out of breath, absolutely hating the fact that Baek Yusel's tutoring actually worked. After dealing with his weird quiz methods, her magic skills literally skyrocketed. In her eyes, he's just some annoying commoner, trash grades, absolute garbage personality. And yet, Baek is the only person alive who figured out exactly how to fix her major weaknesses. Out of nowhere, her guard approaches with a staff, letting the princess know that Terion. The weapon she requested to be remodeled is totally complete. The guard asks if she should hand it to Baek. Baeon tells her yes. But as the guard turns to leave, the princess taps her shoulder. Blushing hard, she awkwardly tells her to wait, she'll do it herself. Cut to the second main tower. Baeon tightly grips Baek's new staff. She heard he was hanging around the faculty's private research labs, which is super weird. Her mind is going a mile a minute. Why is Baek here, meeting a professor? Suddenly, she panics and tries to awkwardly sneak away. It hits her like a truck. Why did she even show up? She literally could have just tossed it to him at the gym. Hand delivering it makes her look like a total fangirl chasing a commoner. Mortified, she tries to dip, but teacher Hammerl catches her first. Hammerl is thrilled to see her. It feels like just yesterday she was teaching the princess magic back at the castle. The nostalgia is hitting her hard. Super curious, Hammerl asks what brings royalty to this tower. Baeon quickly mumbles an excuse about some errands and tries to escape. The teacher totally agrees she should leave, saying the place is a mess right now. Why? High-ranking magic officials showed up just to see our boy, Baek Yusel. That leaves Baeon completely shook. Why on earth are VIP officials hunting down that slacker? Hammerl points out that Baek didn't cast a single spell during their duel. Boom, Baeon realizes her beloved teacher saw everything. She feels sick, knowing her idol watched her totally lose her cool, catching the pure embarrassment painted across the princess's face. Hammerl steps in to comfort her. She explains Baek was going all out. Dodging magic wasn't an insult, it's just his personal creed. I know what you and I are thinking. What kind of mage does that? Well, the headmaster believes Baek is reviving ancient chivalry. Baeon's jaw practically drops. She freezes up. Flashbacks hit her, Baek swinging that point stick exactly like a blade. It all clicks. Even his remodeled magic staff is basically a sword. Totally baffled, Baeon points out that dodging magic at a magic school means massive penalties. Hammerl nods. Baek chose this hardcore path fully aware of the risks. She thinks it's insane he's still grinding so hard even after mastering the legendary blink spell. It proves his knightly creed is 100% real. The teacher waves goodbye, leaving Baeon stunned in silence. In this era, talking about chivalry usually gets you laughed right out of the room. True knights don't exist anymore. But Baek, he's doing it for real, zero irony. The princess never saw this coming. Guilt hits her hard for screaming at him earlier. Just then, Baek's lazy voice snaps her back to reality. He's just standing there, casually chewing on his fifth-place prize roots. He asks what she's up to. Blushing, Baeon defensively yells she's definitely not here for him. Classic Baek, he bluntly replies that he never said she was. Super nervous, she shoves the Terion box at him. Checking it out, he immediately spots the shapeless sword design. The craftsmanship is absolutely top tier. He thanks her, happily noting that the fancy box alone will sell for a massive chunk of change. He casually asks if he can keep the case. Rolling her eyes at his hustle, she agrees. Gathering her guts, she quietly asks if he'll ever use actual magic. Face burning red, she storms off. You and I will just have to see where this goes. Baek simply shrugs, walking away. Stick with me here because things are getting crazy. Professor Lee said some similar nonsense earlier about respecting our guy's creed and getting his true intentions. Baek absolutely didn't get the hype. Whatever, our boy just zeroes in on his magic sword. He is safe for now anyway. Down in the academy training hall, Yuseol finally checks out this crazy new blade. Not knowing what else to do, he pumps his mana straight in. Boom, a blinding light wraps around his hand, forming an ultra-sharp blade. It is way better than Yuseol expected, though honestly, Flame might wield it better. See, our female lead Flame is human, but she casually rocks elf, dwarf, and angel magic. This staff constantly drains mana, so not just anyone can use it. Flame pulls mana from nature to use this wand as her ultimate attack, but our guy Yusial, he literally has zero mana to begin with. Even though he constantly absorbs mana, his busted physique means it cannot stack up in his body and just leaks right back out. Basically, Yusial uses the mana from his actual breathing to power Terion. Remembering his system perks, our boy pulls up his status window. Thanks to his 5th place training prize, his base strength got a solid little upgrade. Plus, now that Yusial has a weapon, he can upgrade his stats directly instead of blowing his XP points. For now, he just needs to master this blade. He is going to be super busy. Next morning, the magic defense teacher Varian announces that proper magic practice starts today. He tells everyone to space out and grab their staffs. Now pay close attention here, this is where the drama kicks off. Varian is thrilled with the top-ranked students. Suddenly, he spots Yusial standing completely blank, doing nothing. Varian instantly recognizes him, the commoner with a high-tier staff who snagged 5th place in the dungeon. The snobby teacher hates our guy's guts. Slapping on a fake smile, he walks over, demanding to know why Yusial is slacking, unsure how to explain. Yusial awkwardly laughs and tells the teacher he is focusing on alternative defensive moves. He honestly does not need to learn basic magic. Deep down, Varian thinks he is acting incredibly arrogant. He would only excuse this attitude from an elite like Bian. A commoner pulling this off? No way. Keeping that toxic fake smile, Varian pretends to be super curious about our boy's special defensive skills. Knowing full well that Yusial only uses blink, the shady teacher asks him to demonstrate his defensive moves for the whole class. He glances back and picks Morso from Class B as the opponent. For Varian, climbing the academy ranks means sucking up to the right people. Plus, Morso is from the powerful Scalvan Empire, giving him a good impression helps the teacher's career. Additionally, crushing an S-class student will make Morso look amazing. Both boys step onto the stage. Meanwhile, the background haters are cheering for Morso, praying he publicly humiliates Yusial. Yusial just ignores them. He knows he is only doing this because the class is mandatory, and he literally cannot cast normal magic anyway. Plus, Varian has been a snake since year 1. With that in mind, Yusial decides to test out the results of his insane training. It is a strict turn-based duel, attack then defend. No magic allowed outside your turn, and with that, the showdown begins. Everyone totally assumes Morso has this in the bag with his offensive earth magic. Right at the buzzer, Morso flexes hard, firing up a second-tier magic circle with his staff. The whole class gasps. It is an unspoken rule to only use first-tier magic in a basic practical, going totally overboard and enraged. Morso blasts a massive stone straight at our boy. Calm as ever, Yusial swings his sword. It looked like a basic slash, but suddenly Morso's magic just poof, vanishes. You and I both saw that, right? One single slash just deleted the magic. Varian instantly realizes Yusial just pulled off something absolutely unreal. See, all magic flows on a mana path. If you can slice that exact path with perfect precision, the spell completely shatters into nothing. Meanwhile, Yusial is loving his new weapon. He can barely cut third-tier magic right now, but those sleepless nights grinding in the training hall seriously paid off, gritting his teeth. Morso is absolutely humiliated that a commoner sliced his spell in half. Varian is sweating bullets now too. If Morso loses, Varian looks terrible. To secretly help his favorite, Varian compliments Yusial's defense, but loudly hints that parrying single attacks has a major limit. Basically telling him to use an overwhelming area attack. Hearing that massive hint, a totally evil grin spreads across Morso's face. Yusial immediately clocks that the teacher is basically handing Morso a cheat sheet. Flexing a terrifying aura, Morso summons a literal avalanche of massive boulders. The whole class starts panicking. This is way too dangerous for a simple academy duel. Smirking like a villain, Morso launches the massive barrage straight at Yusial, totally certain this is game over. 11 giant boulders are flying right at his face. Since he can't blink away or slice every single one in time, he only has one crazy option left. He has to block the entire volley head-on. The rocks close in. Yusial plants his feet. With one ultra-smooth swing, he effortlessly deflects every single boulder. Watching his high-tier magic get swatted away, Morso flips from stunned to seeing pure red. He cannot believe his ultimate move was blocked so easily. Even Varian is furiously sweating because if Morso loses, it completely ruins the teacher's reputation. Meanwhile, Yusial is actually super shocked by his own skills. He literally just tried copying a parry mechanic he saw in a video game. It is a broken parry technique, but using Terrayon has a massive flaw. It drains way more mental stamina than normal magic just to keep its physical shape. So every time he uses it, his stamina totally tanks. Plus, blocking an entire volley makes the overall defense way weaker than deflecting a single attack. Trying to pull this off in a real life-or-death battle would be ridiculously risky. Luckily, this is just a school duel. The rest of the class is absolutely hyped over his technique, totally convinced Morso is going to lose at this point. Completely furious, Morso starts charging up his magic again, flat out ignoring that his turn is over. Varian watches this and is secretly thrilled, praying Morso just keeps attacking. Screaming, Morso charges. In that instant, Yusial just smiles. Trust me, you guys aren't ready for what happens next. Let's dive right in. Jeremy Scalvin steps up to Vian, demanding to know why he's stalling Yusial's turn. The lecturer totally panics and starts stammering. The guy looks around, finally noticing the student's wild reactions. He was way too distracted by the duel, but before Vian can even switch the turn, Yusial already dodged the attack. He completely flips the script, pressing his blade right against Morso's throat. Game over, our boy took the win. While the crowd gasps, a seriously wicked grin spreads across Jeremy's face. Fast forward to the royal palace. Morso's terrifying screams echo down the huge halls, lying completely helpless. He cries for mercy after losing to a total commoner. And get this, the guy beating him down is actually Jeremy Scalvin, after absolutely wrecking him. Jeremy calmly tells Vera Jane to patch Morso up, claiming his buddy looks pretty banged up. As Jeremy strolls off, Varian totally sees right through the hypocrisy. Seriously, calling Morso a friend instead of a loyal servant, major red flag. In the Scalvin Empire, the next ruler is chosen purely by raw magic power. And Crown Prince Jeremy literally crushed his own brothers at 12 years old to take the title. Refusing to call Morso a subject basically means the Dordan family is permanently kicked out of politics. Deep down, Varjan knows this situation goes way deeper than just Morso. Now that Yusial is on the Crown Prince's radar, his academy life is basically doomed. Next morning, the entire school is buzzing about Yukal walking the epic path of a true knight. Everyone's mind is blown that he actually took down Morso from one of the Empire's biggest families, later in class. Flame is super irritated because literally everywhere she goes, people won't shut up about Yusial. It's not that she craves the spotlight, but it seriously gets under her skin. Suddenly, Mazen Tyron, the alchemy professor, announces they're brewing her custom Tyron fatigue recovery potion today. Gripping her flask, Flame is terrified. One tiny mistake here and the whole thing literally blows up. She usually avoids alchemy completely because the subject is just insanely hard. Meanwhile, Professor Mason is absolutely yelling at a student for a sloppy experiment. Hearing the drama, Flame looks around and catches Yusial just happily mixing things up. Originally, Flame assumed he only took this crazy class to flirt with Issel. Now, she thinks he's just a weirdo who actually enjoys this kind of torture. Shaking it off, Flame locks in on her flask. A few minutes later, boom, potion finished. Thanks to her top-tier grades, she pulled it off super fast. Right then, Flame spots Assel carefully measuring her ingredients, looking like a total natural at this. Now pay close attention here. In the original novel, Assel finds Maella's magic notes and accidentally brews an insanely high-rank version of the Tyron Fatigue recovery potion today. So seeing Ale just casually making a normal potion is super confusing. Over at the other table, the professor is screaming about someone using totally wrong ingredients. Looking super innocent, our boy just claims his custom recipe works way better. The alchemy professor totally snaps, yelling that this isn't the assigned fatigue potion at all. Hearing that, Flame's eyes practically bulge out of her head. Busal literally just crafted the masterpiece that Issel was fated to create. What is even happening right now? How did Becky steal Issel's spotlight like that? Meanwhile, Maine is practically tearing her hair out over his cocky attitude, loudly complaining that this is exactly why commoners are so totally useless. Flame remembers the original plot. That harsh insult was supposed to be fired at Ale. It was the exact moment Maine insulted her fallen family. Words that absolutely traumatized Issel since she had lost her family, haunting her the entire time she made her potion. But suddenly, Flame starts wondering if maybe Yusil knew all this and purposely took the heat to protect Issel from that trauma, if he actually did that. Then it was honestly a totally stupid move. The alchemy professor holds massive influence here, and getting on her bad side guarantees terrible grades and totally ruined chances in every other class. Absolutely furious, Mason screams at him to bring his parents in. Without even blinking, Yoel casually drops that he doesn't have any parents. Plus, he boldly announces he's brewing a kimchi and cola potion tomorrow, since she already hates him, making totally weird stuff doesn't even matter anymore. Flash forward a few weeks. Main and Yusil's clashes are still completely going strong. She angrily commands him to stick to the recipe, but he smoothly replies that modifying her formula just yields way better results. Fuming, the professor practically grinds her teeth. Right then, Yusil secretly checks her hidden stats. I know what you're thinking, he's just a troll, right? Nope, her dark demon erosion is at 20% and he's thrilled. This whole rivalry was a calculated trap. Main Tyran is actually the dark demon boss from episode 8. She gets consumed by her negative emotions, undergoing full demonification and turning into a massive villain. If that erosion level hits 90%, she transforms completely. But here's the catch, while it's under 50%, magic scanners can't detect a single thing. Since she's only at 20% right now, Yusil has zero proof to actually report her as a terrifying demonic threat. His strategy, just keep pushing her buttons. The second she crosses 50%, he's calling in the elite Dark Demon Assassination Squad to finish it. Normally, this erosion can be cured, but Mason actually made a willing contract with darkness. That demonic seed is growing, and there is absolutely no turning back now. Sure, the 4th episode hasn't even officially started yet, but this alchemy lecturer is a wildly dangerous boss, which means our boy has to prep for the fight right now. If he ignores this, she'll start corrupting other innocent students and completely threaten Stella's safety. Suddenly, Maizen snaps, threatening Beckus with terrible grades if he doesn't behave. He doesn't even care, as long as she's completely focused on him, the other students stay perfectly safe. Later on, the lecturer forces the class into groups. Yusil is stunned, he totally wasn't expecting group work. Luckily, his squad includes Issel, Malwyn, and Kasahun. Maluan is convinced they're completely doomed, knowing Main hands out failing grades to her haters. But Ale steps up, telling them not to throw in the towel just yet. The practical exam is actually judged by 3 external alchemists from the Grand Castle, meaning Professor Mason can't just tank their scores all by herself. So what do you and I take from this? If they pool their knowledge for this Divitality potion, they might actually survive. Let's see what happens. Stick with me here, we're jumping into a Wild Academy showdown. Yusil volunteers to hunt a fire lizard tail, Issel tells him. To stay sharp, fresh monster parts are literally the make or break for alchemy, but our boy just smirks, already plotting exactly how he is going to deliver this loot. Meanwhile, in the alchemy professor's office, things get shady. Misen hands a student a special notice for the first-year class, totally skipping over Team 12. See, this practical exam happens right in front of the big shot official alchemists. So, Misen wants to completely humiliate our guy publicly. She is dead set on punishing Yusil for talking back, over at the training hall. The student passes that sketchy announcement to Flame, asking her to spread the word. Flame instantly realizes Misen is freezing Yusil's squad out, but Flame assumes Yusil already knows the novel's plot, so he wouldn't actually prep a fire lizard tail. But an italic spider scale instead. At first, she totally considers warning him, but now this is the perfect chance to test our boy's limits. Ready to grab his exam materials, Yusil teleports straight to the Derival Stadium. A staff member immediately gives our guy a super warm welcome. She totally thinks he is a full-fledged mage. Yusil clarifies he is just a cadet, but honestly, being from Stella Academy basically makes you royalty here. Hearing the name Stella, the nearby crowd starts buzzing, pure jealousy over that rare uniform. Brushing off the stairs, our boy walks right in. He realizes his academy pass and pocket watch guarantee him VIP mage treatment literally anywhere he goes. Plus, he remembers he can use the 100,000 credit warp hole completely free. That sweet perk lets him travel the city every single weekend. This confirms his game knowledge is still totally spot on. Fast forward a bit. Now pay close attention, here is where the real action kicks off. Deep in the forest, Usil targets a risk level 2 fire lizard. These things are tanky as hell. You normally need at least rank 2 magic just to catch one, thanks to their insane magic resistance and crazy speed. But hey, since farming level 1 monsters was an absolute breeze for him, he is fully confident he can crush a level 2 threat without breaking a sweat. He senses them, channeling mana, he forms his weapon into a sharp blade. Bloodshot eyes rush straight at him, with killer instincts. Usil locks onto the target and lands a brutal, instant kill strike, but as soon as the first one drops, a whole swarm of fire lizards crawls out. Our guy just smirks, time to farm some serious loot. Cut to exam day. Issel is totally mind-blown by how insanely fresh their materials are. She breathes easy, thinking they have this in the bag. Just like Misen planned, the elite official alchemists are right there watching the exam. Flashing a wicked grin, Misen announces the test is actually Tyrant Type B. Usil's squad is stunned. Issel nervously reminds her the topic was vitality. But the shady professor just plays dumb, claiming she totally sent out a notice about the last-minute change. You and I both saw that dirty trap coming, right? Usil stays totally cool, but he worries for his friends, wondering if this completely changes the novel's plot. Watching this, Flame suddenly feels super guilty. She realizes Usil actually didn't know about this twist, and she is confused why he didn't see this huge trap coming. Smirking like a villain, Misen calls out Team 12 for bringing the wrong materials, while Flame hesitates to step in. The professor tries humiliating them, but Usil cuts her off. He casually asks if they must make the Tyrant potion. Misen is completely shocked. Our guy is just radiating absolute confidence. He loudly declares he will brew a version way more powerful than hers. Using completely different ingredients, classic Usil style, his swagger absolutely infuriates Misen, but she forces a fake smile since the VIP guests are watching her every move. Misen internally scoffs. The Tyrant potion strictly requires italic spider scales because they pack massive amounts of vital nutrients for the base. It is literally a thermal supplement built on that foundation. She figures this arrogant kid will try using a fire lizard tail instead. She thinks this is the perfect setup to destroy his alchemy career publicly. Hyped. She slaps them with a 1-hour limit. His team is straight up panicking, completely clueless, but Usil flashes a warm smile to chill them out. Telling them it is time to step up. Going all in is way better than just taking an automatic disqualification, hearing his hype speech. The squad gets fired up to prove her wrong. Honestly, alchemy was Usil's absolute best game skill. He memorized every single recipe, including this exact Tyrant Type B. He really didn't want to steal this, since Misen originally invents it years later in the timeline. But hey, desperate times. He explains to his crew that spider scales are packed with crazy nutrients needed for reproduction. Turns out, a fire lizard's tail has a matching blood vessel. The Alker tribe in the southern desert literally uses them to boost their leader's health. It guarantees long life, making it a perfect substitute. Mal Liuan actually knows this desert technique. So he immediately volunteers. Hyped, Usil happily lets his teammate handle that critical step. Meanwhile, the spike mistletoe requires a rare desert-style mana dehydration. Luckily, Cahoon learned that exact move traveling with his dad, so he confidently steps up to the plate. The squad splits the work perfectly, brewing the potion in under an hour. The official alchemists are absolutely mind-blown that these rookies pulled off the impossible. Misen is basically malfunctioning. It took her years of hardcore research to invent this, so she cannot believe these kids just casually threw it together. Super curious, the head alchemist tests it out. Absorbing its energy, she notes it is technically incomplete, and they went a little heavy on the ingredients. But guess what? It easily beats Misen's potion. So what do we take from this? Never underestimate our boy. Misen is absolutely fuming. Stick with me, she snatches that potion right back. She has to see it for herself. Analyzing the brew, the professor realizes her own secret technique, swapping human vitality with monster nutrients, is totally in there. It is a completely flawless Tyrant Point potion. She is absolutely shook, but Maine is still the one grading this exam, and she is totally planning to disqualify them for missing ingredients. But before she can even speak, the master alchemist declares that Team 12 deserves way more than an A+, with literally no other option. Mason officially announces their passing grade. Maine is completely furious now, vowing to deal with our guy the hard way later on. Plus, her dark demon erosion progress ticked up. Later, at the training hall, Flame is looking totally exhausted. Suddenly, she spots Arshwang. The genius fire mage is literally crying because the princess is already mastering techniques that took her years. She is terrified Baeon will soon surpass her control entirely. Hearing this, Flame completely freezes. She knows for a fact that Baeon's control shouldn't even start developing until their second year. So how is this happening right now? Flame suspects Baek Yusil is behind it, especially since that alchemy exam was super suspicious too. After all, the Tilden Point Potion Type B was a recipe the future Assel was supposed to find before Mason steals and completes it. None of this makes sense. How could he know a recipe that never appeared in the original novel? She guesses he probably didn't foresee this exact incident happening. Now pay attention, because here is where it gets crazy. She realizes Yuyal actually knows the future, but not the original novel. Mind blown, Flame guesses our guy isn't just some professor, he is a regressor. It totally makes sense Yusial came from the future. Since he knows big future events, but not the minor incidents that occurred to Issel, back in the original novel, Mong actually got the super rare chance to regress. As the only one holding time powers, the 11th moon of the Silver Age, deep in thought. Hyun Ryong snaps her out of it, asking why she is spacing out. Curious, she asks Wan Ryong's opinion on Baek Yusial, but Ryong barely knows him. He admits the guy is pretty strange. Seeing her stressed, Ryang asks if Yuyal is causing trouble. Flame keeps it real, admitting that it seems Yusil knows the original novel just like she does. But Flame refuses to sit around whining about it. Instead, she plans to go straight to Becky and spill everything. Hearing that, Hyun Ryong is completely stunned. Flame walks off, leaving Hyun Ryong standing there alone, shocked, a bit heartbroken, and full of questions. The next day, Yusil sits alone, deep in thought. Main's dark demon erosion progress has now hit 37%. This means the big incident drops in 3 months. The lecturer's erosion randomly targets one unlucky student, and right now, there are 3 candidates. Jackie Flame's bestie, Arshwang from Baeon's crew, and finally Hai Wanri from Full Moon Towers. If Hai Wanjin gets dragged in, guaranteed bad ending. While walking around, Yul bumps right into Flame, who is demanding his real identity all over again. Honestly, coming clean and teaming up with her might unlock the true ending, so he finally decides to drop the mask. I know what you're thinking, typical system interference, right? It literally warns him not to confess he is a possessor, driving him absolutely insane. So he suggests a compromise, sharing just half their secrets, since neither wants to show their full hand. Flame agrees, instantly asking if our boy knows the future. This girl is moving way too fast. He dodges the question, pointing out that her even asking proves she definitely knows the future too. He flips it, asking what her actual goal is here. Flame straight up admits she wants to steer the world away from total destruction. Her motive is purely to help people, which is a massive relief for our guy, with the air somewhat cleared. Flame hits him with another question, why is Yuyal acting like this? Confused, Yuzal tries playing it super vague and cool. He claims he is just trying to stop things from going wrong, but Flame explodes, yelling that no one is just naturally this kind without some secret hidden agenda. Acting completely innocent, Yuz admits he really doesn't know what he wants. He just wants to survive. Hearing this, Flame completely breaks down and runs off crying. Suddenly, a furious Hyun Ryong storms up, demanding to know why she is in tears. He threatens Yusil, warning him not to lie. Sweating a bit, our guy remembers that this super overpowered heir has a massive, unrequited crush on Flame. Playing it off cheerfully, Yusil insists nothing crazy happened, promising it is definitely not the dramatic romance stuff Hai Wan is imagining. Ryang awkwardly apologizes and bails. Yuzal is left totally stunned, seeing the usually ice-cold Full Moon Tower's air act so insanely insecure. The whole vibe feels way off. That evening, Assel just cannot focus. Memories keep flooding her mind. Earlier, she asked Yukal if that mixing method just popped into his head. Yusil admitted the first part literally came to him instantly. Isıl really thought if she kept pushing, she could finally crush those absolute scumbags who framed her dad as a traitor and get the ultimate revenge for his death. Shaking off the dark thoughts, Isıl takes a breath, hyping herself up to grind even harder. Back at the dorms, Flame is tossing and turning. She picked a 4-person room because she loves the chaotic energy. But right now, she really wishes she had a solo room. She is completely convinced Beckis has zero endgame, proving he actually regressed. See, in the original novel, the 11th moon of the Silver Age tells Mayang time travel is possible, but the price is losing almost all his memories. Once his mission ends, he will literally cease to exist. Nobody will ever remember he saved the world, not even the people he loved most. So what do you and I take from this? Even knowing that tragic fate, Musung still chose to turn back time. Come along with me for this wild ride. So Yusung was totally going to do it, but Ale stopped him cold. Convinced, he ditched regression. Bam, world destroyed, epilogue ends. But hold up, if this timeline deviates from the original novel, and Yuyal used that 11th silver moon power to regress, everything changes completely. Once his mission wraps up, Yol is done for. Poof, existence totally erased. But here is the heartbreaking kicker. The guy who lost practically all his memories just wants to live a normal life. Honestly, it is tearing Flame apart. Right then, Jackie barges into Flame's room. She drops a bomb, someone is waiting downstairs. But Flame, not having it, she tells her to bounce so she can sleep. Down in the lobby, Jackie walks up to Wanriang. He has zero clue who she is, so she awkwardly explains she is Flame's tired friend. Hearing this, the full moon tower heir just figures Flame is super bummed about getting rejected by Yukal. Wanang turns and dips. Jackie just stands there quietly. She is crazy about Wanriang, but the dude cannot even remember her name. Flame always gets the spotlight, and it is making Jackie seriously angry. Next morning, at the first main tower, Stella Academy's vice principal Akihaden is waiting. He is absolutely fuming that Maine got completely owned by a student, especially with everyone's high expectations. Anyway, Akihaden demands a quick update on her current random sequence research. It is that convergence technique she is cooking up with the Moon Shadows Order doctors. Smirking, Maine promises she will totally deliver the second she leaves. The vice principal just scoffs. He thinks she is completely stupid and blinded by glory. He finds it totally laughable that a magic warrior who is meant to crush dark demonic humans is actually doing research for one. Classic joke. He's just counting the days until alchemic magic engineering drops. A bit later, Maine's assistant Altalicia is struggling with massive files. Yuzo helps out. Suddenly, something on the whiteboard catches his eye. Altalicia casually mentions it is the random sequence convergence technique her alchemy boss is researching with the doctors. Now pay attention because this is where it gets wild. Yusil totally freezes. He recognizes that exact random sequence convergence technique formula. In Maine's blackening episode, she actually goes rogue and perfects this technique alongside the dark demonic humans. That crazy skill gap causes absolute disaster, but Atlia changes the game entirely. A wild idea suddenly pops right into Yusil's mind. What if Atlia cracks the code before the villains do? Playing it cool, UCL asks if Professor Mason constantly works her nerves. Atlalisha looks totally lost, but then UCL drops the bait. There's a super satisfying way to get sweet revenge. Hearing that, Altalia completely panics. She's just an assistant. Revenge? No way. Getting fired means literal homelessness on the cold streets. But Yusil pitches an epic plan, just become a way better alchemist than Maine. Boom, nobody can ever trash talk Alacia again. Those words hit hard, firing her up instantly. She is so ready to improve. She is exhausted and absolutely sick of rotting in a dusty storage room doing Mason's boring, dirty work. Altisia has massive dreams to become a real alchemist and invent crazy things, and guess what? She has the raw talent to make it happen. Because down the line, she is destined to become this generation's absolute greatest genius alchemist. She will invent insane items with her massive brain and innovative ideas. Sure, reality sucks for Altia right now, and she feels totally discouraged. But UCL is hyping her up to make that dream happen. After Stella's midterms finally wrapped, our guys started meeting Altalea on the regular. Right now, her crazy inventions are flowing smoothly, but her math is still pretty wobbly. So Yusil has to guide Altia to the answer before Maine beats them to it. Definitely not easy, though. While walking around, our boy literally crashes into Flame, who tells him to watch his step. On the flip side, Yukil randomly brings up Jackie, making Flame think he is crushing on her. Nope, our guy just warns her to watch Jackie's back, hinting she might be in a really rough condition right now. Baguiel is absolutely positive that if Jackie is dealing with dark demon erosion, she is going to be incredibly unstable. Flame is totally confused but agrees to monitor her during their weekend hunting trip. And speaking of hunting, that location, Martva Cemetery, is exactly where the insane fourth episode officially kicks off. You know exactly what that means, right? All the heavy hitters like Mayusung, Issel, and Flame get dragged into a massive war against fifth-class necromancers. Yusil definitely won't mess with the main plot. He just wants that sweet hidden loot to help out in the upcoming familiar contract ceremony. Later at Lihan Wool's desk, Yusil drops off his training pass. Boom, he spies Musong's leave slip sitting right there too. Totally curious, Yusil breaks the ice. Noting how tons of students are requesting leave to go hunt since it is officially hunting season, Lihan Wool casually informs him that the whole club is hitting Marta Cemetery, probably just to farm some easy extra points. Our boy praises Young and Wanriang for having such high marks. Those two are seriously tryhards. Then plot twist, Lee Han-wall reveals Yusung actually went back home, and Ryong tagged along with Flame. Hearing this, Yusil goes into absolute panic mode. They cannot defeat the necromancer attack like this. He cannot figure out what got into Young. That dude never just goes home without a major specific reason, though. One thing is guaranteed, the current squad is way too weak to survive a fifth-class boss, and without hard proof, y'all cannot even call for backup. Plus, narrative laws stop him from just telling them the truth. With literally zero other options, our boy decides he has to solo this mess himself. Flash forward to Marty's cemetery. Second-year Doc Chuang is completely ignoring Katie Derrick's orders. He's just smashing monsters recklessly and destroying absolutely everything in sight. While they bicker, Bondin tells Derrick to just ignore stubborn Chuang. Be good thing Issel came with them. They scored an empty club slot for special leave, and honestly the squad isn't half bad. Huge relief, but right then, boom, the whole group hears a massive explosion. Realizing someone is throwing down hard nearby, Derrick thinks overlapping hunting grounds is a terrible idea, so they should head over and say hello. They rush over and see Bayon and Flame. Assel is completely shook. What are they doing here? Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Let's jump into this crazy episode, guys. These two are arguing over hunting zones when Assel spots a massive, risk level 3 predator fish they just took down. She brushes it off. She knows they're just beefing to rack up extra points. Jumping into that drama, yeah, totally not worth the headache. Plus, she really isn't trying to run into the little sister of the dude who literally killed her dad. She brings up Bond just to keep the vibe from getting completely depressing. Derrick tries flexing his senior status, telling them to vent to him. The girls, they straight up ignore the guy. Boom, the ground aggressively shakes and this weird energy explodes. Pure panic hits everyone's faces. An entire horde of skeletons is charging right at them. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the cemetery, UIOL is grinding out XP, slaughtering predator fish. Finally, he stumbles right onto the exact tombstones he's been waiting for. Our boy knows he totally lacks those overpowered, insane skills to just wipe out a skeleton army like Young can, so survival comes down to one sketchy option. Us has to fight using pure gamer logic. As the necromancer's attack kicks off, the ground wildly shakes. The skeleton general, who controls hundreds of bone thugs, violently erupts from the dirt. If us fought them head-on right now, he'd get utterly wrecked. But obviously, playing fair isn't his style. Yusil grabs the general's skull and brutally punches it straight back down. Everyone knows the golden anime rule, always let the monster finish transforming. Yeah, not today. Sitting around won't win fights. Playing it super smart, our guy completes the spine staff. Bam, he just stole the general's command rights. Just like that, he's ready to brawl. Back with the group, though, things look bad. The skeleton count is skyrocketing, totally boxing them in. Flame loudly groans, forgetting this was the necromancer arc. But wait, something feels way off. She remembers Mong being the guy who resolved this exact mess. You seeing this? Why is she here? Will she save them? It's a total puzzle. Riang steps up, swearing he sent an SOS to Stella Academy using his pocket watch. Until backup finally arrives, they literally have to fight for their lives. Everyone starts arguing, but Baeyeon instantly shuts it down. Hello, they are literally in a cemetery. The longer they stand around chatting, the more bone squads keep popping up. Suddenly, a skeleton lunges straight for Jackie. Thank goodness Assel clobbers it with her staff, knocking it out cold and saving Jackie's life. Isel calls it out, these monsters are insanely prepped. She suspects they actually built a pose vessel. Now a pose vessel is basically a sick cheat code for necromancers to infinitely store their mana. Even the darkest mages run out of juice if they just normally summon these guys. They'd be absolutely gassed after dropping like 12 mid-tier skeletons, looking at this massive, multiplying horde. Doc Chuang totally gets it. This ambush was planned ages ago. The mastermind definitely wants to turn these students into shiny new mage skeletons. Derek tries to play leader, deciding to nuke everything with heavy magic, but before he can flex, a skeleton yanks his leg. His eyes go hilariously wide with pure terror. Luckily, Chuang charges in with a clean strike, but things instantly get worse. They realize Derek is still mid-cast. Zero warning, the spell totally rebounds. This absolutely terrifying energy starts building up. The pressure is so insane that if it detonates, everyone is totally cooked. Pure horror hits their faces. They are clueless on how to survive. Out of nowhere, a massive explosion completely rocks the graveyard. The squad is totally wiped out, bleeding on the dirt. Flame is barely standing, completely drained. Zero mana left. She has officially hit her absolute limit. Things are looking incredibly bad. Way too many enemies left. A skeleton unhinges its jaw and violently charges. Flame is terrified, seriously thinking it is game over. But guys, wait for it. Suddenly, every skeleton freezes. Out of the dust, Yuzo steps up, ready to save the day. Flame is totally mind-blown. How did our boy pull this off? Then she sees it, the skeleton general attached to his staff. That beast is insanely strong. Usually guarded by heavy elite units, yet he literally soloed it. Flame is tearing up, realizing she actually gets to survive this insane nightmare. Afterwards, the squad showers him with thanks, but Isel is super suspicious. She literally cannot wrap her head around how he bagged a general's skull. Yuzel completely dodges the question. I mean, why admit he was happily spawn camping the boss's exact summon spot? Whatever, he keeps that pro-gamer move a total secret. Yusil knows they need a strategy fast. Once that necromancer ignores the hijacked general and directly controls the mob, absolute chaotic game over. Chuang asks if our boy actually has a big brain play. Yusil drops the intel. He scoped out the necromancer locking down the main base camp. Breaking through that mega siege? Literally impossible, but there is a backdoor strat. Back in class, they learn necromancers flex the absolute craziest dark magic. But their physical bodies are absolute trash. Sure, they pack a ton of elite guards, and yeah, the zone this boss controls is incredibly massive. If the squad doesn't blitz the boss right now, nobody escapes. The boss's bodyguard lineup, 1 general, 6 wild elites, and 50 regular bone soldiers. Yukal sweats over how to pitch this crazy mission. Shockingly, Flame steps up. She's all in, brutally admitting that while our dude looks totally goofy. His battle IQ is literally off the charts. Baeyeon totally agrees. Without following his lead, busting through this ridiculous siege is never happening. Finally, the whole squad locks in. They are hyped and ready to win. Meanwhile, Sabhuk, this edgy 5th-class necromancer from the Dark Mage Tower, has a way different vibe. He is super thirsty to turn these students into skeleton mages. Why? So the Dark Demonic Unions will finally put respect on his name. Bro has been farming mana in that pose vessel for 7 whole years. He's got like 700 skeletons chilling asleep right under the dirt. He feels totally untouchable, but instantly Sebuk's smirk drops. His sensory connection gets completely jammed. Did some punk actually snipe his top general? Smash, a crack echoes as his shield takes a hit. The necromancer is freaking out. How did someone crack his flawless 4th-class bone barrier? Boom, the shield shatters. Tell me you aren't hyped. The Stella squad casually strolls in, ready for war. Stick with me here because things are about to get absolutely wild. The necromancer really didn't want to use this backup plan, but he's totally cornered. Panicking, the guy bites his own finger until it bleeds and summons his elite soldiers. The ground literally cracks open, and these elite skeletons pop out to save their master. But still, Sabhuk coughs up blood, taking heavy internal damage from overdoing that crazy skeleton summon. Still, he lets out a huge sigh of relief having his little minions protecting him. But his whole plan goes up in smoke the second our guy drops in right behind him. Feeling that deadly presence, the necromancer whips around. Absolutely terrified, he screams, demanding to know who Yuzil even is. Bei had been spying on all the Stella students through his skeletons. That is exactly why seeing our boy completely shocks him. His jaw straight up hits the floor when he spots his own skeleton general's head jammed onto Yuzo's staff. Cold as ice, Yuzo just casually drops the skull. It hits the dirt and boom, he smashes it into pieces with one heavy strike, totally wiping out the general. The necromancer's internal injuries get even worse. He finally realizes he completely underestimated these Stella students. Meanwhile, Yusil realizes this is totally off script. Normally, Doc, Chuang, and Ban Dian should have wiped out those generals by now and rushed over to back him up. But thanks to those extra elite soldiers, his crew is still busy. Us wonders if he really has to solo this, despite being the weakest one here. Suddenly, Bayuk catches his eye. The guy is just endlessly coughing up blood. Seeing this, our boy realizes his opponent is basically running on fumes too. It is super obvious that summoning those elites totally wrecked him. A cocky little smirk flashes across our boy's face. Oh yeah, he can definitely win this fight completely solo. Over on the other side, Bian is desperate to finish off these elites and help Yuyal. Out of nowhere, Jackie sprints up to Ban, shouting that Yuzial is actually taking on the necromancer in a crazy one-on-one duel. Hearing this, the princess totally freaks out. She knows Yuyal is just a first-class mage, so beating a massive 5th-class necromancer should be straight up impossible for him. Now pay close attention here, things are heating up. Crazy energy explodes around them, and Bian is just praying he survives. She swears she will kill our guy herself if he dies. Anyway, back to the massive showdown. Bihuk throws up a giant bone shield to cover his blind spots, using that heavy defense. He tries launching an attack, but Yusil spams his blink skill, dodging every single hit like it is nothing. Right then, Becky chucks his special cola potions, which literally melt through solid bone, right at his enemy. Watching his shield turn into total mush makes Bihuk absolutely furious. The necromancer fires off a barrage of bone shards straight at our boy. But Yuyal just uses his famous blink to pop up right behind him. Staff raised high, Yusial gets ready to strike. But before he can even swing, Bihuk whips around with this sick grin. Bam! A razor-sharp bone shard stabs right through Yusil's leg. Groaning, our guy hits the dirt hard. The necromancer just laughs, totally loving watching his enemy suffer. But Yuil knows the truth. If he can just land one solid heavy hit, this guy is completely done for. The blinding pain makes it super hard to focus, but suddenly an absolutely crazy idea pops into his head. Thinking he won, Bahuk rushes in, raising his weapon for the kill. Acting fast, Yusil silently scrambles backward as quickly as he can. The necromancer tells him to just give up, completely certain our boy is dead meat. Fighting through the agony, Yuil pushes himself backward just a tiny bit more. Suddenly, our boy flashes a smirk and declares checkmate. The distance between Yuyal and the crazy necromancer is exactly 13 meters. Basically, the absolute perfect range where he doesn't even need to motion cancel his blink. You and I both know what's coming. The confused necromancer's eyes bulge in pure horror as Yuyal blinks right into his face in less than a second. Pouring every last drop of strength into it, our boy lands a brutal, deadly strike right to the heart. Meanwhile, across the cemetery, all the enemy skeletons start dusting away. Kal Wung and Dian realize Yuyal actually pulled it off and beat the necromancer. Completely overwhelmed, Jackie drops to her knees, just so incredibly thankful they survived. Honestly, Yuyal is so insanely drained he just wants his bed right now. After that epic mess, they all get warped to Stell's magic night and return to school. Lee Hanwell starts grilling our guy since he originally claimed he was just out training, when Yusil quickly apologizes. Lee hits him with the bad news. He is getting penalty points for breaking the rules. But wait, he also praises Yuyal for saving everybody's lives. Lee adds that our boy will definitely score some massive rewards and bonus points for playing the hero. Later that night, Issel sneaks up to the roof to thank Yusul. Looking at him, she nervously asks if she could ever become as strong as him through training. Yusul internally panics. This is super weird because the original Assel from the story definitely never asked something like this. It hits him hard, his interference totally changed her. Because Yusul kept stepping in, Issel only faced the struggles but never actually got the chance to grow on her own. Yusil quickly steps up to comfort her. He reminds her she has already pulled off literal miracles, so she really shouldn't be doubting her own incredible potential like that. Issel is completely stunned. How on earth does Yusil know all that? Our boy rubs his neck and admits he has been keeping an eye on her. Instant regret hits him, though, because he realizes he totally sounds like a massive stalker. Yusil awkwardly speedwalks away. Isel just stands there, completely overwhelmed. Usually, everyone completely ignores the traitor's daughter. But someone was actually looking out for her. For her, that is a literal miracle. Anyway, a brand new morning kicks off at Stella Academy. The faculty, mage tower, and fancy nobles are here for an awards ceremony. Yusil thinks it is way too flashy. Walking alongside Bian, he notices she is practically vibrating with excitement. Up on the main stage, Lihan will tells the whole crowd to quiet down. He announces massive honors for the 12 brave students who fought those dark demonic humans. And get this, the legendary headmaster Elwin is handing them out, seeing him up there. Yual is totally stunned, mostly because Elman always rocks this bright, cheerful smile. But don't be fooled, this guy is the world's strongest mage warrior holding the insane title of Decimator. Every single hero student gets called up. When Yukal finally faces Elman, the raw pressure just from making eye contact is absolutely suffocating. Even so, he just cannot look away. Flashing a warm smile, the headmaster actually praises our guy, saying Yusil is just as ridiculously hardworking as he always hoped. That weird comment completely confuses Yusil, and just like that, the massive ceremony wraps up, leaving Yusil with a sweet 5 million credits in reward money. So what do you and I take away from all this? Our boy is rich, armed with a legendary necromancer's heart, and walking into even crazier danger. Stick around, it only gets better. Let's dive right in. Altisha is about to unlock a subspace, making inventory space a total joke. Meanwhile, our guy is absolutely hyped that the other students pass their rewards to him. Now for the system rewards. After clearing episode 4, Yusil scores a massive mountain of XP. Plus, since he basically styled on the original storyline. He gets totally hooked up with bonus prizes. He instantly dumps that XP into his blink skill. That last fight, yeah, it was a brutal reality check on his weakness. Hard work alone is useless. He needs to abuse his meta knowledge to speedrun this. Feeding rewards into Blink pushes it right to the limit. Boom, rank up. Blink hits class 2, letting him teleport 12 meters out, and the maximum charge count just jumped up to a solid 3. With this upgrade, Yusil can finally breathe easy using it in fights. Now, he shifts his entire focus right over to Isel. Down in the Abyss class, the fake heroine is deep in meditation. Suddenly, she hears someone calling out. Snapping her eyes open, she spots a glowing, translucent butterfly warning her against using magic while meditating. Isel is totally lost. What is happening? The glowing bug tells her to check above her head. Looking up, she spots a sharp ice spear just floating there. Instant panic mode, she definitely did not cast that. Worse, nobody else even senses the obvious mana flow right above them. The fake heroine seriously wonders if Yusil somehow predicted all this madness. Class ends, and Isel is happily munching on some red bean cream bread she scored with that sweet 1500 credit reward. Suddenly, Jeremy approaches, demanding she join his club if she is free. Suspicious, Isel asks the terms. Smirking, Jeremy bluntly claims that he likes her. So she should join him. Isel instantly sees through the garbage. This dude just wants a pretty trophy. Watch closely here. Sensing her doubt, Jeremy leans in, promising the absolute world. But Isel knows his game. Their two rival kingdoms absolutely despise each other. Still, with the crown prince backing her, all her miserable daily struggles would instantly disappear. Saying yes means an end to the brutal bullying. No more finding her only joy in cheap bread. The fake heroine knows it is a trap, but honestly, she is tempted. Smirking, Jeremy waits for her to cave. But bam, Flame slaps Isel out of nowhere, faking a tantrum about getting ditched after they supposedly made plans together. Instead of working out, grabbing Isel by the hand, Flame successfully saves her from the prince. Flame warns that rejecting Jeremy without an excuse would mean endless harassment. Walking away, she hopes she just made the absolute right choice. If Isel followed the original plot and joined, that prince would have ruined her life. Honestly, Flame hated messing with the original timeline. But watching Yusul act, she thinks changing things is actually fine. Plus, she desperately hopes Jeremy did not notice her blatant lie. Back at his castle, Jeremy sips his drink, grinning. He actually thought Flame faking jealousy to steal Isel away was incredibly cute. Completely thrilled, the prince now desires Flame way more than he ever wanted Isel. Meanwhile, the instructor announces a mock battle, but forget about those basic risk level 1 and 2 chumps. This time, they are going up against massive mid-level risk 3 beasts. Everyone needs to form up into squads. Analyze their target and take it down with proper tactics, once a team selects their mid-level boss. They get actual practice time. The instructor explains they can pick specific terrains inside the Stella Dome to hunt whatever monster perfectly fits their squad. Plus, the S-class and A-class students are tackling this crazy exam together. The assessment happens in 4 days. Teams max out at 6 members. Meanwhile, Isel just stands alone, absolutely dreading the classic school group project. Looking across the room, she spots Princess Bayan totally mobbed by students begging to team up. You feel that tension, right? Isel watches the princess soaking up the spotlight. Before the tragedy, those two actually started out as absolute equals. The ice-wielding Malef family and the fire-wielding Adalabit royals used to perfectly balance each other out, completely dominating the magical world. Both houses had prodigies, Bayan and Isel. Back in the day, Isel really thought she was the chosen one. But now, she doubts her broken self can ever get revenge. Suddenly, Yusul notices her standing all alone and casually walks over, offering a team up. Bayan is heavily shocked seeing him approach the outcast. Isel is completely stunned, but Yusul points out a massive loophole. There is 0 minimum member limit here. They can run a duo squad and steal the tiny team bonus points. Isel thinks the dude is totally crazy. Believing 2 students can actually survive a risk level 3 boss alone. Still, having literally 0 friends, she agrees. The second Yusul walks off to submit the paperwork, Bayan furiously marches over. Isel assumes the princess feels threatened by her presence. Instead, Bayan brutally tells her to behave, calling her a lowly pig wearing a pearl necklace. Instantly, Isel realizes Bayan is not sweating over her icy magic skills at all. She is just worried about Yusul. Meanwhile, Bayan is furious a loser and commoner joined forces. Teaming up with her clique is fine. But she knows she needs the top knight, so she asks Yusung directly if he has formed a team. Yusung says he works alone, so she pitches an alliance. He is totally stunned hearing that Yusul actually teamed up with Isel. Bayan hypes it up, betting those 2 lunatics won't just hunt a standard mid-level, but a massive special monster instead. She offers the team up once more. Hearing this, Yusung gets incredibly hyped. He has been dying to clash against Yusul, with a heavy-hitting partner secured. Bayan is confident she will finally crush Yusul and Isel. 4 days of prep later, the monster mock battle officially begins. The exam begins. Flame steps up against a monstrous Magria. Trust me, you and I definitely want to see this upcoming bloodbath. Alright, stick with me here. You're about to see some wild academy action. The instructor calls out a doable mid-level monster and Flame, she is totally ready for this. She knows taking on a giant special boss for reverse bonus points is basically suicide, but flying solo against a level 3 risk, that is guaranteed top marks. Usually, you need a whole squad of 5 first-class mages just to handle a basic mid-level threat. But throw in some smart matchups, field advantage, and raw experience. A solo fighter can totally punch way above their weight class. The catch, Flame is a light class, 0 elemental advantage. Meanwhile, she is just hoping Isel survives because in the original timeline, Bawan completely isolated Isel, leaving her with the worst score ever. Flame wanted to team up, but seeing Isel paired with Yuzi, yeah, her future is definitely looking way brighter. Group 16 wraps up and it is Flame's turn. She marches up, but whoops, homegirl totally trips on her own shoelaces. Our boy catches her right on time. He tells her to tie them, instantly giving Flame sweet flashbacks to when Jackie helped her. Talk about a lucky save, but as she finally steps onto that stage, the whole crowd gasps. Wait, is she seriously going in alone? A massive boar spawns in, and the audience is losing their minds. No special element on this beast, meaning zero chance for big elemental counter damage. The beast charges her instantly. Now pay close attention, this is where things get absolutely insane. Flame whips out her flower whispers in the wind. Massive tree vines burst from the ground, totally tying up the huge pig. Then she kicks off matter modification. Her staff glows bright, but boom, the monster rips free. It rushes her, but Flame does not flinch. She just aims right at its head. A massive laser beam blasts right through the boar. It drops dead instantly, leaving the entire arena completely mind-blown by her raw power. Full squads struggle with mid-level beasts, but she just soloed it. As Flame casually walks off, she is super surprised to see who is stepping up next. The crowd goes wild for the princess, but Flame is confused. Why is Bien teaming up with Young instead of a clique member? Those two never even talked in the original plot. Suddenly their target spawns in and the crowd gasps. It is a mid-level special boss, the terrifying waterfish monster. People are hyped, she even found a rare spawn. But Flame knows the truth, this is way worse than your average special monster. Bon and Yusung roll with fire, earth, and lightning. Meanwhile, this big ugly fish, pure water class. That means it totally hard counters fire, plus it literally flies. This thing is the absolute worst matchup for both Bon and Young's skill sets. So they are fighting a boss everyone fails against, while at a massive elemental disadvantage. These two are really gambling everything just to score perfect marks. High risk, high reward. The giant fish floats high into the sky, and the princess finally throws the signal to her partner. Yusung backs up, confusing literally everyone who expected an instant attack. But then, boom, the dude just casually launches himself straight into the sky. The crowd respects the insane hops, but there is zero chance he reaches the boss. I mean, you cannot just double jump in real life, right? I know what you're thinking, how does he reach it? He just carves a floating rock slab. His partner blasts fire, creating an updraft. Yusung rides the heat straight over the monster, leaving the crowd completely stunned. He summons a massive earth fist and decks the monster. It slams down, and Young instantly traps it with giant stone pillars. The beast shatters the rocks, but too late. Baeon's ultimate spell is ready, and a colossal tsunami of hellfire rains down. Her firepower is unreal. Even with crazy high fire resistance, that waterfish is literally screaming in pure agony. Young drops a massive lightning strike for the finish, deep frying that fish. The crowd is dead silent, a flawless victory without taking a single hit. People finally realize this freshman class is built different. Bon and Young are totally on track to rival those top-tier third-year legends. Baeon struts off looking super smug. In her mind, nobody in this entire academy is beating that perfect score. She thinks she won until Yuzo suddenly requests 5 monsters at once. Jaws literally hit the floor. 5 mages struggle with one boss. And these two are fighting 5. Now everyone is convinced those crazy rumors about him are actually true. The spawns drop and even the monster scholar is sweating. A Himredin, a sand-made black cow, a Kaiden. Plus a Nami slime and a bat. Young and Bien are so confused. What is our boy cooking? The instructor demands answers. Knights can rack up points in this chaos, but bishops, not a chance. The teacher thinks this strategy is just straight-up cruel for a support class. But he smiles, it is built for a bishop. The match starts and Yusil tells Issel to just trust him. Issel is totally lost. Her mind flashes back to when they were picking these exact monster targets. She asked why he even picked her over the top-tier prodigies. Yusil admitted there were plenty of crack students out there. Bien has the absolute best firepower. Flame's magic control is untouchable. Yusung hits the hardest, while Shin Hyun and Adeline are one-on-one beasts. All of them would make amazing partners, but even with those all-stars available, he looked right at Issel and chose her. That vague answer was all she got. She still does not fully get it, but she knows he believes in her. So, it is time to prove him right. Trust me, we are about to see something legendary. Issel starts chanting and boom, ephemeral resonance, a crazy skill usually locked behind 6th class mastery. One tiny slip and her mana totally backfires, leaving her completely powerless and out of the fight. Stick with me here, everyone is stunned seeing a first-year pull this off, watching his teammate. Our boy realizes she totally deserves that Lady of Winter title. Time for his insane 2 versus 5 monster strategy. He leaps high, uses his blink skill, and slashes the first beast. The monster bleeds out, with the Himrate handled for a second. Yuzul pivots to the sand black cow, seeing that Red Thorn totally sets the cow off. His crazy plan is working. How do you solo 5 mid-level bosses at once? Simple. You make them so mad they start attacking each other instead. And boom, that is exactly what goes down. As his master plan clicks, the whole crowd gasps seeing the monsters brawl. Turning enemies against each other, that is the classic borrowing knife strategy. Why burn your own energy when you can just use someone else's blade to do the dirty work for you? For ages, top-tier veterans in the ether world tried to figure out how small teams could wipe out massive monster swarms. After countless epic fails, they finally cracked the code. Just use the monster's own natural instincts against them. Yuzul's big brain move, strike the Himrate first. Once it feels pain, its forehead flashes bright red, and that completely triggers the black cow into full-on attack mode. That hyped-up cow blasts sand everywhere like a shotgun. When that rough sand hits the Nami slime, the slime panics and pumps out massive amounts of water just to keep its skin hydrated. But as the slime dumps all that water, our guy notices a glitch. The arena barrier is actually blocking the water from filling up properly. Right on cue, the Kaiden senses that moisture and starts shrieking at like 7 different octaves. Watch this part closely, guys. That noise drives the sensitive bat completely insane, making it attack the Kaiden. Seeing this wild free-for-all leaves the instructor totally speechless. Everyone is blown away by Yuzul's genius monster knowledge, but the real shocker, Issel holding her mana perfectly steady right in the middle of this absolute chaos. It proves she has zero doubt her knight will keep her safe. Then suddenly, the Kaiden lunges straight for Issel. Her knight instantly intercepts with his blade. A massive boulder sneaks up from behind, but Yuzul dashes in again, blocking the heavy hit like a boss. Watching this, Young finally gets it. Our boy is the ultimate ideal knight, clearing the whole battlefield just to protect his princess. Meanwhile, Issel locks in completely and casts her signature crystal flower spell. Out of nowhere, a massive frozen bloom appears, leaving the whole crowd mesmerized. At her command, boom, the crystal shatters into a massive explosion. Shrapnel flies everywhere, and everyone assumes the monsters are toast. But nope, the beasts suddenly snap back awake. The crowd groans, thinking it is a huge bummer they could not finish it for a top score. But Issel just flexes her mana again, dropping everyone's jaws a second time. She unleashes it. An insane explosion erupts, painting the arena with her energy. Seeing the magic swirling around her, she realizes Yuzul was right. This ridiculous power is actually hers. When our hero first pitched this 5-monster battle, Issel thought he was completely nuts, but he promised she was strong enough, begging her to trust him because he trusted her. Up until now, Issel had nothing. Zero confidence in her own skills and nobody to cheer her on. But that is history. Yuzul became her guiding light, and she fully committed to following his lead. Finally knowing she will never walk alone again. With that epic magic nuke, their assessment wraps up. Meanwhile, Yuzul is literally hanging from the wall to survive her blast. The final scores drop soon after. Our boys' squad takes first, leaving Young and Bayan in second. Bayan actually accepts the loss, despite crushing 2 mid-level monsters herself. Young is honestly shocked she took the defeat so peacefully. But deep down, Bayan firmly believes that if Yuzul was her partner, her magic would have been just as flashy. You and I both know what is up, pure jealousy. She hates his loyalty to Issel. If the perfect knight exists, she wants him standing right beside her. The future perfect queen of the world. Refusing to truly back down, she vows to dig into Yuzul's secrets, as Bayan stomps out. She spots Siren Orson, assuming she is here to mock her loss against a commoner. Bayan storms past, leaving Siren to realize this girl still has a lot of growing up to do. Off to the side, Flame is scribbling furiously in her journal, stressing over Issel mastering Crystal Flower way too early. That spell is supposed to be Issel's endgame move, unlocked after years of brutal hardship. In the original novel's timeline, Issel should actually be hitting rock bottom right now. Seeing her drop the crystal flower in front of the whole academy makes Flame absolutely certain that Yuzil is the wild card here. In the original romance plot, Young and Issel get together and the world literally ends. But now, Flame suspects there is a hidden storyline she completely missed. A nameless background character, Yuzil desperately loved Issel, and right when the apocalypse hit. Maybe he was the one who rewound time instead of Young. A timeline reset just to save his girl, even if it meant she would completely forget he ever existed. It blows Flame's mind wondering if Yuzil has zero regrets. Loving someone so intensely that you sacrifice your entire existence to turn back the clock, that is incredibly heavy stuff. Meanwhile, the system blesses our hero with massive experience points for clearing episode 5, plus bonus loot for taking the plot in an epic direction. Weighing his options, he knows his combat skills are solid for now, so he decides to gear up for the insane new episode waiting just around the corner. Yuzil selects the mysterious grass key. The system loads for a second before dropping the item straight into his inventory. It is not an ancient relic, but it is super rare gear meant only for high-level players. It literally unlocks a dimension where actual deities chill out. The catch, he has to leave campus to use it, and getting an off-campus pass is borderline impossible now thanks to that whole necromancer disaster. So what do you and I make of this? Joining a club is the ultimate loophole after speedrunning his assignment. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. Yuzil sighs and hits the notice board for clubs. He spots the Rune Composition Crew, a traditional mage sports team, and a little book club looking for fresh recruits. Not many clubs actually get passes to go off campus, so our boy really needs to pick wisely here. Right then, Issel walks up to check the board too. He is genuinely shocked she hasn't picked one yet, since literally every club on campus must be begging for her to join. Issel reminds him about her reputation, which he totally gets. But after those insane mock battles, public opinion totally flipped, and she definitely knows it. Even so, Issel wants to be super careful choosing. While her and Yuzil browse the clubs, Yusung randomly strolls up. He starts hyping up Yuzil's epic necromancer hunt during the mock battles. Yusung feels completely validated, totally assuming our guy operates on a whole different level. Yuzil agrees, saying that as a commoner, he always has to hustle harder. Yusung respects the grind, then totally stuns everyone by casually dropping that he studies all weekend long. Yuzil assumes it's just some polite textbook answer, but nope, Yusung is dead serious. This shocks our hero, since Yusung was supposed to start his hardcore training way later. He instantly wonders what caused this massive timeline glitch. Issel brings up practical dungeon training. Yusung admits that without her stepping in, things would have gotten incredibly dangerous. In the original plot, Yusung and Flame team up to crush Hai Wan Ryong, but since Yuzil stepped in, Yusung had to face him totally solo. You saw that butterfly effect too, right? Yuzil figures that's exactly why Hai Wan Ryong is acting so weird, but honestly, them training harder is actually fantastic news. Since unlike him, their crazy growth actually guarantees a happy ending. Moving on, Yusung is baffled that Yuzil is still clubless after all this time, so he boldly invites him to join his own crew. Our guy replies he wants a club that perfectly fits his vibe. You know, something super quiet, maybe just a handful of members. Needs 0 mandatory meetings, full health insurance, and obviously, they have to buy him cheese tonkatsu for lunch. Throw in free external trips and total freedom to just do his own thing. The catch, that dream club doesn't exist. But Yusung instantly offers to just build one from scratch for him. He flexes that making an off-campus club is light work. Yuzil knows he has the connections, but seriously wonders what the catch is. Yusung smoothly claims it benefits him purely because Yuzil is special. At first, our guy panics. But then he remembers Yusung's biggest character flaw is that he is just super lonely. So Yuzil agrees, but only if Issel joins the squad too. They were absolute besties in the original plot. Yuzil figures she'll perfectly keep Yusung's mental health in check. With everyone on board, Yusung asks what this dream club will actually be. Our hero smirks, he has the perfect plan. They grab the paperwork. Boom, the Delicious Restaurants Club. Yuzil as president, Yusung and Issel as members with one mission, hunting down absolute fire food spots. Issel is super skeptical though. To get that official off-campus stamp, they need 4 members minimum and a legit guidance professor backing them up. Yusung promises he can score the extra members and the seal, but securing a guidance professor will be rough. Yusil is confused, since getting outing permissions should be way harder. Yusung bluntly replies that the professors are all trash. Not just anyone can hand out that special stamp anyway. I know what you're thinking, super easy, right? Wrong. The only people who can stamp it are 4 guys our hero completely despises. Meanwhile, Yusung storms his grandpa's office. While Yusung casually spins around in the vice principal's chair, the old man acts all sweet, but secretly wonders what this brat actually wants. Yusung shoves the club request form forward, demanding a stamp. The vice principal tries stalling, checking if they even meet the wild requirements. But Yusung snatches the paper and orders him to stamp it. The old man hesitates, but knows he cannot refuse the literal heir. He slaps the stamp down and brings up some family business. After a quick chat, Yusung coldly says he knows and walks right out. The vice principal stews in anger. He thinks Yusung is just as painfully arrogant as his dad. He secretly vows to chop off Yusung's head one day. Meanwhile, the students are sweating bullets after class. This professor is notoriously toxic during presentations, especially if you're just a commoner. Jackie is totally stressing out, kicking herself for messing up her nerves. In her head, she absolutely should have scored way higher than Flame did. Flame actually walks over to hype her up, saying she did great and to ignore that garbage professor, but Jackie just rolls her eyes and rudely storms off. Just then, Yusil rolls up to Flame, hoping she can hook him up with a guidance professor since she's the teacher's pet. He admits the faculty absolutely despises him. Flame laughs and starts listing all his red flags, like how he constantly talks back during lectures. Sleeps through class, and it is a miracle he hasn't been warned, but she reminds him he's tight with assistant Professor Altisha. Yusil is completely mind-blown. He was so glued to the original storyline that he had no clue assistant professors could actually run clubs. He immediately heads out. Suddenly, he spots the main professor strutting out of Altisha's lab, which totally weirds him out, rushing inside. He finds Altisha completely devastated, her research scattered everywhere. He asks what happened, quickly spotting her thesis tossed onto the floor. Altisha hesitates, then nervously admits she handed it over. The big research conference is coming up, and that jerk professor is basically stealing her work to present it. She tries to act grateful, saying it's an honor for her thesis to be shown to top alchemists, but Yusil looks right at her and drops the truth. He tells her straight up she got robbed, asking if her name will even be credited. Altisha nervously smiles, claiming it is just a learning experience. Trust me, you're going to love this next part. Yusil drops the club idea, checks her board, and realizes that Snake Professor Mason is about to steal this exact formula. He wanted Altisha to finish it naturally, but now he has absolutely no choice. Yusil turns to the assistant. Stick with me here, this manhwa gets wild. The professor is stressing over that random sequence convergence technique. Altisha admits she used his intriguing ideas, but she just hit a massive brick wall. Nobody has cracked this math problem in 300 years, but Alicia swears she can totally solve the whole thing if she just figures out one missing piece. So our boy casually offers to fix it for her. The assistant professor is completely shook. Our hero just brushes it off, claiming he literally figured it out by pure coincidence. He claims he doesn't even get it himself. He grabs a marker and starts covering the board while Altisha watches. Done, he just tells her she'll view it differently. The assistant professor stares at the massive formula, totally getting sucked into laser focus. Our guy is seriously impressed. He knows Altisha is a literal genius who's going to completely change the future of humanity. Mission accomplished. He slips out of her office, leaving it all up to her insane talent. With her help, Jussiel scored a spot in the food club. Using his club leader perks, he snatched a leave pass. People were totally suspicious, but hey, he got the pass. Feeling super chill, he continues his trip and hits the third world tree, the Dutch tree orchard. Stepping inside, he's mind blown. This real-life beauty makes game graphics look like total trash. The elves actually welcome him with super warm prayers. See, way back, Elman Elwyn saved the burning second world tree from dying. That's probably why these elves spot his Stella uniform and act so friendly. he politely returns their traditional elf greeting. These elves are just as stunning as the game, but one elf completely steals the show, the elf king Flowerin. Dude looks like a goddess and stole tons of male players' hearts. He has the most fan art online, but get this, elves actually have no gender. When they fall in love, they change their gender for their partner. Flowerin started out as female. With no true love yet, she stayed genderless. But later, falling for Flame, he locked in the male gender. There was literally zero game route where Flowerin picked being a girl. That fact completely crushed so many guys. Anyway, Yusil finally locates the hidden dungeon, Deity Ifil's garden. Now pay close attention here, this is where it gets crazy. He remembers grabbing the garden key early, so he slides it in. Instantly, a harsh system warning pops up before the entrance. It warns that other key holders will be alerted. He remembers this exact pop-up from the game. It never triggered special events back then, so he just shrugs and shoves the doors wide open. Meanwhile, at the Elf Kingdom. At the heavenly spirited tree, Flowerin wakes up and gazes out his window. Watching peaceful birds fly by, he simply sighs, wondering when he'll finally be free to travel. Suddenly, a crazy spike of energy hits him. He instantly wonders, did somebody just break into Ifil's secret sleeping garden? He wants to go check it out himself, but right at the door, Flowerin completely freezes. He has waited years. If he leaves and that insane curse activates, people could lose their minds. He decides to play it safe and wait for the upcoming World Tree birthday. Back to Yuzial, he's violently sneezing from the thick pollen. Angry roots chase him, and he knows fighting them would take literal hours. He tosses his fire potion at the tree, sparking a blaze. Then he draws his sword, slashes the weak spot, and burns it to ashes. Snagging his experience, he pushes straight into the boss room. Inside, he's absolutely stunned seeing the deity Ifil. She's just sitting against a pillar. Now, deities are ultra-rare, god-tier beings. They are pure, enlightened souls who literally trained for hundreds of years to ascend. They are super rare, but the one facing Yuzial is not a complete deity. Her heart was stolen before her ascension, trapping her like a statue forever, the moment our hero steps closer. Insane mana pressure violently slams him down. A dead deity is still a freaking deity, but he refuses to quit, fighting the intense crush and forcing his way forward. Hitting the pillar, a system pop-up shows his unique mana physique experience just shot way up. Exhausted, he plops down on the floor to catch his breath. This is a god-tier training zone left by the deity. Past mages would have literally killed to find a pure mana ley line like this. Just working out here normally boosts your results by 100 times, plus absorbing that raw deity energy straight into your body. We both see what's really happening here. Yusil just fought through hell to find the ultimate gem. First things first, he grabs the resentment-filled branch. It is an artifact completely powered by negative vibes. Smack an enemy once, it inflicts the resentment debuff. Smack them twice, that resentment literally explodes from the inside, doing massive damage. The damage stacks every single day for up to 3 months, and against high-level bosses, one hit can instantly chop their health bar right in half. Armed with this broken item, Yuzial is finally ready for the Chapter 8 boss. Now, the crazy training arc begins. Weeks later, he checks his menu and is hyped to hit 2.5 stars, but he still needs to grind like crazy, since main characters all rock 4 stars or higher. With no master in this world, he just spams the basic stab and slash. He has to perfect his accuracy to nail those fatal critical hits. He grinds relentlessly to slice through solid bone, but mid-swing, a weird feeling hits his chest and he starts coughing out of nowhere. Boom, system alert. He just casually unlocked a special mana breathing method and scored the ultra-rare deity's breath skill. Everything goes blurry. Out of nowhere, he hears a girl loudly yelling at him, complaining that he's ignoring her and demanding he answer back right now. The voice gasps, totally shocked that he can actually listen. Then it hits him, it's the dead deity Ifil. He's freaking out that a literal corpse is chatting. She smirks, claiming she isn't even dead. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Yual was completely deaf, so he's totally freaking out. How in the world is he hearing this deity right now? Ifil believes it's literally because he's becoming exactly like her. He even managed to perfectly match her breathing rhythm. Suddenly remembering a system pop-up, our guy immediately double-checks his player stats. Absolute shocker, his physical stats just skyrocketed straight to a 4-star level. It's a massive temporary buff, but wait, there's always a massive catch. The skill's penalty, essence erosion. Basically, Yusal will straight up lose his physical human form. Normally, magic users can keep their bodies intact using pure mana. But Yusal's mana is basically blocked. Losing his body means instant game over. He's super bummed out about getting a crazy strong skill that literally drains his lifespan every single use. Still, he shakes it off. It's a killer trump card for emergencies. Meanwhile, Ifanal is mind blown. He's literally only the second human in history who has ever successfully breathed deity breath. His physical presence is incredibly faint, just like that legendary first guy. With 0 mana in his system, it feels like he practically doesn't even exist in this world. Our boy is totally lost. Who is she even talking about? She explains this past legend was a swordsman who casually sliced through both magic and actual deities. Yusal is absolutely stunned. The original game never even mentioned a swordsman like that. To chop down a literal god, that guy must have been ridiculously overpowered. He immediately asks for a meet and greet, but she drops a reality bomb. The first mage's 12 disciples are wiped out, meaning that legendary swordsman died a very long time ago. Ifanal offers to train him personally. She was super close with that guy and memorized all his insane techniques, but obviously this god has a massive catch. She's practically a spirit, completely unable to move or speak to anyone else. Her price, fetch her a heart to revive her. Our guy totally saw this coming. But he instantly rejects the quest. Snatching another god's heart at his current level is pure suicide, but Ifanal quickly clarifies it doesn't actually need to be a deity's. A pure divine beast heart works completely fine. Yusal hesitates, warning her that a major downgrade like that means losing her godly powers. But she doesn't care. Anything beats being stuck in this gloomy cave forever. Getting a normal beast's heart is totally doable, so Yusal finally locks in and accepts the deal. He only came here to train for the familiar contract ceremony anyway. By then, he'll be absolutely surrounded by countless different divine beasts. Way easier than fighting a literal god. Ifanal then casually mentions she's got a special gift for him, pointing right over to the shadows behind a nearby stone pillar. Now pay close attention here because this next part is wild. He finds a flower necklace, proof of their friendship. It wasn't even in the game, so he literally considers burning it for firewood. Then it finally clicks, this is a genuine god's mark. That'll be insanely useful later. Meanwhile, Altisha finishes furiously scribbling on the chalkboard, staring at her work in absolute awe. She actually cracked the impossible formula. She happily copies it down, totally confident Yusal is going to be incredibly proud. Boom, conference day is finally here. Yusal and Altisha pull up to the massive venue. Every single year, this prestigious event is hosted in a different location, and this time, it's at the Dwarf Kingdom's legendary Golden Light Crane Academy, since dwarves literally originated physical matter magic. The sheer scale of this place is completely mind-blowing. Plus, the absolute goat of alchemy, the legendary golden alchemist Talcum Corden, is literally sitting right in the audience. It's the ultimate perfect moment to reveal Altisha's groundbreaking research. But Altisha is totally stressed out. Can she really present this? Her head professor spent a lifetime failing at this exact topic. Yusal quickly steps in and reassures her that it's going to be completely fine. She didn't steal a single thing from Mason. She's just straight up way more talented. They head inside, with Yusal cleverly steering them through the back entrance to dodge that super flashy red carpet. The hype is totally real as the host grabs the mic, officially kicking off the 87th Grand Golden Section Conference. Round 1 is all about shiny new potion reveals. First up to the podium, Stella Academy's very own Professor Mason Tyron. She confidently introduces herself, dropping her new alpha-type red potion. As she flexes her research, jaws hit the floor when she finally wraps up. Everyone is totally blown away by her potion upgrades, but Yusal, he's absolutely fuming, watching this snake yap about Altisha's hard work as her own. You and I both know karma's coming for her, right? But wait, the main event is starting. The host just called Altisha to the stage. She nervously introduces herself, then drops an absolute bombshell. Her topic, the completely solved theoretical breakdown of the impossible random sequence convergence technique. The whole room freezes. Hecklers immediately start shouting, asking if this kid even realizes what stage she's standing on. She takes a deep breath, admitting this massive stage is a lot for her, but the crowd is ruthless, violently questioning the credibility of her wild claims. She fiercely tells them to accept the cold hard facts like true alchemists, but the crowd erupts, screaming that her convergence technique is total fantasy. Because mixing magic engineering with pure alchemy is literally impossible, nobody's cracked it in 300 years, right then. The legendary Talcum Corden slams his cane, telling everyone to shut up. Calling something impossible just because others failed is an absolute insult to alchemy. He excitedly looks forward to hearing the truth behind this near-impossible technique, giving Altisha the ultimate green light. But just as she tries to speak, Professor Mason screams her objection. The professor straight up accuses her young assistant of massive plagiarism. Talcum coldly warns Mason of the brutal consequences if she fails to prove these wild accusations. Mason smirks, accepts the high stakes, and struts right onto the stage. She loudly declares this random sequence convergence technique has 5 impossible puzzles. Merging alchemy and magic engineering, it only succeeds if you perfectly crack all 5 of those brutal conundrums. In recorded history, scholars have barely solved 2 and poorly at that, but Mason fiercely claims she alone has cracked 4 of them. And points out that Altisha is literally her own teaching assistant. She smugly declares victory, saying even if her little assistant somehow solved the 5th piece. There's absolutely zero chance she solved the first 4. Deep down, Mason secretly knows Altisha is a genius. But she wants to ruin her career and steal the glory. Mason demands answers and Altisha completely freezes. That's where we leave it. Trust me, you gotta see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. You are about to watch one epic academic takedown. She totally knew Mason would pull this stunt, but her mind goes blank until our hero's voice echoes in her head. She calls out her thesis co-author for backup and points straight at UCIOL, completely stunning the guy, and as our boy struts right through the massive crowd. Everyone is absolutely floored that he is just some young student. Even the golden alchemist is hyped. Us hits the stage, whipping out that resentment-filled branch against Mason. He flashes a huge, satisfied grin when the branch totally works against her trash talk, kicking off the presentation by breaking down Maine's angle first. He casually drops the ultimate flex, seeing is believing right, so he challenges both Maine and Altisha to solve the random sequence convergence technique live on stage. The crowd goes wild for this professor versus assistant showdown, but Altisha totally freezes up. Our boy steps in, telling her to trust him. He promises he has been watching her work this whole time and knows she can crush it. He begs her to just believe, and boom, Alicia finally finds her inner strength. Now, fun fact, 300 years ago, some alchemist claimed he cracked this exact random sequence convergence technique. Then, he mysteriously died in a washroom, turning the whole equation into a massive urban legend. Countless scholars tried to solve it over the years, but every single one totally failed. Eventually, people just gave up entirely, labeling it completely impossible. Meanwhile, Kane, captain of the 13th Destructive Assassination Corps, is highly entertained watching them casually announce they will solve this legendary technique. His vice captain Hazen, super bored. She's seriously doubting the professor is an actual dark demonic human, writing this whole stealth mission off as a total bust. Watch closely now. As they watch invisibly, Hazen gets super annoyed that her captain blindly trusts the old man's intel. But suddenly, the first dilemma gets solved, and Hazen feels the whole vibe shift. Talcum Corden is blown away seeing 2 totally different solutions. Kane actually finds Altisha's breakdown way cleaner and simpler than Maine's, despite a tiny answer difference. Heading into the second dilemma, the crowd is stunned seeing a brand new approach. They watch in absolute awe as the assistant professor tackles it. A problem that usually takes 200 lines, she absolutely nails it in 12. Us just smirks, eating up the crowd's insane hype. But the real gauntlet starts right here. Hitting the third dilemma, the whole room holds its breath. Is this impossible problem actually going down today? Seconds later, the golden alchemist's jaw drops. It is solved. Sure, Professor Maine cracking the so-called impossible third dilemma is definitely an epic feat. But Altisha's method, completely next level, Everyone is completely mesmerized by her genius approach. See, up until this exact moment. Older alchemists treated the five dilemmas like separate puzzles, but Altisha flipped the script. She saw them as totally interconnected and solved everything simultaneously. The crazy difference here, Maine totally choked at the finish line. She blanked on the final steps and completely ran out of chalk space. She literally screams for a fresh chalkboard, but boom, Altisha casually announces she is already finished. She steps back, revealing the fully solved. Completed random sequence convergence technique. The entire room loses their minds, crowning this historic win as the absolute moment of the century. You and I both know villains never quit easily. While thanking our hero, a crazy hostile aura suddenly explodes right out of the professor. With the whole academy cheering this century-defining victory, the atmosphere around Mason turns insanely dark and terrifying in a split second. She glares at Altalea, delusionally screaming that her research was stolen. Yuzel clocks Maine's freaky behavior and instantly realizes she is undergoing dark demonification. It is happening way faster than he guessed, but honestly, it is exactly his plan. He wants her full dark demonic human reveal right on stage. Mason aggressively harasses the assistant professor until Altisha finally snaps, screaming at her to just admit that the new thesis is way better. She roars, demanding how many more papers Maine plans to steal. The crowd gasps. That famous red potion thesis from earlier. Yeah, that was stolen research too. Altisha flat out calls her professor stupid, leaving the entire audience speechless. But suddenly, the golden alchemist starts dying of laughter, totally living for the tea. Mason snaps out of it, realizing she was about to do something insanely dangerous. Still, she marches toward Altisha until our boy blocks her path, telling her to seriously read the room. Mason pauses, finally looking at the crowd. Staring down an army of judging alchemists, she still screams that Alicia is a thief. Talcum Corden has enough, ordering the guards to drag her out. The guards haul Maine away while she kicks and plays the innocent victim. Our hero offers a hand, pulling his friend up and hyping Altalea for defending her masterpiece. Meanwhile, the assassins bounce, totally bummed their hunt was a total dud. Kane figures her emotional meltdown would have definitely triggered a sign if Maine was actually a dark demonic human. But the dark demon erosion sensor stayed completely silent. Hazen casually brings up that the fancy new moon. Great Tower's psychometry is pretty flawed, casually telling Kane she finds the kid adorable. Her background check revealed dark demonic humans destroyed his hometown before Stella. He is just a commoner with trash grades, but somehow made S-class. Even wilder, UIL is attending the planet's top magic academy with zero magic skills. The kid is a total anomaly, even demanding his name be scrubbed from all of today's news articles. Out of nowhere, Kane catches Yulo making direct eye contact before looking away. He warns Hazen. But she calls him paranoid. Her shadow shield and Kane's recognition resistance magic are basically unbreakable. Still, Kane sees our boy smirking and decides to bounce. Elsewhere, Mason is shaking with pure rage, blaming Yukal for her massive public humiliation. Suddenly, Lean drops in, bluntly stating she caused a huge disaster. This wasn't some minor mistake, it was insanely dangerous, and she is incredibly lucky suppression was cast on her. If Mason's emotions went full rage mode, the Order's entire master plan would be completely ruined. You and I just watched absolute peak drama. Mason tries to apologize, but Ledin bluntly states that sorry won't fix this. Alright, stick with me here. The boss is totally bummed about losing her Stella professor gig. Maine tries fighting back, bragging about her connections on the plagiarism board to cover up the whole mess, but Ledin straight up tells her to sit down and shut up. Laying low is her only play right now. He orders her to lay low, then vanishes. Left alone, Maine is absolutely itching for revenge on Yuzo. Meanwhile, our boy is super bummed. He thought Maine going full dark demon at the conference would actually cancel out the massive 8th episode disaster. But nope, it looks like her crazy rage mode is just bottled up until the exact episode she was originally supposed to absolutely snap. So Yuzo just kicks back and chills. No need to rush things. The conference wrapped up safely, and he even triggered the super spicy resentment branch. But one thing really bugs our main character. He's certain he spotted Kane at the event. You know, the ultimate black magic squad. The New Moon Great Tower. These guys are legendary hunters of dark demons and rogue mages, and the captain of their craziest elite unit. The 13th Assassination Corps, that's Kane. Our boy only noticed them thanks to his crazy sixth sense. He has a few solid guesses why those assassins were hanging around, and figures making nice with them is a smart move. Right on cue, some dude strolls in asking for Altisha. As the game's story kept rolling, the lore got way deeper, and once the main character Flame hit adulthood, a whole new batch of targets unlocked. One of those targets, the absolute boss of the Southern Howell Plains. Enter Melon, president of the massive Starclouds company. Thanks to his insane golden rule's fatal trait, he is the richest guy alive. Even in his 50s with a kid, Melon was a massively popular love interest. Not for his money or looks, but because his daughter Jiriel is the villainess. This high elf spends the whole story making the protagonist's life a total nightmare, earning her that big bad villain title. Naturally, angry gamers went full try-hard mode trying to find a way to absolutely ruin Jiriel's life. Now pay attention, this is hilarious. Marrying her dad Melon to bankrupt their family became the ultimate petty gamer move, and everyone totally loved it. Yusul definitely didn't expect Melon to show up in the flesh, but now he's got to turn on the charm and leave a great impression for future plotlines. Melon greets Alicia and asks our boy's name, totally playing dumb. Our guy sees right through the slick act and introduces himself. Melon gets straight to business, dropping an exclusive Starclouds contract for Altisha's new techniques right on the table. He flexes hard, promising them the absolute best deal possible. Altisha scans the paperwork and her jaw practically hits the floor. Unlimited materials, crazy support, and a stack of cash way bigger than she's ever seen. She is insanely hyped. This is her golden ticket to build all her dream inventions. She figures Yuyal will be just as pumped, but she looks over and he's completely stone-faced. Zero reaction. She quickly asks for time to think, making Melon assume his flashy offer just wasn't sweet enough. She swears the conditions are amazing, but she needs to discuss everything with her co-author first, Melon previously thought. She only called Euclial a co-author for clout at the conference, but nope, it's legit. Watching this kid crack a 300-year-old puzzle convinces Melon he's a certified genius. So Melon nudges the contract toward our boy, figuring he's just a naive kid who will instantly drool over all those shiny numbers and say yes. Plot twist, our hero rejects it instantly. Shocked, Melon asks why and immediately offers to tweak literally any condition he wants. Our boy totally knows locking down a deal with the biggest trading company on Earth is amazing. And while Melon's business game is elite, our hero hates losing control. Tying a technique exclusively to him kills diversity, creativity, and limits items to whatever makes the most cash. Plus, an exclusive deal means thousands of mages miss out. By only focusing on profit, those dark demonic humans will easily catch up in tech. Plenty of gamers originally took. I know what you're thinking, take the cash, but that route guarantees a bad ending, so Yusul tells Melon the conditions don't even matter. He straight up refuses an exclusive deal. Fusing magic engineering with alchemy is a massive breakthrough, deeply impacting real life and totally revolutionizing mage gear. He wants everyone to use it. Melon respects the kid's big dreams, but gently reminds him that big dreams cost serious cash. Too bad our boy just met with tons of investors. Melon is literally just another option. Melon quickly realizes Yuyal plans to juggle him alongside other backers, so he smartly scraps most of those over-the-top initial conditions. But our protagonist actually liked those perks, so he counteroffers with luxury goods, while Yuyal plans to mass-produce the basic items like crazy. He'll give Starclouds exclusive rights to the ultra-rare, hard-to-make premium stuff. Melon hesitates, wondering if high-end gear will even sell, since he absolutely despises losing money. Our boy smoothly says there's zero pressure to sign today. In 6 months, he's throwing a massive presentation for all his potential investors. If Melon likes the products, they can sign then. Melon is genuinely impressed by the kid's ice-cold negotiating skills. He hands over a magic contact card and heads out. Once he's finally gone, our boy exhales a massive breath, basically melting in relief. He was literally dying of anxiety in there. Altisha totally doesn't buy the nervous act, just laughing her head off and calling him absolutely amazing. Business handled, Yusul grabs dinner with his club. The conference wrapped up nicely, and Stella Academy classes went right back to normal. A new prof claims Maine is just feeling sick and takes over. Our boy is totally shocked they're actively covering up her sudden disappearance. Usually, a fully awakened Maine completely wrecks the entire academy in episode 18. So where does that leave us? The timeline is wrecked, and Yuzo's wondering if her massive rampage drops way earlier. Let's dive right back into the madness. He figures it's way better to keep things at a manageable level. Meanwhile, Alicia is completely missing from school today. And our hero bets she's happily getting swamped over at the Alchemy Castle, strolling right past some random classmates. He catches them gossiping about Altalicia cracking that impossible technique. They're totally clueless about the secret co-author, even joking the guy hid because he's but ugly. Us just slides on by, keeping his co-author status totally under wraps. He only fed Alicia a hint using the bulb glass's knowledge anyway. To him, she totally deserves the spotlight. Suddenly, Yuso spots Young chilling in the distance. The crowd won't shut up about how gorgeous Yusung is, while totally trash-talking poor Issel standing right next to him. He casually strolls up to say what's up, deciding to just drag them to the restaurant himself, sitting down at the spot with his awesome club crew. He catches Assel dead staring at the pizza. Then it hits him, her character profile totally said she chugs the pickle juice first whenever she gets pizza. Ul slides a little cup over, telling her to dig in. Issel just glares at the thing, totally clueless on how to actually consume it. Our boy wonders if she's literally never hit up a pizza joint before. Suddenly, boom, she downs the whole cup. Young tries it next, and they're instantly hooked. Yal hooks Issel up with a slice, but seeing her grab a knife, he's gotta show her the ropes. He goes in barehanded. Issel thinks it's barbaric, but Young totally vibes with it. They ditch the utensils, and suddenly Ale is happily rambling about the ingredients, literally doing a happy dance in her mouth. Long story short, she is absolutely obsessed with the pizza, and the crew agrees they gotta make this a regular spot. Meanwhile, Flame's buddy runs up, hyping how Alticia cracked that insane random sequence technique. But Flame, she already knows Yual is the absolute mastermind behind it. She's racking her brain over how he pulled it off. Regression usually wipes future knowledge, leaving only massive plot points as a crazy penalty. Flame is seriously questioning if Yukal kept his memories or if the guy is just straight-up genius. Right then, some classmate begs to join her Persona Gate practical group. Flame coldly shoots him down, basically telling him to go bother literally anyone else. Now watch closely here. Flame stares at the Persona Gate practical announcement, realizing it's go time. These gates, creepy alternate dimensions spawned by straight-up dark demonic humans. If they don't rush in and raid these gates fast, the whole area turns into a literal dead zone where absolutely nothing survives. Forget standard dungeons where you just smash a boss. To clear a Persona Gate, you gotta analyze and totally dismantle its specific, crazy gimmicks. We're talking space distortion rates, topology, soul isolation magic, thousands of wild, unpredictable patterns you literally have to be ready for. Plus crazy memorization and hardcore combat skills. Magic warriors literally exist to shut these things down, making this test a massive deal. In the original novel, this specific gate completely blends with reality. Flame knows she can't just let Yuyal carry the team forever. She decides to step up and block it herself to dodge massive damage. Meanwhile, over at the 9th Star Tower's super fancy cafe terrace, Bayan is chilling at a tea party with her girls. They're just gossiping about desert stuff until someone brings up Altalia's crazy new thesis. Lickle drops a bomb. Her dad claims the co-author is actually a Stella student. The squad totally buys it since her dad literally runs the info bureau. Even though he couldn't figure out the kid's name. But guess what? Bayan already knows Yuzi is the secret brain behind the thesis. She's just super confused why he'd dodge all that glory for Altia. She abruptly ditches the tea party, leaving her friends completely baffled. I know what you're thinking, family drama. Oh, absolutely. Bon bumps into Hong Siwa, demanding to be called sister. Bayan is the legit heir, while Siwa's the illegitimate one. They've got this super toxic rivalry, and Bayan absolutely despises her half-sister. Siwa casually mentions she's here to scout some fascinating first-year commoner. She gossips about this commoner studying hardcore chivalry and swordsmanship. Catching her sister's flustered reaction, Siwa instantly connects the dots. Baeon totally has a crush. Siwa brutally teases her, joking that a self-sacrificing knight is every little princess's ultimate fantasy, and practically demands an introduction to the guy. Baeon snaps at her to do it herself and storms off. Siwa yells back that she used to be sweeter, blaming her coldness on their eldest sister's tragic death. Baeon looks totally rocked by that low blow but keeps walking in silence. Siwa just stands there, realizing she definitely crossed the line bringing up the dead sister. Suddenly, Siren rolls up with that juicy intel on UCIOL, handing her a copy of a class project that basically spills his entire tragic backstory. Siwa is totally mind-blown. The super-secret past she couldn't dig up anywhere is literally just sitting right here on a random class worksheet. She starts skimming and literally chuckles at the first mention of UIL's mom, but give it 60 seconds and she is straight up bawling her eyes out. Reading how UCL's mom pretended she didn't want those black bean noodles just broke her. She's never seen real poverty. Seeing our boy survive that with his chivalry intact, heartbreaking. She finds out dark demonic humans completely wiped out UCIL's hometown. She feels bad for Baeon, but honestly, she is insanely curious about our hero now. Cut to the day of the practical exam. The instructor hypes up the first-year cadets, officially kicking off the Persona Gate test and telling them to march in. Everyone's jaws are dropping at how the gate looks exactly like the textbook drawings. The nerves are real, but our boy, just chilling, waiting for the action. Since finishing that whole academic conference arc, Yual totally unlocked the portal analysis cheat using his shiny new thrush goggles. Plus, he's been grinding non-stop at Ifanol's garden. His stats are super buffed right now, so this test should honestly be a total cakewalk. The instructor calls the Portal C7 squad to head on through the gate, and our hero scopes out his teammates. This whole Persona Gate trial splits everyone into groups of 4 to 18 cadets. Teamwork is literally the only way they survive this, since Stella first years usually sit around a measly Class 2 level. Trust me, you're gonna want to see this. Beating a Risk 3 Persona Gate for their very first fight? Absolutely brutal. Next stop, Portal Garden C7. Alright, stick with me here, you and I are diving into a wild portal raid. With a 16-player cap, Yusil misses his bros, but having Flame, Baeon, and Issel is plenty of firepower. Our boy honestly doesn't care about the final boss strategy. Why? Because the only thing he actually wants is that sweet hidden drop, the enchanted tree petals. The second they step through, boom, welcome to Alharan's ball. A maid instantly greets the squad, saying she is getting their dresses and shoes ready. Baeon is totally thrown off. Like, since when do Persona Gates have fancy ballrooms? Shaking it off, she quickly scans the portal data to check the guide message, but the second Baeon reads that pop-up. She is stunned. Why use such an insanely complex formula for freshman practice? Then the maid interrupts, rushing them because dinner starts soon. Baeon immediately calls Cap. A real Persona Gate NPC acting like this? Sure, that happens. But she knows for a fact that practice portals created by mages cannot have characters acting completely on their own. A crazy, terrifying thought hits her, but she quickly brushes it off. There is absolutely no way a real gate spawned inside Stella Academy. The tech must just be super advanced. She tells the maid to grab the dress, but deep down, Baeon gets this sinking feeling that this practice is going to drag out. Looking incredibly fresh in her new dress, the princess just stares at Yusil. Suddenly, she flashes back to reading his assignment, the exact one completely spilling his tragic backstory. Now, she definitely sees him in a new light. Knowing our hero's personal trauma totally changes the vibe. She is amazed he pushed through all that pain to become a proper Stella Knight. Catching her staring, Yusil smirks and asks if she has never seen a commoner before, making Baeon super awkward. Right on cue, a woman struts in, announcing that everyone absolutely has to attend the Duchess of Alharan's grand ball. Pointing at 4 dark hallways leading to the basement, she drops a bombshell. Down there, it is packed with deadly labyrinths and nasty traps, plus the second they get lost. The mansion's knights will hunt them down. They literally have to survive on pure instinct and gut feelings alone. The NPC is actually impressed when Yusil confidently says they can handle it. The others, totally spooked that she sounds like a real human, exchanging nervous glances, they head for the doors. You are going to want to see this. Flame suddenly stops everyone, warning that this practice feels completely wrong. The NPCs are acting way too lifelike, and she cannot even read the portal's data. Honestly, for a freshman practice exam, having this insane difficulty spike makes absolutely zero sense. Another guy chimes in, totally agreeing. He could barely read the magic, and yeah, those NPCs sounded way too human for comfort. Seeing them hesitate, Flame pushes harder to prove her point, but Jackie cuts her off, straight up asking if she actually thinks this crazy place is real. Jackie is convinced the professors totally rigged this. After all, even in the real world, you cannot perfectly read a persona gate every single time, she thinks this whole confusing, impossible mess was intentionally set up by the staff. I mean, Stella is literally the top academy for magic warriors and knights. Jackie argues they would definitely notice a real, dangerous portal spawning on campus. But here is the catch if this follows the original game's plot. Flame already knows this gate is 100% real. They will not believe her, so she just wanted to plant a seed of doubt in their heads. She stays silent, stressing over her next move. Watching this unfold, Yusil realizes they have triggered Jackie's dark corruption route. Funny thing is, the original game did not even have a Jackie. This whole setup has to be super confusing for Flame. Still, her trying to save Jackie perfectly matches one of the crazy branching paths from the original timeline. Here is the brutal truth. One of these three students has to get hit with dark corruption. Our boy obviously did not want anyone turning evil today. You and I both know rewriting fate is basically impossible. He realizes helping Flame will not change the outcome, so he just spectates. Meanwhile, Jackie completely refuses to believe anything else. She is locked into thinking the professors planned this entire nightmare, and everyone just needs to stay chill and act fast. Done wasting time, she marches right through the door, with the rest trailing behind her. Yusil watches them scramble like a totally disorganized mess. But honestly, they are in too deep to back out now. Stepping toward the door, he notices the others shadowing him, but it does not even matter because standard tactics are completely useless here. Yusil steps through the gate and immediately hears someone whining about the creepy hallway. Glancing around, he spots Bian and two random participants on his squad. Exactly as our hero predicted, the gate forcibly split them up. The 16 students are divided down 4 completely separate paths, leaving exactly 4 people on each team. Yusil bets that Issel and Flame got paired up, but being stuck with Bian, totally unexpected, they push forward. Keeping up the pace, honestly our boy thinks it is a blessing that Bian and Issel got separated, but then Yusil spots something weird up ahead. Peering down the hall, he finds a bunch of creepy mannequins blocking the way to a heavy door. The squad wonders if a basic unlock spell will actually work. But the other girl points out it is pointless without analyzing the gate first. Bian asks our hero if he has figured it out, but he just flatly says no. She sighs, guessing she expected way too much from Yusil and assumes they are stuck. But right on cue, our protagonist casually mentions he knows the way out. He points straight at those creepy mannequins, noting that despite their different poses, they are all doing the exact same dance. Yusil knows the princess. Definitely recognizes the moves, and yep, Bian calls it out as Dead Serena's Requiem. It is the tragic dance Serena performed right before her own heartbreaking death. He is praying she remembers the routine perfectly. The statues are lined up showing each step, meaning the missing dance move is literally their exit ticket. The whole squad hits that missing pose and boom, just like he predicted, the door swings open. Moving into the next room, they find more mannequins and wonder if it is another clue. The girls try scanning them again, but they get absolutely nothing. 0 hints, 0 magic trails. Our hero just glares at the floor. He realizes the mannequins are total bait and the actual puzzle is right beneath their feet on the carpet, the woven dance pattern. So what do you and I take from this? Sometimes the answer is right under your feet. The girls nail the quiet Serena's tango and boom, the massive door finally unlocks. Stick with me because you and I are about to see just how completely different Yusil really is. As everyone rushes the door, Bon finally gets it. She knew he changed her whole mindset, but this gap, it is huge. He is speedrunning a gate the others cannot even comprehend. Watching his crazy strategy, math, and razor-sharp observation skills, Bon is totally stunned. Is this really what a first-year student looks like? It feels like Yusil has cleared hundreds of persona gates. Bon remembers hearing his hometown got completely wiped out by dark demonic humans before he even enrolled. Just some no-name border village constantly getting hammered by those dark demonic human attacks. So yeah, despite our main guy completely lacking any basic textbook knowledge, Bon finally understands his insane combat strategy. He literally had to put his life on the line fighting those dark demonic humans. That survival instinct makes him totally different. While everyone else sweats over getting good grades, our dude just guesses on exams like a total flex. He skips homework and his class attitude is garbage. But watching him sprint through these doors, Bon suddenly wonders, why in the world is he trying so hard right now? He catches her zoning out, then Bon flat out asks him if this persona gate is actually real. Our boy just freezes, totally speechless for a second. He realizes Bon has gotten way sharper. Originally, she would not have figured out the truth until the very end and would have just kept getting in Assel's way. Yusial cracks a smile. This means Bon is officially stepping off her villain path. He confirms the persona gate is real, dropping the heavy truth. They can actually get hurt and die right here. And if they fail, the other world synchronization phenomenon hits the outside world. That is exactly why he is speedrunning this place like his life depends on it. Bon is absolutely floored, she knew it. Yusial only goes try-hard mode when things are dangerously serious. Now watch closely because she refuses to just sit back. She wants to survive on her own strength. Meanwhile, down a totally different passage, Flame and Assel blast through a door. They spot the others just standing there and realize Jackie has totally vanished. The students explain they only survived this far thanks to Jackie, but the second they crossed the last door, poof, gone. They searched everywhere for a good while but came up completely empty. Flame is blown away. If they searched for a long time, that means these guys cleared the zone way faster than her and Assel, and get this, without a single scratch on them. Just then Flame spots our main guy chilling right there. Yusial says he arrived a while ago, but Jackie was nowhere in sight. He was seriously hoping to beat Jackie here and stop her from vanishing, but man, he now gets that it was completely unavoidable. With a mess like this, his only move is helping the girls clear the stage. Meanwhile, back at the Stella Dome, Hanuel is totally freaking out. A real persona gate got mixed into the practice exam. He cannot wrap his head around it. Stella's security is literally world-class. It is like someone completely hacked and reversed the spatial wave detection system. That made the warning signal for a new persona gate completely impossible to track. The security squad is scrambling to patch the system right now. But honestly, that is the least of their worries. Right on cue, the Stella Knights captain, Ara Blackwin, steps in, agreeing the real nightmare is who actually walked through that gate. Hanuel desperately asks if they can send in backup. But the instructor shuts it down. It is strictly impossible since people are already inside fighting the gate. And get this, the risk level is pushing between 4 and 5. It started as a level 4 persona gate, but the exact second students walked in, boom, it leveled up. Aaron scans the roster and sees nothing but first-year rookies. A level 5 gate is a pure death trap that even hardcore veteran mages prep for, so first years chilling at class level 2 or 3, 0 chance they survive this place. Aaron coldly orders them to prep 16 body bags just to be safe. When Hanuel screams at him, Aaron just shrugs, calling it standard operational efficiency. You and I both know the odds here. Ara thinks first years clearing a level 5 gate is like an ant dropping a tiger, and deep down, Hanuel knows they're completely doomed. But he still prays the kids make it out alive. Meanwhile, back inside the persona gate, Jackie finally makes her entrance. Now the whole squad is together, and our guy is just waiting for the final boss to drop. It is go time. They hit the massive dancing clock tower. And the system pings, telling him to rush down the stairs straight to the ballroom. So he takes charge, leading the crew downwards. Flame glances up to the top where the Blade's spider leader is hiding out. It is a nasty level 4 monster packing 8 legs, literally as sharp as butcher knives. Flame knows this spider boss is incredibly lethal. They cannot just get carried by Yusial forever. Plus, with his amnesia, she figures he has 0 intel on this specific monster anyway. But Flame actually studied this thing beforehand, so she plans to hold it off solo. She figures if Assel and Yusial focus up and handle the final boss in the meantime, they can actually clear this gate without any major casualties. Flame tries to hold her friends back, but our boy spots something lurking right above. He yells at the team to keep moving while he handles it. The squad keeps sprinting down the steps. Flame assumed our guy had no clue about the spider leader. So she is completely stunned. He even sensed its crazy stealth aura. She definitely underestimated him. But then, a few seconds pass and they hear this disgusting clicking sound. Looking up, the giant blade spider leader is dropping right on them. Pure absolute panic breaks out. Flame is terrified for our guy until she spots him literally surfing on top of the monster. Yusial barks at them to hurry down while he solos the beast. Assel freaks out, thinking he cannot possibly win alone, and turns to back him up, but Bond stops her cold. Running to the ballroom is the only real way to help him now. The squad bursts into the ballroom, totally hypnotized by this fancy hall full of dancers, but then heavy footsteps echo coming up the stairs. Flame locks in, assuming it is the final boss, Duchess Ulharan. She screams for everyone to prep for battle, but drop your jaws, guys, the Duchess is actually Jackie. The crowd bows to the Duchess, leaving Flame totally frozen in shock. This insane twist never happened in the original romance novel. Then it hits her, Jackie was never even a character. So what do you and I make of this madness? A real student becoming the Persona Gate's final boss? Trust me, the real nightmare is just starting. All right, let's dive right into this absolute madness together. There is only one thing that turns into an NPC here. Jackie is a corrupted demon. Flame finally gets it. But our girl absolutely refuses to back down. She wants her friend back, period. She practically begs Jackie to snap out of it, warning her about this nasty power. But nope, Jackie is completely high off that dark energy. Bayon shakes her head. It is way too late for talking. Issel chimes in. Beating this entire gate might be their only shot now. They nod to Flame, who readies her staff for a rescue mission. The Duchess steps up, and boom, boss battle initiated. Meanwhile, Yusil is totally busy soloing the giant spider leader in a completely different zone. Totally optional boss, right? Well, our dude is sweating through this fight for two huge reasons. First, grabbing that shiny enchantment tree petal off its ugly head. Second, this is the secret cheat code for the Jackie corruption route. The spider lunges, but Yusil just slides back and chucks potions like crazy. He launches himself forward, smashing the spider's skull. Snagging that petal basically turbocharges his brain. It is a super rare item needed for perception acceleration, totally crucial for his mana skills and cuckoo glasses. Now pay close attention, because here is the craziest twist. That shiny petal links directly to the Duchess and this monster spider, her literal husband. So every single time Yusil bashes that barrier, the Duchess takes massive damage too. Talk about giving the girls a major assist. Does he know if his timing is actually helping them? Not really, so he just decides to go absolutely feral and spam attacks. He vaults at the boss, hammering its giant forehead. The strategy is totally working, but suddenly the spider starts scurrying down straight toward the main ballroom. Yusil leaps right after it, tracking its crazy movement path, and fires off his insanely fast flash technique. Cut back to a few minutes ago. The boss fight kicks off, the Duchess starts dancing, and wild lightning zaps the poor students. Bayon checks her squad, drops the hesitation, and goes totally on the offensive. She grips her staff and blasts a massive fireball. The flames rush right at Jackie, but she pops up a heavy shield. The whole crew joins in on the attack. But their magic just bounces off. Jackie strikes back, and suddenly Flame spots a massive clue. She dances. As Flame twirls into her strike, Jackie actually fumbles her block. Flame realizes it is just like the light novels, everyone needs to dance. The clues were there all along. This is not just a brawl, it is a dance-off. Bayon figures out normal magic is totally useless here. To counter Serena's smooth tango, they need the ultimate requiem. The whole squad starts dancing, sinking attacks so Jackie has nowhere to hide. Boom, a massive explosion hits. Issel squints, hoping they finally nailed her, but the beat drops faster. Wait, their enemy suddenly has 4 legs. Jackie struts right out of the smoke. She's still grooving to the rhythm, completely ready for round 2. Flame screams at her to quit, knowing that acting like the Duchess too long means permanent brainwashing. But it is getting worse. Flame spots the creepy NPCs literally cheering the Duchess on, begging for an absolute smackdown. Jackie calls Flame selfish for hogging all the good vibes. She refuses to give up this fake happiness and unleashes her ultimate attack. Baeon spots the massive strike coming and screams for everyone to brace. She and Issel instantly throw up their magic shields to tank it. Issel glances away for 1 second to check on someone, completely dropping her guard. Bam! Baeon slides in, dropping an epic firewall to save her. She yells at Issel to focus while she handles the flames. She orders Issel to block the lightning and tells Flame to flank them for a sneak attack. Flame is totally stunned. I know what you are thinking. In the original plot, she ruined everything out of pure jealousy, but now she is literally carrying the entire team. A brutal strike blindsides Baeon, but Issel is right there, slamming down a thick ice wall to save her. Flame sneaks around the chaos, spots her window and strikes. The hit lands perfectly, flooding the entire room with thick smoke. Did they finally win? Nope. A terrifying silhouette shifts in the fog. The Duchess literally mutated into a monstrous spider lady. Driven by pure rage, Jackie goes totally berserk. The crew realizes they are staring down a literal risk level 5 nightmare. Flame scrambles for a plan, totally panicking, when she suddenly hears Yusil's voice. The monster Duchess shrieks in absolute agony. Flame suddenly gets it. Yusil's remote spider battle is literally nerfing Jackie. She cannot believe he predicted this crazy gimmick. He is fighting a deadly level 4 boss solo just to carry their raid. While the Duchess screeches, Baeon screams for an all-out assault. An insane combo of light, fire, and ice blasts the screaming monster. A massive explosion shakes the whole room. The enraged Duchess tries to counter, but something heavy smashes into her. The smoke clears, revealing the dead blade spider boss. They are absolutely speechless. A freshman just soloed a nightmare tier boss. They rush up the stairs. Jackie is pinned down, still trash-talking Flame. She whines that Flame is just a jealous cheat who cannot dance and hates her gorgeous looks. Since Jackie is so obsessed with her fake beauty, Flame orders Issel to make a mirror. She swears she is gorgeous until she finally sees her reflection. Complete denial. And honestly, you and I just witnessed the most brutal reality check of the year. You and I are diving right in. The NPCs think she's ugly, so the Duchess begs Flame for help. But plot twist, it was all an act. She jumps up to attack, but memories of Hwinryang flash through her mind before she suddenly bursts into raging flames. The girls watch Jackie burn to ashes, feeling pretty bad for her. A system alert pops up, announcing that this is how the tragic tale of Duchess Ulharan. The girl who obsessed over being the absolute prettiest and most popular finally ends. It congratulates them for clearing the ball of temptation. Meanwhile, over at the Stella Dome, Groups A6 and B3 finally wrap up their practical training and exit the gate. Hanwell orders an immediate evacuation while waiting for Group C7. Suddenly, the gate starts shaking. Hanwell grins like a proud dad, seeing the squad make it out alive. Aaron is completely mind-blown watching rookies successfully clear. Risk level 5 Persona Gate totally solo, something even hardcore veterans sweat over. He spots Yusil leading the pack like an absolute boss and decides to head out. Our boy reports the Persona Gate cleared with just 1 casualty. Hanwell immediately calls in the medic mages and tells everyone to rest up. Right then, Elman walks in, asking what went down. Cut to Stella's first main tower, where Yusil follows Elman into a totally private meeting. He's sweating bullets, which is exactly why he hated playing leader. Before leaving the gate, Bian had suggested they elect someone to give the official report. Our MC nominated Asul, but Bian refused to give up her credit, and Flame totally rejected it too. Asul also shut down the idea, forcing our guy into the leader role. Elman notes this is their 3rd encounter. Back when they first met, Yusil was basically a toddler. Cue the flashback. Our MC was freezing in the cold, but Elman was completely fascinated by his insane potential. Spotting Yusil's talent instantly, he offered a golden recommendation letter for the academy exam. Back in the present, Elman reveals he called to thank him for stopping a massive disaster, hoping to keep things totally under wraps. Trust me, you and I need to pay attention here without our boy stepping up. Student casualties would have been catastrophic. He then asks about a gate insect. Yusil freezes under his terrifying glare, finally realizing why he's called the dark demonic human decimator. Gulping, he admits student Jackie suffered the dark demon erosion phenomenon. Suddenly, Elman realizes he awkwardly forgot to even offer a drink. He lists off coffee, tea, or soda. Yusil specifically requests lilt tea, letting out a huge sigh of relief when Elman actually has it in stock. Elman serves it up, noting that folks who know about lilt tea are super rare, and people who actually drink it are basically unicorns. Our MC takes a sip and yup, it tastes like absolute garbage, reminding him of Earth's durian mixed with gnarly fermented skate. It's a total love it or hate it vibe. Thanks to its bizarrely addictive nature, the haters avoid it like the plague due to the funky smell, while the fans are hopelessly hooked. But Yusil only picked this weird tea because getting private time with Elman is a massive, game-changing opportunity. In the game, Flame picked coffee and scored magic lessons, while Asul grabbed a soda and unlocked straight-up magic enlightenment. But lilt tea, that's Elman's absolute favorite. The catch is, decades ago, a Western tribe called Lilt were the only ones brewing this specific stuff. They should have kept it secret. Sharing it with humans brought pure disaster, leading to the tribe and their epic recipe getting completely wiped out. Now Elman holds onto the last remaining stash in existence. He seriously hates that human greed caused such an amazing culture to go extinct. Yusil points out that he's still brewing it, giving Elman false hope that more leaves exist. Our guy shuts that dream down real quick. But Elman literally jumps for joy learning Yusil knows the recipe. I know what you're thinking, how does he know? Our boy lies, claiming his late mom taught him, since knowing it from a game sounds insane. He exhales, dodging a bullet, before Elman straight up offers to buy the recipe. Yusil is buzzing, this is his big moment. Instead of cash, he boldly asks Elman for his crazy rare magic engineering enchantment just one single time. Elman tells him to reconsider, warning that this lost recipe is worth an absolute fortune. A single enchantment is basically worthless compared to getting filthy rich. But our hero doesn't care with that exact magic enchantment. Combining Altisha's alchemy and the boss vessel from the necromancer, Yusil can craft a literal pocket dimension. Normally, only insanely overpowered 8th-class spatial mages can even dream of pulling that off. Making it ridiculously rare, our boy smooth talks Elman, saying the essence of his magic is a priceless gift, way better than dirty cash. The deal is officially struck. Meanwhile, across the tower, Vice Principal Akihadin hears their shady Persona Gate plot totally flopped. Ledin panics, terrified the order leader will flip out, but Akihadin just calls him way too inflexible. The gate scheme bombed, but they've got backup plans. Ledin realizes he wants Mason to literally explode, but Akihadin just waves him off to leave. See, the real goal behind that Persona Gate was to permanently eliminate top-tier students capable of joining the upcoming, super-exclusive Allen seminar, Pure Evil. A level 5 gate should have been an absolute death trap. They never expected Flame, Asul, Bian, and Yusil to casually walk out alive. Right as Ledin leaves, Young blocks him, mocking how he used to be a straight-up beast in his youth. But now he's acting so soft it's pathetic. Young glares, asking if it was the old man's sneaky plan that nearly killed his friends. Ledin warns the young master to watch his mouth about the leader. He scolds Young for playing school too hard and actually getting attached to these random students. Sensing Young is getting soft, Ledin tries to lecture him about having friends, but Young just shoots him a terrifying death glare, warns him to step back, and storms off. Ledin sits, accepting his pain for the Moon Shadow Order. Meanwhile, the girls surround the princess, super relieved she's safe. Hearing the academy accidentally open the wrong gate, Bian totally realizes they're covering it up. So what do you and I make of this? Trust me, the real drama is just getting started. Let's dive in. Edmund walks in, telling the princess to drop the senior title because formal talk is just totally awkward. But the princess, she thinks school hierarchy is everything. Edmund then acts all relieved, claiming he was super worried about her safety. Bian tells him to chill, but deep down, she knows he only cares about his own selfish goals. See, this kingdom has two massive powerhouses. The Orkan family backing Princess Hongsiwa and the Adelak family, their absolute biggest rivals. Edmund is Adelak's only heir. Bayan knows his endgame is crowning and marrying her. He asks her to play soul chess soon, and she agrees. Tapping her shoulder, he smugly says to watch and learn. Bien absolutely hates needing a guy like Edmund to become queen. She is desperately wishing for a powerhouse ally, someone strong enough to completely rival the Adelec family on her own side. Just then, she spots Usil outside. Edmund notices her getting totally distracted and quickly pulls her away. Meanwhile, our guy stares at a tree petal hoping it works. He absorbs it, boosting mind power by 65% and gaining permanent seduction resistance. Checking his stats, he is looking absolutely stacked. Plus, clearing the episode just unlocked a sweet special reward. He debates grabbing growth items, but then a wild idea hits him. Could he actually get his hands on Murakin's pendant? Seeing it up for grabs, he snags it. This pendant pops a life-saving barrier, completely blocking 6-class attacks, but it is single-use only. UL hates the one-time rule, but hey, it is top-tier life insurance for the crazy 8th episode coming up next. Pay attention here, he must fight Awakened Mason. Suddenly, the system warns his branch hit 78% resentment. Our hero breathes a sigh of relief. Prep is going perfectly, leaving the rest to Adelicia. Over at the International Alchemy Association, the receptionist welcomes him to Talcum Corden's school. He asks for Altalia. But she totally shuts him down. He expected this though, so he just flashes the exclusive VIP invitation Altisha gave him. Apologizing quickly, she guides him straight to Altalia. They call out from her door but hear pure silence. The receptionist finally announces she is entering. Suddenly, our hero gets a seriously bad feeling. Boom, an explosion blasts out, but he cleanly dodges it. He steps into the smoke to find the professor. Altisha, hyped up, welcomes him, eager to show something off. Talcum Corden reveals a shield bracelet. 2 clicks, boom, a 3rd-class protective barrier. 3 clicks, the energy shield gets even more massive. The Golden Alchemist hypes it up. Even totally normal civilians with 0 mana can trigger this magic shield at least once. With a defense stat of 500, it is an absolute lifesaver. He firmly believes this bracelet will completely change the world. Realizing he is the co-author, he begs him to join Alchemy Castle, but our guy flat out refuses, having 0 mana to survive there. He admits his body literally cannot absorb mana. Talcum Corden is absolutely shocked to hear this young genius is actually terminally ill. But the MC smirks, promising he isn't planning to die anytime soon. He grabs the shield bracelet and starts inspecting the gear. Usul spots some totally useless, messy parts and asks for the mana welding pen. Talcum panics. Terrified he will ruin it, but Alicia tells him to hush. Our hero works the pen and suddenly, the shield blazes brightly, leaving the alchemist stunned. You and I both know he is a genius, right? The defense jumps to 800. Talcum finally understands why this kid is co-author. He begs the MC to be true partners, not just an underling, even offering a personal alchemist to act as his human mana battery. Hard pass, he declines because his real dream is becoming a magic warrior. He tosses Altalea a rare artifact for a custom build. He wants it enchanted with space-time magic, casually adding that Stella's headmaster is going to help. Everyone is absolutely floored the big boss offered to back him. Altalija totally wants to craft it, but she is sweating a bit. She has never actually tried enchanting with rare attribute magic before. Usul tells her no rush, just learn the technique first. He knows it will work in a few months and hints it is time to start making luxury goods. Back in class, Issel is bombing the test, seriously debating asking our boy for some help. Suddenly, Bayan approaches our hero, asking to chat. As they walk out together, Assel gets crazy jealous, totally confused why she even cares about their private conversation. Standing out in the hallway, Beyond casually mentions that the new magic engineering product from the alchemy Castle just dropped and she knows Usul is the co-author. He isn't surprised her elite family dug that up, figuring she just wants a piece of the item business. The princess totally admits it, but smoothly adds that her personal connection to our hero matters way more. Usul is stunned she values him so much. Seeing how drastically she changed from her original storyline self, he realizes he might actually prevent her tragic death. Bayan asks Yukil on a lunch date, but Edmund suddenly crashes their moment. Back then, Bon had completely rejected his lunch offer, leaving him confused. Now he is absolutely furious seeing she ditched him for a commoner. Us has seen Edmund in game. This guy was literally a major death flag leading beyond to ruin. From his smug attitude, Edmund clearly has no clue our MC co-authored that epic technique paper. Bond boldly steps up, telling Edmund our hero isn't just some random commoner, claiming she is using him to meet alchemist Alicia. So where does that leave you and me? Edmund smugly thinks a mere commoner is useless and acts totally superior. Our hero is used to the trash talk, but this guy's rude remarks are getting seriously annoying. All right, stick with me. Bond tries confronting Edmund, but Yuzel suggests pretending this entire chat never even happened. Our boy just walks away, totally ignoring them. He straight up drops that he won't supply the Adiabatic kingdom since the Italic duchy hit them with a hard rejection. Edmund is totally offended by this arrogance. He threatens to show him exactly what happens when a freshman disrespects a third-year senior. Yuzel literally does not care and ignores the threats. Baeon is confused, though. She knows Stella Academy is super strict on hierarchy and Edmund is top dog. Why is our guy acting so reckless? Our hero just bails, completely ignoring the senior. Seeing his zero-fear attitude, Edmund decides to make Yuzel's life an absolute living nightmare. But Yuzel is targeting Edmund for a reason. Baeon's life is doomed to a tragic ending unless he completely destroys this guy first. He knows getting the throne or watching the Adele duchy crumble won't actually save Baeon from dying, but at the very least, he refuses to let her bow down to trash like Edmund. Meanwhile, Baeon is totally burnt out. She's ready to ditch her princess title because Edmund is only harassing her to break her down, forcing her to rely on him and him alone. Crushed by losing such a solid opportunity, the princess feels completely helpless, like she seriously can't achieve a single thing by herself. Then it hits her. She remembers Yuzel blaming Edmund's rejection for cutting off the Adalabic kingdom's supply. Why say that? She knows our boy usually avoids the spotlight like the plague. But seeing him intentionally provoke, Edmund makes her realize something big. He definitely has a hidden agenda here. Meanwhile, you're going to want to see this. Our protagonist opens a fresh parcel, surprised that Alticia's new gear prototypes arrived way early. Time to inspect the goods. A barrier necklace that drops a level 1 shield over his whole body, plus a sick dagger ring that pops out a level 3 mana blade for 5 solid minutes. And a shield bracelet that deploys a quick level 1 wrist guard. He considers taking this sweet gear out for a test drive to write Alticia a review. But after talking with Professor Talcom Corden, his setup is already 100% complete. Now, the only mission left is completely wrecking the Adelac Duchy. Fast forward a few days and the second exam kicks off. It's split right down the middle, written and practical. The practical magic test grades you totally differently depending on your element. Lightning users get scored on raw max voltage and chain combos, and for wind users, it's all about pure explosive force. Ice magic is judged on how freezing cold you can push it. Honestly, healing, light, and matter magic are cool to watch. But nothing beats the raw hype of the fire class. Our guy watches the original protagonist take his test, honestly impressed by the flashy skills. Then the teacher calls his name. The second it starts, Yuzel is a total blur of motion. The teachers are absolutely mind blown by his blink skill, zero delay, landing exactly where he wants. With the practical test totally crushed, all that's left on the menu is the written exam. And he can easily ace that using his special bulb glasses. But suddenly, a whole squad rolls up, ready to press him for disrespecting a third-year senior. They ramble about how, back in their day, nobody dared do that. Annoyed, our hero just glares at Edmund's goons while they order him to look down. I know what you're thinking. Yuzel totally expected this, right? Still, getting pushed around by absolute nobodies is seriously annoying. Yuzel just keeps dead staring these seniors while they scream at him to drop his gaze and kneel if he wants to live. Right then, Dion strolls by and overhears the commotion. Seeing them gang up on our boy, she instantly steps in. The seniors claim they're just doing their duty, educating a freshman for talking back. Checking out Yuzel's expression, Dion gets the vibe he was actually going to kneel. But wait, this guy soloed a 5th-class necromancer. He could easily wipe the floor with these seniors. She tells them disrespecting a junior isn't a small deal. If they were in the Magic Warrior Corps, this would literally be straight-up mutiny. She suggests setting up an official special education duel. The seniors quickly remind her that requires the student council president's direct approval first. Dion confidently promises she'll get the permission, saying they should handle this the right way. The seniors agree. Once they leave, Dion apologizes to Yusul for stepping in. She flat out says he would have destroyed them if she hadn't interrupted the fight. Our hero is stunned she read it perfectly. Dion knew he was just swallowing the brief humiliation to set up a much bigger, brutal revenge. She knows a guy smart enough to clap a necromancer wouldn't just randomly talk trash to seniors without a master plan, the only other reason. Yusul was planning to play the martyr, sacrificing himself just to completely smash the Academy's toxic, outdated hierarchy system once and for all. But Dion points out a harsh truth. Some kids are literally forced to follow Edmund because their noble families depend on it. It's survival. Even with good intentions, she thinks they shouldn't punish the innocent followers, so she offers to build a massive stage where our boy can fight all out. She promises to win over the council president. Meanwhile, Yusul just stands there, totally confused. He has zero clue what this girl is even rambling about. Later, during the crazy hard magic protocol exam, students are sweating bullets, completely stuck. Out of nowhere, our guy casually stands up to turn in his paper. The teacher assumes he's giving up after 12 minutes, but nope, he flawlessly solved everything. The professor thinks it's a total joke until he checks the answers and his jaw drops. Crazy part, Yusul didn't even study for this. Yet he walks out feeling super refreshed. In the halls, he catches students gossiping about how Edmund put a target on his back for a brutal education. He realizes the rumors are spreading like wildfire, still trying to wrap his head around Dion's sudden intervention earlier. This special education session is basically a legal duel between a salty senior and a targeted junior. Normally, Stella Academy strictly bans seniors from assaulting underclassmen. But during these special sessions, it's open season. They call it a duel, but in reality, it's just a totally legal excuse for upperclassmen to beat up freshmen. To prevent abuse, the president must approve. And trust me, you and I aren't ready for what's next. All right, stick with me. You are about to see how an S-class student appeals to the council. He honestly just wanted to kneel once and bounce. He has no clue how things got this crazy, but with zero options left, he might as well enjoy the ride. Over at the Stella Student Council, President Mi Royun gets a surprise visit from Dion. She slaps a form down, demanding approval for a special education session. Royun knows Dion absolutely despises school hierarchy, so he is totally confused. But she smirks. That is exactly why she is pushing for it. Royun argues that even a genius first year can never beat a second year. You just cannot bridge that massive gap in raw battle experience. Dion just dares him to come watch. Right then, Professor Gerald busts in, waving a brand new thesis for the president. Royun doubts it is good enough for the academic society since past ones bombed. Gerald just tells him to read it. The second Royun scans the pages. Pure shock, he sees the superposition circuit plan, realizing our hero literally cut the reverse engineering loop equation in half using one simple formula. That circuit was already optimized to the absolute max, so upgrading it even further, that is straight-up legendary genius level right there. Gerald drops the mic. Yuzio wrote it, easily qualifying him for the massive Allen seminar. Now watch closely. Gerald rushes to tell the vice principal, while Royun finally realizes he completely underestimated our boy. In the office, Gerald hypes up Yuzio for the Allen seminar, swearing the vice principal will understand once he reads the actual thesis. But the vice principal shoots it down hard. He thinks Stella has plenty of other candidates, and the new students are already insanely outstanding. Not counting the stuck-up nobles who get a free pass, only 2 students from each school actually get to attend the prestigious Allen seminar. And he refuses to let it be Yuzio, a magic warrior who does not even use magic, total insult to real mages, access permanently denied. Gerald backs off quietly. Furious, the vice principal burns the paper to ash. Soon after, the second exam rankings officially drop. Our guy checks the board. He is ranked 419th. Young is first, as expected, but wait, where Yang was second last semester. So why is he in 4th place now? Yuzio guesses it is because, unlike the original plot, Issel and Flame actually focused on studying. Since Jackie went full dark demon, our hero figures where Yang and Ashering's dark roots are totally wiped out now. As Yuzio stares at the board, Bien rocks up, asking if he is purposely tanking his rank. He already draws way too much attention. Still, breaking the top 600 means he can join the school competition. Oh right, our boy literally forgot that was even a thing. That is where top students get picked to battle it out against other elite magic schools. Huge deal. But he notices Byron blushing, clearly holding something back. She finally asks why he provoked Edmund, since that guy will bully him until graduation. She asks if he can handle it, and you and I know his style. He would rather get those kids completely expelled than deal with their whining. Ben asks why he did it and what his real endgame is here. He says her relationship means more to him, so he wants a contract. She is stunned. He could pick literally anyone else, so why her? Yuzio obviously cannot say he is trying to save her and force a happy ending, so he plays it cool and says he will explain later. But she worries about the upcoming junior cultivation session. She begs him not to hold back. Use his real skills, crush them, and she will handle the fallout. Yuzio appreciates the backup, but wonders why she is so sure he will win. Meanwhile, over in the magic practical class, the teacher hypes up Ashering's crazy good control, saying it totally makes up for her low firepower, perfect for stealth missions or sensitive targets. But she roasts Bien. Fire magic is not just blind destruction. She is honestly shocked she ranks first with that sloppy control. Try again. After grueling training, Ashering is crushed by another loss. She works harder than anyone, so why does she always fall short? Nearby, Issel overhears rumors about a massive junior versus senior showdown. Wait, are they talking about Yuzio? Flashes of him and the princess cross her mind. She tells herself to focus on studying, but spoiler alert, she immediately goes to the match. She takes a seat and first-year Harlan spots her. Harlan straight up asks if the rumors are true. Are she and Yuzio secretly dating? Issel panics, totally flustered. Harlan stares, expecting a scary trader's kid, but realizes, wow, this girl is actually super adorable. They officially meet just as our boy steps into the arena. Yuzio looks around, completely shocked by the massive crowd. Some random guy yells to go easy on the senior. Yuzio is so confused. Wait, was he not supposed to be the one getting wrecked? Meanwhile, haters are cheering, totally hyped to watch an arrogant commoner like Yuzio get absolutely destroyed today. Then Bien drops a death stare, silencing everyone. Boom, the senior, Galavan Katalov, enters. He is Class C, ranked around 300. Yuzio is Class S, sure, but Galavan has way more raw combat ability. So the game plan, dodge, weave, and absolutely avoid a direct clash. The ref drops the rules, 15 minutes minimum, and the fight goes on until somebody gets knocked out cold. If things get lethal, the Stelladome's spatial control magic kicks in to forcibly end the entire match. Participants can forfeit after 15 minutes. The fight begins, weapons up. Trust me, you and I are not ready for this ending. Let's jump into today's absolute madness. Harlan asks who takes the win, and Assel completely bets on the senior. Galavan rocks that insanely overpowered earth attribute. So she totally doubts Yuzio has the firepower to break it. Plus, earth magic, it completely dominates the battlefield. The more Galavan controls the zone, the crazier his attacks get. Harran actually wonders if our guy's sword can even scratch. A third-class earth defense. Assel agrees, common sense says Yuzio is totally doomed, and boom, the fight officially kicks off. Galavan promises a brutal beatdown, popping his stone field. Our hero immediately jumps back to gain some distance. But wait, Yuzio just keeps running away. Harran is totally shocked he's fleeing with zero shame, though Assel admits it's his only option. Galavan screams at him, but our boy just keeps sprinting. Super frustrated, Galavan launches a vicious stone pierce. Smash, dust clouds explode everywhere, making things crazy tense. Galavan totally thinks he scored a direct hit. But wait, what's that? A weird monkey doll hanging from a branch. He stares at it and boom, right in his face. Taking that explosion point blank, Galavan is just lucky he used the earth's weight to anchor himself down. Yuzio sneaks up for a massive blindside, but Galavan instantly pops a stone wall. He fires back with a stone break. A massive explosion rocks the arena. As the dust clears, Galavan realizes his target vanished again. He just starts laughing at our guy for constantly dodging. He steps on a single leaf and whoosh, He starts floating straight up into the air. Drifting helplessly, he spots Yusil chilling in the bushes. Crashing back down with heavy earth magic, he attacks again, but Yusil just lobs another bomb. Pop, thick smoke instantly floods the whole area. Galavan's eyes start absolutely streaming. Yup, that was straight up tear gas. Suddenly, a deafening bell rings out, followed by a blinding flashbang. The crowd violently covers their ears. Hit with tear gas and a flashbang, Galavan is completely blind and totally disoriented. Now watch this part, it is hilarious. Bian thinks it's over and expects a finishing strike, but nope, our guy just starts chucking even more tear gas. He just keeps spamming these annoying, non-lethal bombs. Furious and totally fed up, Galavan literally summons a massive rock wall just to escape the chaos. Standing on that giant wall, he threatens to go all out. A glowing spell mandala suddenly sparks above his head. Yusil thinks this is serious overkill for a first-year duel, but Galavan is completely done playing. Huge, razor-sharp rocks start raining from the sky. The timer hits 15 minutes. Galavan drops the ultimate attack. The boulders crash down, but right at the buzzer, our hero just casually forfeits. The deadly crystals freeze above Yusil's head. The crowd is stunned, match over. The fighters instantly spawn back on stage. Galavan gets declared the winner. He looks super confused that it ended like this, walking away completely unsatisfied. After the match, everyone gossips about the furious senior, saying he should have totally thrown a punch anyway, but mostly, they're obsessed with Yusil's crazy gadget arsenal. Diane totally wonders if the tools carried him. See, most alchemists rely on the natural environment to fight. But Yusil fully rigged the arena from the start. Using insane mobility, he planted magic items everywhere, turning the entire map into his personal playground. Doc Kai Guang hears Diane asked for this exact setup, wondering if she got her desired outcome. Diane feels super confident that the seniors will stop bullying the freshmen now, terrified of actually losing to a first year. Mission accomplished. Meanwhile, over at the Red Hawk Club, Edmund is raging at Galavan. Nearby, Bian casually reads the paper. She already knows our hero lost on purpose. I know what you're thinking, why quit? He literally clowned Galavan for 15 minutes. He could have won, but he played it politically smart. A freshman humiliating a senior is bad news. Bian realizes raw power isn't the only way to flex on someone. Honestly, she's way more impressed by him now. Edmund asks if the sophomores finally taught Yusil a lesson. His lackey admits they haven't touched him, mostly because Yusil keeps buttering up the upperclassmen. One guy literally tried to scold him and ended up buying him snacks because he was so polite. Just then, a maid runs in, urgent message from the Duke. Edmund takes the call. His dad drops a bomb. The alchemy castle reached out, saying the outage. Alchemists cut off all item deliveries to their territory. Why? Because the Adelec family supposedly insulted them. Edmund swears he never trash-talked the outage school. But his furious dad barks that the co-author of the random sequence convergence technique personally reported it. Edmund completely panics, begging his dad to listen. He hasn't even met this co-author, but then it hits him, his little run-in with Yusil. He thought nobody would dare cross the Adalbert Kingdom's massive influence, but this new tech, it creates gear that rivals legendary, ancient artifacts. Even the Golden Alchemist is teaming up with Altich. The Duke straight up calls it a full-blown technological revolution. Edmund is horrified, finally grasping how huge this is. His dad is livid that the kingdom is scoring deals while their family gets completely ghosted. Swallowing his pride, Edmund begs Bian to arrange a meeting with Yusil. Cut to the Howell Plains, some guy is literally begging Jiriel for mercy. Jiriel checks out his personal trait value. It's a pathetic 3. This ability measures the absolute worth of all creation, showing everything from humans to objects on a scale of 0 to 100. A score of 3, you're basically worth the same as a random pebble. She is beyond annoyed. He went totally bankrupt after she repeatedly warned him against trash investments. Wildly, the idiot actually blames her for it. Done with his nonsense, Jiriel orders her goons to bury him. While he screams for his life, she suddenly hears a familiar voice calling out. She excitedly hugs her dad, Melon. You and I just witnessed absolute peak fiction today. All right, stick with me here. He tells her the Altalija school is mixing magic and engineering to create an item, asking if she wants to watch the co-creator absolutely wreck someone in battle. Jiriel honestly just wants to talk to her dad instead of watching some random video, but she can't say no, so they head to Melian's room. Melian shows his daughter the video of Yuzel going crazy with the items, casually mentioning that this Stella freshman is actively destroying a second-year student. Jiriel is totally mind-blown that a freshman co-authored alchemic magic engineering. She tries scanning his power value. But wait, it just shows a massive question mark. She is completely shocked. This has never happened before, especially since she could easily read the power values of emperors and kings. See, the only 2 times her special ability fails to calculate someone's value is when she either truly loves the person, like her dad, or when their hidden value is just incredibly mysterious. Melian drops our hero's name, telling her to memorize it. Jiriel then asks her dad to play some soul chess, making sure she locks the name of this super mysterious guy right into her brain. Meanwhile, Yuzel chugs the last of his coffee and threatens to bounce if Edmund stays quiet. Edmund actually apologizes for the drama the other day, acting super sorry for looking down on our guy just for being a commoner. He begs him to take it back. Our protagonist absolutely does not care about his fake apology. To crush those upcoming death flags for Bien, he has to strip Edmund's political power. And to do that, he has to shut him down. Yuzel flat out refuses, so Edmund desperately asks to negotiate. Then boom, he whips out a magical mana paper to lock in a bet. Yuzel demands a game of soul chess. If he loses, he takes his words back and only sells through Edmund's family. Now pay attention to this. If our hero wins, Edmund must surrender his fixed Allen seminar attending right to Yuzel. Edmund is like, dude, does this bet even make sense? Obviously, Yuzel knows it completely doesn't. The Allen Seminar is this legendary public debate where crazy rich noble kids flex their academic brains. Only the top-tier magic families get to join, and there are 3 strict rules. Either they showed up last year and dropped an insane, fully acknowledged thesis paper, or they got an invite with a new thesis, or they made this year's top 12 rising stars. This seminar is the ultimate battleground for genius mages. Just showing up and keeping your spot proves you are an absolute powerhouse. The Italic family has been pulling up to Allen for decades, which is the massive secret behind their clout today. Our hero totally wants that power. Yuzel pretends to pull the bet away, but Edmund instantly stops him, flashing this super sketchy grin as he signs the paper. The very next day, a bunch of students are super confused about why there is such a massive, hyped-up crowd swarming the local cafe. They hear Edmund and a freshman are betting on soul chess. Everyone is wondering who this fearless junior is, challenging Stella's ultimate chess prodigy. The crowd announces Edmund and Bien have arrived. Our hero totally knew Bien would come. Everyone thinks they look amazing together. Yuzel catches the princess staring daggers at him and totally feels like he messed up. While they set up the chessboard, Bien wonders what our guy is planning. Edmund has been sweating over soul chess since he was literally 5 years old. He is officially the best player in Stella and all of Adalabit. I know what you're thinking, why pick his opponent's best game? Bien is wondering the exact same thing. Meanwhile, Edmund thinks about Yuzel's wild demand for the Allen rights. But honestly, he loves it. Now he can totally humiliate our hero right in front of Bien, before the crazy match officially kicks off. Edmund double-checks if Yuzel knows that breaking the rules will literally drain all of his mana. Yuzel confidently signs the magical paper, secretly laughing because he already has exactly 0 mana to lose anyway. Edmund sets up the shiny pieces and smugly lets Yuzel go first. Our guy immediately knows this dude is totally underestimating him right now, which honestly just plays perfectly to his advantage. So he dramatically puts on his glasses and starts the match. The wild rules of soul chess mean picking 20 out of 200 crazy pieces for an 8-sided board. And you can only move 1 piece per turn. The huge difference between soul chess and regular chess is that every single square and piece packs its own elemental ability. You have to combo those sick attributes to completely obliterate the enemy king. Even for a hardcore 10-year veteran gamer of the ether world like our boy, soul chess is brutal. And Edmund is a certified soul chess monster, dominating not just Stella Academy, but the entire ether world. At first, Edmund was totally shook when Yuzel demanded his precious Allen seminar attendance rights. But now he just thinks Yuzil is a complete idiot for challenging him here. As the epic match kicks off, Edmund is super caught off guard by his opponent's piece setup. It literally looks like every piece is perfectly planted to counter his entire strategy, but Edmund just brushes it off as a lucky coincidence since a commoner wouldn't know soul chess. Our hero takes the first turn, sliding his piece forward. Edmund is suddenly shook. Watching this dude casually push his queen super deep into enemy territory, Edmund snags his own piece and clears a path, basically assuming Yuzil is just a totally clueless noob. As he smacks the piece down, it absolutely shatters our hero's queen into dust. Edmund smirks. Feeling amazing after sniping the queen early with a crazy fast speedrun knight. Then, as our hero nervously moves another piece, Edmund aggressively destroys that one too. He totally looks down on Yuzil for being complete trash at the game, feeling insanely confident he'll win before even needing his real tactics. For this match, Edmund wants to unleash his absolute favorite move, the Flame Run. It heavily relies on spamming 3 speedrun knight pieces. First, the insane mobility of the knight completely scrambles the opponent's brain. Then, he floods the entire board with Burning Earth using 5 flaming pawn pieces. Burning Earth is an insanely busted field effect that shreds enemy defenses and buffs his attacks. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what happens next. Let's dive right into this. You'd think our MC has absolutely zero chance here, right? But boom, a stealth pawn suddenly drops on Edmund's board. It's a nasty trap creating a targeted prison zone, locking any trapped pieces down for 5 whole turns. And just like that, Edmund's speedy knights get totally shackled. He is completely shook. Stealth pawns should only stay invisible for 3 turns max, but then the crazy truth finally clicks in his head. They stay cloaked for 7 extra turns if the queen dies first. Edmund realizes our guy literally sacrificed his queen early just for this ridiculous stealth buff. Still, Edmund stays cocky. His knights are only benched for 5 turns, plus it's his move. He activates the Burning Earth field effect. He drops his piece and the board literally erupts in flames. This debuffs every non-fire attribute piece's defense by a massive 30%. Meanwhile, fire pieces get their attack power doubled. Edmund smirks, thinking he has our MC totally cornered for a guaranteed next turn knockout. But then, bam, another stealth pawn magically pops up, still. He's super confident it won't matter with a win 1 turn away. Then, the inverted earth effect triggers. It's an insane reversal triggered when you steal an already occupied tile. The frozen earth effect kicks in, icing the board and jacking up complementary damage by 200%. Thanks to that sneaky hidden condition, our hero bags himself a free extra attack turn. Watch closely, guys. Edmund's mind is blown. He realizes this isn't beginner's luck. Our MC read him like a book. He desperately needs to break out of this trap. Edmund has faced sweaty tryhards like this before. He just needs to survive this 1 turn so he can pivot straight to defense mode. He truly thinks he can still clutch this, praying he gets another turn, but Yuzil calmly grabs his next piece. Our boy knows Edmund is no joke, facing him in soul chess inside the ether world, normally a crazy tough boss fight. But in a 10-year-old game, tryhards exist. Our hero literally memorized a forum post from a guy who obsessed over beating Edmund thousands of times. And that exact strategy is loaded right into his smart glasses. Yep, our dude is blatantly using a cheat guide. Yuzil drops the lightning bishop. It fires a bolt that deals 200% bonus damage if the target is frostbitten, and it gets crazier. If those frozen targets are linked, boom, it turns into chain lightning. He places it down. And electricity fries the whole board. Game over. The room erupts in whispers. Everyone is absolutely shook that Edmund's flawless strategy just got utterly destroyed. Edmund just sits there, soul crushed by the L. He watches Yuzil and Bayon walk off, deeply regretting betting his permanent Allen Seminar VIP pass. If his dad finds out, he's dead. Edmund totally crashes out, slamming the table in pure, helpless rage. The room goes dead silent, but then Princess Bayon steps up, offering to negotiate with the commoner. She promises to get the trading rights if Edmund retracts his trash talk. Edmund jumps up, hyped, asking how he can possibly repay her. Bayon flexes, saying as the future queen, protecting her subjects is just her duty. She walks out to find our guy, leaving Edmund completely stunned. Meanwhile, Yusil is busy calling Altisha, telling her to freeze all business trades with a Dulavit for a whole month. He only wants to deal with the royals right now. Altisha happily agrees, and he hangs up. Now I know what you're thinking. He scored that seminar pass, but get this, he doesn't even need it. The main characters will just become the 12 rising stars anyway. Right on cue, Bayon approaches. Yusil whips out a shiny new contract, announcing the Altisha branch is dealing exclusively with the Adulavit royals for an entire month. Bayon grabs the contract. As he turns to leave, she actually drops a genuine thank you. Our guy is totally caught off guard by that. He claimed his help came with a price tag, so she straight up asks what he wants, ready to pay up immediately. The real price, keeping her from turning evil so he gets a cozy, happy ending, but obviously he can't just say that out loud. So he asks her to buy him food. A fancy princess meal sounds great. Arriving, he's totally mind-blown seeing an actual car in the ether. 10 years of updates means crazy pay-to-win items are everywhere. Following Bayon, Yusil is hyping himself up for an insanely expensive 5-star dinner. She's royal, right? He's banking on one of the legendary 5 great delicacies. But when they finally pull up, oh man, the disappointment is real. It's just a basic black bean noodle spot. Goodbye caviar and black truffle risotto dreams. Bayon scans the menu, finally spotting the one cheap dish she actually recognizes. When he asked for a meal, she totally overthought it, trying to guess what he'd enjoy most. She remembered his sad boy essay. She figured rich people food would just feel hollow to him, thanks to his fake humble origins. She assumed he wanted cheap food. She orders noodles, but he instantly orders 3 spicy seafood soups and sweet and sour pork, totally stunning her. The princess is lost. Why didn't he want the cheap nostalgic noodles? She starts deep diving into why he wrote that depressing essay. Wondering if he feels guilty for leaving his village. She thinks he misses his folks and literally can't stomach eating expensive food without them. Classic anime overthinking. In her head, those cheap noodles represent his deep trauma, not just sweet childhood nostalgia. She frantically apologizes for the cheap spot. Our guy just laughs it off. He genuinely thinks the princess is just broke right now. He still orders extra fried dumplings anyway. Meanwhile, back at school, their epic soul chess match becomes the hottest gossip around. Everyone's shook that Edmund actually apologized, and those genius co-developer rumors are spreading like wildfire. So what do you and I think? Yep, our boy is officially a Stella legend. All right, buckle up. You and I are diving into a revelation that absolutely rocked the academy. Yusil's name just blew up, even reaching the Dark Mages. At the first tower, the vice principal is furious. Our commoner hero keeps ruining their schemes. The Dark Mages totally volunteer to eliminate him. But the principal shuts that down. Even one missing kid would throw the whole academy into chaos. He hates that Yusil snagged the Allen attendance ticket, but figures it's easier to snatch it from him than the Adele family. The vice principal orders them to watch Yusil, then checks on Mazen's condition. The Dark Mage explains that Mazen is barely holding back the dark mana using a restraint spell. Honestly, it could explode any second now. With the familiar contract ceremony approaching, Mazen losing control and ticking off the Elf King would be a massive disaster. So, the vice principal tells Layden to watch Maine closely. They totally need her to distract Elman when the big moment drops. Meanwhile, Mazen groans in pure agony, fighting desperately to hold back her dark mana. She knows waiting any longer means never getting her old life back. Layden just scoffs. He mocks her for stealing her rank and actually thinking she earned it. He flat out says she's useless now, and once the plagiarism investigation drops, she'll lose everything and get expelled. Maine demands to know why he even brought her along. Layden smirks, explaining her dark mana corruption is complete. She's still useful as a pawn, which kept her alive. Maine suddenly realizes they want her to go completely berserk. But surprisingly, Lane just tells her to scram. He tosses her a crystal, ordering her to head straight for Paradise out in the far west. Once there, she'll find her kin. If she somehow survives the trip, she can smash that crystal to finally release the spell suppressing her dark mana. Mazen is completely confused, asking why he's sparing her. Layden replies he's sick of his people dying so pathetically. Layden bails and Maine grabs the crystal. Glaring at the schedule board, she angrily crushes it, No way is she staying quiet after being transformed. Pay close attention here because things are about to get crazy. It's field class day. The Stella Academy freshmen are traveling to the Celestial Tree's cradle to form their familiar contracts. On board, Assel's crew is gossiping. Yusio used to get wrecked by the nobles, but now, nobody even dares to touch him. Rumor has it he co-authored an alchemical magic engineering paper. People are even whispering that the seniors actually crawled back to apologize to him. Isel feels lonely, like she's drifting away from our hero. She completely panics when her friends casually mention they thought the two were secretly dating. Another girl thinks Yukal and Bon are getting close, but her friend seriously doubts a princess would fall for a commoner. The girls gossip about the princess giving us different looks, completely catching Isel off guard again. Meanwhile, Flame totally overhears Assel walking past. Flame notices Isel chilling with her squad. Normally, Isel would be totally alone for this familiar contract before meeting Bien. Flame starts wondering if there was some massive change she missed and if Yuzi's crazy influence caused it. Right then, our boy Yuzi startles Flame by sneaking up. He asks her to grab a Hanam flower from the pot. She uses her magic to pick it, totally wondering what his plan is. Wait, it hits her. She asks our hero if he's actually aiming for the fourth layer. Yuzel smirks. That is exactly why he wanted that flower. Flame tells him to chill out and almost says more, but stops. Our hero is surprised, asking if she's okay since she's been totally down since Persona Gate training. Flame snaps that it's nothing and calls him nosy. She claims she hates his concern but completely blushes anyway, classic tsundere. While they playfully bicker, another student secretly watches Flame from the shadows. It's Maine, who hid at Stella's and went completely missing. Stella's first-year magic combat students start their field activities today. Now watch closely because you and I both know this screams trouble. Kane expects major black magic activity there, suspects Misen is involved, and orders H-Jun to investigate it. But H-Jun thinks the Tower Master is just weirdly obsessed with Stella. Kane reminds her the Master has prophecy powers and tells her to just follow orders. H-Jun argues most of those prophecies end up completely wrong anyway. Kane counters that's because most disasters get stopped before they even happen, thanks to outside interference. Meanwhile, back at the Celestial Tree's gorgeous capital, the Cloud Blossom Cradle, Hanwell announces they're hitting the World Tree's birth festival first. The contract ceremony kicks off tomorrow, so everyone gets free time until the big assembly. Flame takes a peaceful walk surrounded by nature, right when she spots Yuzo wandering entirely alone. Out of nowhere, Jeremy blocks Flame's path. She tries to completely ignore him, but he demands she come along. When she says no, he aggressively threatens her to reconsider. Flame is terrified, knowing how dangerous Jeremy is. But boom, Han Wanning jumps in to save her. He confronts the Crown Prince, calling his behavior incredibly rude and forceful. Jeremy couldn't care less, and the two lock eyes in an intense stare-down. Finally, Jeremy backs off, quietly muttering that Wanriang completely misunderstood the situation. Once he's gone, Flame yells at Wanriang for stepping in. Making enemies with the powerful Scalvin family is a terrible idea. Riang just warns his friend to be extremely careful. That Crown Prince is bad news. He'll do absolutely anything to get what he wants, and right now, he wants Flame. Riang asks if she really trusts him. Flame is super confused, and Rien just walks away. Suddenly, Riang collapses in pain. He forces himself up, claiming he's totally fine. Flame gets super worried and tries to stop him. But Riang ignores her and walks away. Hiding in a corner, he realizes something is seriously off. His symptoms are rapidly getting worse, and at this rate. He's terrified he won't even survive the familiar contract ceremony. But right then, Professor Mason stalks out of the shadows, hunting for one of her seeds. She loves his advanced corruption and starts turning him into her puppet. As Wanriang flashes back to Flame, "That's our cliffhanger. You and I both know you can't stop watching now. Stick with me here." His memories fade, Flame's face flashing by. Meanwhile, the Elven King's aide, Orenha, steps up. Orenha knocks on Katsuoren's door with bad news. If the king skips the birth festival, the Council of Elders will absolutely flip out and hijack the gate to the sacred tree garden. Katsuoren sighs, saying he knows and he will be out in a second. Getting dressed, the guy desperately tries to remember when he actually felt free. Wearing his cloak, the Elven King can only hold his disguise for 1 hour. He is praying hard for zero drama today. The massive festival rolls on, and he speeds through every single required ritual perfectly. The ceremony is basically wrapped up. He just needs to finish his prayer and sneak out. But suddenly, Katsuoren gets hit by a crazy intense wave of enemy energy. It is faint, but he is dead sure that is dark mana. Realizing some crazy dangerous dark mage just crashed their sacred land, he frantically looks around. The knights are totally chill, meaning he is the only one sensing this threat. But here is the catch: the Elven King has to stay completely silent during the World Tree Festival. But Katsuoren refuses to just stand there while some shady dark mage ruins the Skyflower cradle. Nope, not happening. He decides to handle this entire mess himself. Meanwhile, Flame is speedwalking after Wanriang because he has been acting super sketchy, but the dude is gone. Suddenly, Wanriang violently lunges right at her out of nowhere. Flame instantly feels that creepy, ominous energy and spots the dark mana. Still, she is pretty relieved. His corruption is not 100% yet, meaning she can totally save him. She desperately tries calming him down, screaming that these twisted feelings are not even his own. She begs him not to surrender to this super edgy darkness. Wanriang just stares at her in dead silence. Taking one creepy step forward, he straight up asks why she is avoiding him. Is he not worthy enough? The guy gets super heated, completely screaming at Flame while she desperately tries talking sense into him. Out of nowhere, someone snipes him from behind, triggering a massive explosion. Yusung steps up to check on his buddy. Flame quickly explains she refused to fight back because she wanted to talk it out. Yusung is just looking at her, totally confused. In the original storyline, Asel actually purified tons of dark mages using just her words, literally earning the badass title of Saintess of Confession. So, Flame really thought she could bring Wanriang back from the edge, but now, she doubts her powers can save anybody. Yusung totally tells her to step up and fight. Watch closely because this gets wild. She whips out her staff, refusing to let another friend die. Standing together, Yusung leaps high into the air, unleashing his epic earth whip. A massive tree vine almost smashes him, but Wanriang slickly dodges and sneaks right up behind Yusung. He goes for a cheap backstab, but Yusung completely sidesteps that heavy blow. Wanriang leaps forward again, but Flame instantly locks him down with her flashy light-binding spell, caught completely off guard. Yusung charges up a crazy flaming fist and absolutely launches him into a brick wall. Flame wants to use this pause to chat, but Yusung barks that it is not over. Suddenly, Wanriang goes full monster mode. Flame panics, realizing his dark corruption is speeding up fast. She screams at Yusung to fall back immediately. But Wanriang just lunges forward, grabs Yusung right by the head and tosses him like a rag doll. Looming over Flame, he briefly hesitates until Yusung returns with another flaming punch. The fiery hit lands dead on his face, but when the smoke clears, Wanriang is completely unbothered. He then chokeslams Yusung, lifting him entirely off the floor by his neck. Flame is freaking out. If this keeps up, Yusung is a goner. She literally lacks the raw firepower to stop Wanriang. As she scrambles for a plan, Yusung kicks and struggles. Wanriang tastes the victory, hyped that he is finally crushing his rival Yusung. But wait, Yusung smirks, something shifts. Wanriang is totally stunned, and Flame instantly spots a massive opening. She gets ready to blast him, but Yusung throws up a hand to stop her. He looks Wanriang dead in the eye, sighing that he is seriously disappointed by his pathetic power level. Wanriang is absolutely losing his mind with frustration, practically begging for a clean win here. Flashback to their first year of middle school, Wanriang aggressively challenges Yusung to a duel. Yusung is super confused at first. Wanriang admits he simply cannot handle Yusung being ranked number 1 and demands a proper showdown to fix it. Yusung casually agrees to throw down. As these two kids square up for an epic magic duel, Yusung actually tells him to strike first. You see, being born as the fancy successor to the Full Moon Tower. The literal second Wanriang learned to read, he grinded magic non-stop. He trained his absolute heart out to become the greatest mage warrior ever. I know what you are thinking, how did he lose? Seeing Yusung dominating the leaderboards completely shattered him. The more Wanriang stalked this guy, the more disappointed he actually felt. Yusung spent all day slacking off and reading random comic books, putting in zero actual effort. Wanriang flat out refused to believe that some Lazy dude like Yusung was somehow better. He desperately needed to prove his sweaty grind mattered. But spoiler alert, that duel ended in total disaster. By the end, Wanryang was left trembling in pure shock, completely unable to process losing to a total slacker. Meanwhile, Yusung had a blast and casually suggested a rematch later. Walking away that day, Wanryang was fuming, violently cursing his defeat to a guy who never studies. Stubborn as hell, he refused to call Yusung a genius and just blamed his own training regimen. He genuinely believed working harder guaranteed a win, so from that moment on, Wanryang trained like an absolute madman, grinding away with brutal consistency. But guess what? Round 2 ended the exact same way, even after he meticulously analyzed Yusung's entire magic style. He was mind-blown that he took another massive loss. He absolutely could not swallow the insane power gap between them. After that second beatdown, Yusung smilingly offers a handshake, saying they should totally fight again because it was super fun. Wanryang agreed, stubbornly convinced he would finally catch a win next time. Wanryang finally had to swallow his pride. Yusung was a straight-up prodigy. Still, the dude refused to quit. He swore to prove his blood and sweat mattered, promising to drop Yusung eventually. Cut back to now, Yusung is literally choking in his grip, and Wanryang feels that sweet victory approaching. But Yusung suddenly sighs, calling him pathetic for getting high on cheap dark demon juice. Yusung then drops a bomb. He actually trained hard for this, back during their dungeon exam, fighting neck and neck. Yusung realized he was actually super competitive. For the very first time ever, he started training his butt off, eagerly waiting for their ultimate rematch. Wanryang finally has the golden ticket to crush his rival right here. Yusung literally dares him to pierce his heart and take the win, but warns him he will forever regret ruining their real rivalry. So what do you and I take from this? Wanryang drops him, refusing a cheap win that insults his own hard work. The respect is real. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch Flame finally get a real shot at saving his life. But boom, insane pressure slams everyone to the dirt. H-Jun struts in, totally shocked that Mason is nowhere to be found. Pinned down, Flame recognizes her immediately, H-Jun, vice commander of the 13th Destruction Squad. And get this, she still thinks the prophecy is completely fake. Kane tells her to shut her mouth. He cannot believe Wanryang is flexing this much raw power with such a weak mana signature. He grabs his staff, ready for the kill. H-Jun wants to hold off since their target is barely transforming, but Kane is terrified. If Wanryang is already this strong, he is going to be an absolute disaster. Just as Kane gets ready to execute him, Yusung struggles up, screaming for them to stop. The assassins are seriously stunned he can even move. H-Jun respects the hustle, but she brutally crushes Yusung right back into the ground for interrupting them. Flame is panicking hard. The plot is completely off the rails now. Plus, she is positive that spell Yusung just threw out was straight-up dark mana. If he runs out of blue mana, his dark secret is out and she loses them both. She fights the gravity, praying for an absolute miracle right now. Kane aims for the final strike on Wanryang, but someone yells at him to freeze. He turns around and bam, our boy is standing right there. Flashback 10 minutes. Yuseol was just chilling, doing some street shopping, when a system pop-up totally jump scares him about Wanryang going down the dark corruption route. He is stunned. He swore this entire dark corruption nightmare was supposed to be completely over after beating Jackie's storyline. In the original game, Professor Mason corrupts exactly 3 students, and Wanryang, he has a 99% bad ending rate. Now pay attention, because you and I both know our guy won't let that happen. He dumps his bags with the elf and sprints to the rescue, staring down the 13th squad. Yuseol breathes a massive sigh of relief seeing Wanryang alive. H-Jun steps up, immediately locking onto him with illusion magic. She fires off the spell, but our hero just stands there, totally unfazed. H-Jun is completely baffled and tries it again. 0 effect. The commander snaps at her to quit goofing around, but she is legitimately failing. You see, illusion magic works by scrambling someone's mana. She messed with Flame's mana to fake that crushing gravity, but Yuseol, he literally does not have a single drop of mana in his entire body. It is completely useless. H-Jun is a class 5 mage, so she is freaking out wondering what crazy powers he has. Kane steps up himself. Our guy plays it cool, claiming he is just a first-year magic fighting student at Stella Academy. Kane demands the real truth. Kane says he gets the secret identity gig and promises not to pry into his background. He tells our hero to mind his own business and walk away, but Yuseol flat out refuses. He knows they are literally about to murder his classmate in cold blood. He knows damn well he wouldn't last 5 seconds in a real fight, but leaving Wanriang to die is not an option. He pulls his sword, putting himself right between them. Kane warns him, "Fight us, and you are totally dead." But our guy totally calls their bluff. Secret assassins absolutely hate a crowd, so he threatens to scream and bring the whole block down. Realizing the massive headache, the commander finally asks his price. Yuseol begs for one shot to purify his buddy. Kane laughs it off, swearing that fixing a dark demon will not bring their humanity back. He pushes for just a single try, promising that Flame's magic can fix him up. If it fails, he will walk away. Kane actually caves, but he promises the most agonizing death possible if Yuseol pulls a fast one. He signals his vice commander to drop the illusion. I know what you're thinking, why trust him? Well, Kane figures they can always kill him later. Jun drops the spell. Yuseol asks Flame if she sees how bad Wanriang looks, and flat out tells her she has the power to fix him. Flame is seriously doubting herself, but our hero brings up Jackie, hyping her up to save the day. Hearing this straight from a regressor flips a switch in her head. Confidence restored, she grabs her staff and yells for Yusung to back up. Staring at Wanriang, the awful memories of Jackie hit her hard. No way is she standing by again. This time, she is bringing her A-game. Boom, glowing light wings suddenly burst straight out from her back. Jun is completely mind-blown because Flame is not even from the Holy Order, yet she is throwing out saint-level holy power. She heard crazy rumors about a freshman throwing around literal angel powers, and now she's staring right at the absolute legend herself. As she glows up, Kane stays totally skeptical. Angel powers are cool, but scrubbing out a dark demon seed, totally different ballgame. The smoke finally clears, and Wanriang starts coughing up a storm. Kane is absolutely dumbfounded seeing him back to normal. Flame is so pumped to see her buddy safe that she just straight up passes out. Kane checks the magical leftover traces one more time. Jun is shook, the kid is totally fine. It is like those dark demon emotions were just jammed into him against his will all along. Kane calls off the hit. Jun sees her boss is completely rattled. Until today, she just executed anyone touched by dark corruption. She always believed there was no cure, and a bunch of random kids just proved her entirely wrong. She smirks, waving a cool goodbye to them. Cut to the Elven King, casually wandering the streets hunting for dark mana. He completely tracks the evil vibes but gets there and finds absolutely zero clues. He asks the wind for playback memories, but to his shock, some pro already wiped the whole crime scene entirely clean. Katsurin flexes his Elven King hacks to force the wind to remember. Finally, he catches some blurry flashes of the brawl. He spots the Stella uniform, then catches Efane's scent. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what happens next. Let's jump right into the madness. The Elven King is totally shocked. Ifil should be in eternal sleep, making him wonder if that weird scent belongs to whoever crashed his secret garden earlier. After scanning those memories, his head is absolutely pounding. He runs through every crazy possibility. Could the absolute legend who stole Ifinal's heart be the exact same person who sneaked into his precious secret garden? The fact they totally wiped the memory of that place proves his wild suspicions. He's furious, not forgiving anyone, and completely ready to get some serious payback. Fast forward to sunrise. Riang slowly wakes up and finds Flame just chilling right beside him. He's totally confused about where he is, only getting blurry flashbacks from last night. Flame explains he's at the hospital. She definitely gave Hanwol a wild time and promises that Yukal and Yusung are going to keep their mouths completely shut. As for that familiar contract, Riang can still totally participate. But Flame warns him to rest up since those nasty side effects are sticking around. Riang smartly agrees. She says goodbye and starts leaving, but he quickly stops her. He tries saying something, then hesitates. Flame smirks and demands he buys her some super expensive food, straight up warning him she is picking the priciest items on the menu. Riang just nods, letting her leave him to recover. Soon after, the big familiar contract meeting officially starts. Hanwon tells the hyped students they are heading straight into the world tree roots. He warns everyone it is a totally different reality down there. They literally get 1 week. They are only allowed up to the 3rd floor because the 4th floor has a massive barrier completely locking it down. So Hanwell strictly bans going there. Yukal steps through the epic gate from episode 7, officially starting the familiar contract. He is absolutely amazed by this insane new world. Looking down, he spots a goofy little slimy creature and plays with the harmless 7th grade blob. These spiritual creatures have ranks from the lowest 7th grade all the way up to almost god tier 1st grade. Higher grade means way stronger power, making it incredibly tough to score a contract. But honestly, our hero doesn't sweat it since he's just getting started anyway, and with that, his epic journey officially begins. Now watch this closely, things are about to get wild. Outside, mages try closing the barrier, but then a creepy hooded figure approaches, making them think one student was just running super late. Big mistake, Main immediately attacks, brutally draining their life force before slipping right through the portal. Meanwhile, Bayan and her squad keep exploring. Like the textbook said, the 1st floor is a total ghost town. She suggests hitting the 2nd floor. While walking, Arshweng randomly gets super exhausted. She feels sick, vision completely blurring. Suddenly, intense pain hits and she drops to the ground. Her friends instantly rush over. Rumor has it if your spiritual creature sensitivity sucks, even a tiny bit of their energy completely wrecks your body. They seriously wonder if she's suffering from exactly that. The princess suggests they chill, save rations, and recharge their stamina, but Arshweng stubbornly wants to keep pushing. Bond tells her to relax, saying it is way better than burning out before a boss fight. Following Bayan's strict orders, Arshweng finally sits down. Gasping for air with a splitting headache, she is furious. She waited years for this epic day and absolutely hates acting weak right now. Suddenly, crazy flashbacks hit her. Confused if it's a dream or reality, she remembers a guy calling her a once-in-a-century absolute genius of flames. With her insane talent, controlling pure fire will be as easy as moving her own hands and feet. He promises she will become Stella's top mage someday, as long as one specific person isn't around. That completely catches Arshweng off guard. Her friends check on her, suggesting they keep moving. She pushes through the pain, stands back up, and walks. Meanwhile, over on the 2nd floor, Arshweng roasts creatures with her fire magic, feeling way better and super focused. Hype level is rising. She actually believes she can bag a legit 5th grade spiritual creature right now. Then someone spots a glowing red deer blocking their path. It is a solid 6th class beast, meaning a contract would seriously boost their fire stats. The majestic deer struts toward the princess. Arshweng is super hyped, knowing a 6th class is still an awesome catch. I know what you're thinking, easy win, right? Wrong. The creature totally bypasses her and starts nuzzling Bayan, but the princess rejects it, aiming for higher tier beasts much deeper inside. Everyone follows along, minds blown that a spiritual beast picked Bayan first. They are seriously completely awestruck by the princess's raw power and her legendary fire blessing. Next day on floor 3, the squad keeps hunting. Seeing how totally brutal the 3rd floor is, they dread what nightmares the 4th floor hides. The princess stares at the massive 4th floor barrier blocking them. She suggests setting up camp right there to farm any creatures spawning nearby. Meanwhile, Arshweng desperately keeps hunting for a magical creature to finally contract with. Rumors say 5th class beasts roam the 3rd floor, so she's ready to risk it all for a high-tier contract. An hour later, she finds one, but it literally bolts. 2 agonizing hours pass. She finds more, and boom, they run too. Arshweng starts realizing these spiritual creatures are actively avoiding her like the plague. To make it worse, the others flex their new 6th class contracts. She's definitely bummed out, but forcefully shakes off the bad vibes, knowing she's got time and still feeling confident. And then, bingo, she spots a rare 5th class silver wolf chilling right by the lake. Barely any first year at Stella has ever landed a 5th class before. She knows if she pulls this off, she will finally get the ultimate respect from everyone. She carefully approaches the silver wolf, reaches her hand out, and attempts to lock in that magical contract. But the wolf instantly bares its fangs and growls. Facing pure hostility, she is completely baffled why this creature hates her absolute guts. Before she even blinks, a massive explosion blasts the deadly beasts away. As the heavy smoke clears, who is standing there? Princess Bien, stepping in to completely save her life. Totally panicked, Arshwing screams for Bond to watch out, but then the craziest thing happens, that wild monster. It's suddenly acting like a tame puppy. Crazy, right? You and I just watched a 5-star divine beast literally court the princess. Trust me, you'll definitely want the next episode. Alright, you and I are diving into some wild magic today. Seeing the beast bow, Arshwang asks if Bien will make a contract, but Bien brushes it off entirely. She tells the creature to bounce, and it vanishes instantly like it is hypnotized. Right then, Arshwang lets out this super dry, bitter laugh. She is insanely insecure since she cannot even get near a divine beast. Meanwhile, the Adalabit princess casually picks whatever legendary creature she wants to contract. Right now, Arshwang is totally convinced Bien is just flexing the fact that she has absolutely everything. Furious, dark energy literally explodes out of Arshwang, making the air crazy heavy. Her whole vibe turns dark. She keeps repeating how unfair it is that she grinds so hard while Bien gets all the magical blessings handed to her. Totally triggered, Arshwang loses her grip. Her eyes completely change color, and it is super obvious the black magic corruption is taking over her mind. Even Bien sees the red flags. Without warning, Arshwang fires a massive blast of dark magic straight at her face. Not even blinking, Bien throws up a barrier with her staff, eating the attack completely. The princess knows she could stop this corruption just by knocking her out cold right now. But the 4th layer barrier is way too close. If they go all out fighting, they will trigger the trap right behind them. Suddenly, Bien wonders how a normal commoner would handle this mess, flashing a tiny smirk. Now watch closely, this is where it gets interesting. Bien fakes her approach, warning Arshwang not to do something stupid, because if that corruption spreads, her humanity is gone forever. But Arshwang is way past logic. She screams at Bien for acting superior, yelling that a privileged royal could never understand the grind of someone born with completely average talent. Taking a beat, Bien randomly asks Arshwang to hear her out for a second, reminding her that the Adalabit princess is literally destined to die if she does not become king. Meaning, to survive, she has to actually murder every single one of her siblings. She figured out that messed up rule at 7 years old. Bien continues, dropping how she heard Arshwang had a childhood filled with love from everybody. She admits she was super jealous hearing that. Bien never got love, barely even expectations. This poor princess did not even get a shred of affection from her own mother. Looking dead serious, Bien asks Arshwang if she can even fathom the insane lengths she went to become king. Arshwang literally scoffs at first, totally convinced that just being born a royal is an absolute cheat code. But she starts sweating bullets when Bien confesses she drank and ate literal fire instead of food. She showered in flames. Her skin bubbled with pus, driving her to the edge of insanity. Even drinking normal water later just added agonizing pain to her scorched insides. Fire is her ultimate weapon and her absolute worst nightmare. Arshwang is shook, but she thinks it is total cap. She assumes Bien is just spinning a sob story for sympathy because nobody could realistically survive that kind of torture. Proving she is not bluffing, Bien casually lifts a finger, sparking a tiny flame at the tip. Then she literally eats the fire, snuffing it out like nothing. Arshwang is absolutely speechless. The princess calmly explains she has endured this hellish training since she was a little kid, so let that sink in for a second. Bien is sick of hearing about talent because she is insanely jealous of Arshwang for never living a nightmare that makes her want to cry. Dropping her head, Arshwang feels ridiculously guilty for jumping the gun, realizing she knew absolutely zero about Bien's real trauma. The crazy dark aura fizzles out as tears of pure shame stream down her face. Voice shaking, Arshwang completely apologizes for her massive breakdown. Hearing the boom, some random students run over to check the vibe. At the exact same time, Bien realizes Arshwang's dark demon energy has completely vanished into thin air. She knows the old her would have straight up blasted Arshwang to pieces by now. She figures this sudden chill attitude must be that commoner's positive influence rubbing off. She tells the students to look after Arshwang since she is in terrible shape. Arshwang is super confused, bracing for a brutal punishment that Bien just will not deliver. Haters aside, Arshwang is a legit prodigy, and the princess has zero plans to punish a top-tier talent over a temporary meltdown. But do not get it twisted, forgiveness won't come easy. Arshwang has to prove her absolute loyalty and properly apologize going forward. Bien literally cringes at acting so soft, deciding to just go hunt some magical creatures instead to clear her head, but wildly enough, things go sideways and screams start echoing everywhere. Meanwhile, down on the third floor, Flame finally bags the spiritual creature Twinkle Flower, almost fourth class. Thank God she safely locked down that contract. Now, having a contract doesn't mean Flame gets to just spam summon her familiar whenever she wants. But it does give a sick passive buff to her magic speed and raw power. Anyway, task finished, Flame is ready to just chill for the rest of her time. That chill plan dies instantly when she bumps into Issel and Maung 10 minutes later. They all awkwardly claim they are just hanging around by pure coincidence. Flame totally knows that with Maung's specific traits, he literally cannot even get close to spiritual creatures. Before things get more awkward, a massive explosion shakes the ground. The trio instantly realizes this blast is dripping with corrupted dark mana. Flame is losing her mind over how unscripted novel events keep popping off. Wasting zero time, Yusian launches into the air, frantically rushing to check out the absolute chaos. Cut back to Bien and Arshwang wrecked on the ground. Groaning in pain, the princess shakes the unconscious Arshwang. She spots dark mana leaking straight out of the barrier. Before she can even process it, her eyes fly open in absolute horror. The barrier is totally shattered. Slithering through the gap is a frostflame dolphin, completely corrupted by pitch-black mana. This is wild. The exact beast Bien wanted is now infected with dark mana. If left alone, it is gonna blow up and wipe everyone out, but out of nowhere. Maung crashes the party, dropping his magic to perfectly trap the flame dolphin. In seconds, the demon erosion vanishes, and the majestic creature snaps right back to normal. Flame and Issel heal it up. As Bien explains everything, trust me, you and I are gonna want to see what happens next. Let's dive right in, guys. The ground violently shakes as the surrounding tension skyrockets. A cloaked figure steps from the forest, their voice sounding way too familiar. Dark, terrifying energy explodes from their body. They are absolutely hyped to see not just A-class students, but 4S class heavy hitters here too. The cloak drops and everyone freezes in pure shock, because looking right at them, it is none other than Professor Mason. Maine is grinning, thinking it is her lucky day, while Issel is just completely confused. Yang is totally freaking out. A Stella Academy professor being a dark mage, that insane amount of mana is just terrifying. She admits she saved the tastiest snacks for last. But there is absolutely no way she is turning down this perfect chance. Unleashing her dark magic, the monstrous feast officially begins. But hold up, a few hours earlier, Beckus was standing right at the barrier blocking the fourth layer. Training inside Ifinal's garden definitely paid off big time. The divine beasts actually responded to his affinity, getting him this far, but from the fourth layer on, it is total unknown territory. Yusel is really hoping he can grab the divine beast heart in one piece. Yushin steps straight into the fourth layer. Now watch closely, top-tier monsters spawn immediately, but our boy came ready. His old weapon, Terrakin, would have bounced right off these elite creatures. Boom, Yuz drops the beast in one single hit. Thank God he brought that custom item Alterisha crafted. Now he needs to hustle fast before a whole swarm arrives. This weird dimension completely messes with your head, making it super easy to lose your way. Good thing he begged Flame for a solid backup plan. Enter the Humber Flower, basically an organic GPS. As long as Beckus holds this thing pointing straight east, he is staying exactly on the right track. Without wasting a second, our guy pushes deeper into the layer until a weird hum echoes. Yul stops dead in his tracks. Standing right there is Yan Hong Chunamwul, literally one of the ether world's 12 absolute strongest beings. She smirks, casually asking why on earth a human is here. He has to stay incredibly sharp. Yan Hong's mana is literally weaponized charm. That gorgeous face is a total trap, and he simply cannot afford to fall for it. Yul forcefully shoves the invading mana straight out of his system. Literally impossible for a normal person, but our boy constantly leaks mana, making him completely built different. Flexing every single ounce of his power, he repels her aura. Sadly, his mental stats just aren't high enough to reveal her true form. Still, it is enough to dodge the mind control. Yan Hong hums, clearly impressed. Any normal dude would be drooling and rushing at her by now. She quickly figures out Yuzi actually recognizes her. Now she is super curious why he showed up. Yusil completely drops the act and admits he came here to get a divine beast's heart. He definitely cannot kill one, and honestly, he wouldn't even try to do it. He just wants to safely loot an unowned heart straight from the graveyard. She immediately asks for his true reason. Yusil thinks fast, telling her all about Ifinal's conditions or his breathing lessons. Really bad move. Right now, pulling the sympathy card with a solid sob story is the absolute best play. So he lies, claiming he has to save his dying divine spirit friend. I know what you are thinking, brilliant move. Hearing this, Yan Hong is completely and utterly stunned. Makes total sense, honestly. Out of all the 12 divine moons, Yan Hong Chunwol loves divine beasts more than anything else. She literally poured her own power into building the 4th layer just to keep them safe. If Yu says it is to save a spirit, she might actually hand one over. Yan Hong is genuinely impressed now. She admits she found it strange that a faint, lingering scent of a divine beast was on his breath. Her cheeks immediately turn red, super flattered that he formed such a tight bond with a spirit. Yoel finds it absolutely hilarious because she is imagining some epic friendship when he literally just practiced breathing next to Ifinal. That is it, but wait, Yan Hong isn't done yet. Her tone shifts. Humans are untrustworthy traitors who constantly break deep bonds and betray them. When Yusil tries speaking up, she shuts him right down. Our boy quickly realizes this Begard trial is no joke. Clearing a 12 divine moon's root grants you their ultimate power, but the unlock requirements are completely different. Yan Hong's requirement, pure stat checks. UIL needs way higher mental strength and beast affinity just to reach her level of satisfaction. Simply put, his current numbers are total garbage. He never even wanted to clear her root anyway, but getting denied the heart is a massive problem. Yal pushes harder, insisting his friend is dying and needs saving. Right then, Yan Hong demands solid proof that he is actually worthy of a divine beast. She wants him to literally lay down his actual life for a beast. Deep down, Yusil is sweating. That is way too far. He came here to survive, and his own life matters most. Yan Hong coldly states she absolutely refuses to give hearts to humans. Their puny lives end fast, but their terrible greed, completely infinite. A beast walking alongside a human only ever ends in brutal tragedy. Hearing that, UCL realizes he has zero choice but to find a totally different backup plan for that heart. Suddenly, a blaring system alert pops up. His massive meddling in the storyline just triggered a highly significant, game-breaking butterfly effect. Episode 8, Dark Amana. Corruption speed just maxed out, aggressively crashing into his current quest without warning. The ground violently shakes and the system screams about a brutal difficulty spike. Panic hits his face as he tries processing it. Trust me, you'll want to see this.